The streets of the city were very noisy. People were holding a newspaper and reading the news. Someone was shouting that it was urgent. A new lord of Pindok had been chosen. It was the fourth son. People's mouths were wide open in surprise. At this time, in the manor, 3 elderly men stood and were very nervous. The protagonist said that from today on, he became the head of the Kano family, after which he added that he was glad to meet them all. He wanted to spend his days relaxing and spending the family money. He wanted a life without difficulties and problems. However, thanks to unexpected events and the cunning of his sister, all this is in the past. She became his adopted daughter. The main character pouted and thought that this was all very bad and cursed foully. At that moment, one of the men with the eyepiece asked him what he had said. It was clear that the man was unhappy. The guy looked at his subordinates who were kneeling before him. He cursed again in his mind and thought that he had said it out loud. At that moment, he was told to stop swearing like that. The girl at that moment called him brother-father, to which the main character told her to stop calling him that. It turned out to be his sister. She said that he was her brother, but now he is her father. That is what he is called. To which Hermes said that this does not mean that she can call him that. He asked her to stop. The sister said that she understood everything. She would call him Hermes, as always. The latter turned to her and asked if she wanted to tell him anything. The girl said that she was his daughter, so she couldn't say anything against her father. He thought that it was unfair. And then one of the servants turned to him and said that, with all due respect, he had to inform him. The man with the eyepiece said that they had some urgent matters to attend to which the protagonist asked what those matters were. The servant said that they were deeply in debt. Then the boy asked how much they owed, after which the man explained that it was about 50,000 gold coins. The protagonist thought about the indicated amount. It was clearly more than the annual income from collected taxes. The man asked him if he had heard of the Torcara mines, to which Hermes replied in the affirmative and said that these mines were full of iron ores that never rusted, and that they belonged to the Kano family. The servant said that the former head of the family said that these reserves are inexhaustible, and thanks to this, it is possible to enlist the support of the merchants. Now they want their money back. They are clearly afraid that the former lord has gone bankrupt. Like them, the protagonist scratched his chin and thought that he didn't quite understand what his brother had done. He asked out loud what he was leading up to. The man began to get angry. The servant sighed and said that they couldn't afford to lose the Torcara mines now. They had to negotiate with the merchants. Hermes thought that he would do that. It was really important. However, at that very moment, the main character thought hard. He thought about whether it was inconvenient. After that, he turned his gaze to his sister. She did not understand why he was looking at her. The protagonist thought that she was now his daughter and his sister. She was his only blood. This meant that they were the main bloodline of the Kano family. Hermes needs to make these guys think he's incompetent and useless. Then they'll put his sister in his place. Should he really turn this into a family feud? He imagined in his own mind that by his actions he would force the child to overthrow their parent. This is the golden rule of noble family feud. The protagonist decided that during his reign he would be a tyrant. Then he pointed his finger at his servant and said that he would do it. The man did not understand what he meant. The servant said that in order for the merchants to be happy, the master of the house had to make the first move. Then Hermes asked him if he couldn't do it himself. The man explained that no one could do it except the head. After that, the main character got angry. He shouted at the man with the eyepiece that he was fired then. The latter was shocked. He asked him again, because it seemed to him that the guy was joking. The man asked him to wait, then asked why he had decided so. At that moment, Hermes interrupted him and asked why he couldn't fire an incompetent worker. The servant tried to justify himself, and then his sister joined the conversation. She looked at her brother sweetly and said that Mimizu had served the Kano family faithfully for many years. Didn't he think that dismissing him like that was too much? At that moment, Hermes thought about the servant's thoughts, how he was glad that she was here. After all, he did everything for her. The guy said out loud that the man should sit for a week and think about his behavior. After that, they sighed with relief. The servant turned to the protagonist and thanked him. The latter smiled and thought that this was good. The rest of the servants of the estate began to doubt him. So, they should try again. Hermes thought that if everything goes according to plan, then he will gain even more hatred from the servants to promote his sister. so he has no other options at all. After some time, a whole pile of metal was laid out on the table in front of him. The protagonist asked what it was. Then he realized that it was ore from the mines of Torikar. He looked at it carefully. After that, the guy stood up from his royal throne. He thought that everything was clear to him. His sister used this method to make him work. The main character came to the table and thought that it was so stupid. Then he turned to the others and asked if they were making fun of him. The sister asked what happened. Everyone was worried about this question. Hermes was very disappointed. It showed on his face. He looked at his servants and said that they were very stupid people. The sister said that she did not know what happened, so she wanted to know why he was so angry. The protagonist showed her the ore on his hand, after which he used magic and then demonstrated the resulting mass on his hand. Everyone realized that it was silver. Hermes and his sister stood and looked at the huge pile of metal. At this time, the services said that it was all silver. A lot of silver. Some were surprised by this fact, but they decided that they could cover their debts thanks to this. At that moment, the protagonist's sister ran up to the servants and told them to explore the entire Torikara mine right now. The men immediately responded quickly and accepted this order for execution. After that, the girl turned to the main character and said that she couldn't believe that he could tell it was silver just by looking at it. It's an incredible ability. The sister said what she knew. She was not mistaken. Hermes is smarter when he is serious. The latter was shocked by her words. He began to argue with her and say that he was not serious. He thought to himself that he was sure that he did not mean it. However, the main character thought that she was saying it so simply. At that moment, the girl smiled sweetly at him. A blush appeared on her face. She said that she knew what her brother was like. After some time, the main character sat on his throne. He was clearly dissatisfied. He asked his servants if they really couldn't purify the silver ore. Hermes said that there should still be a lot of silver there, to which Mimizu bowed before him and tried to explain the reasons. The guy replied that it was not surprising that for such an incompetent person, he was only good at chatting, to which the servant replied that they were currently dealing only with Torikara ore, so they had no mages who could purify the ore. Mimizu said that they had searched all over the area, but the mages only specialized in trichala ore. Those who could refine the silver ore had already left. Hermes thought that there really was no money to be made here. The servant asked what they should do about it, to which the protagonist asked him again and clarified whether he was really a stupid person. It was obvious that these words hurt the man. Hermes said that there is ore, but there are no magicians who would purify it. You just need to hire people. In other words, you just need to look for more. After that, he looked at Mimizu with a smirk and asked if he was really that incompetent. It was like a blow. The man said that everything was fine. He was a talented person and would find a bunch of equally talented people as soon as possible. Mimizu then apologized to him and left the room. The protagonist thought that he had had enough of tyranny for today. He was one step closer to his overthrow. But still, it was somehow weak. It was not enough. Then an idea came to him. Hermes thought it was time for the prodigal son to drown himself in drink and women. He couldn't wait to be free from managing the family affairs. After some time, the main character found himself in the city. He thought that he needed to take a walk. There were a lot of people on the street. Some were just walking, and some were buying groceries. Hermes thought that, as expected from Pindock, the place here is full of people, money, and good goods. It is a big city and life is always in full swing. Here the main character was called by name. He immediately began to look for the source of the sound. There was a girl on the second floor of the house. She greeted him. The guy immediately recognized her and said her name, Orthia. The girl offered him to play, to which Hermes replied that he didn't really feel like it right now. Orthia pouted and said that in that case the guy was a virgin and that's what she would tell everyone. He got angry. After that, he said that he agreed to play, and then he broke into the house where the girl was. He was very angry and said that he was here. The girl was sitting on her knees on the floor at the time. She smiled sweetly at him and greeted him. Then he asked her for heaven's sake not to do this, to which she pretended to be silly and asked about what she shouldn't do. After that, Orthia smiled slightly. Her face blushed. Her eyes also changed their shape. She said that she would do everything that her client told her. The main character turned away from her. It was obvious that he was tired of it. To which the girl said that he should agree. It would be nice. She had a good reputation as a girl of easy virtue. Hermes thought about how he felt a little bad about what had happened earlier. He was helpless when she asked him like that. Absolutely helpless. He tried to say that he was not in the mood, but the girl was very stubborn. She approached him and kissed him on the cheek, after which Orthia said that she congratulated him on his new position. Hermes thought that he was not irritated by the girl's behavior and speech. She was good at maintaining any conversation. The main character said that being the head of the house is very difficult. She asked him if it was really so, after which she added that it suited him very well. Men who are good with girls are also good at work. Orthia also said that she had heard many different rumors. People said that they called his reign a reformation, after which she asked if he hadn't started all this, to which he replied that he was hearing this for the first time. The girl also said that the number of silver-melting mages in the brothel had recently increased. They looked quite well off and said that they would return. The girl also said that there were rumors on the streets that silver would be mined in the Torikara mine, to which Hermes said that it was true. Then Orthia said that she thought that he should join Tadas' group. She explained that this was a merchant who hired people who use magic, a manager, after which she asked the guy what happened. He looked gloomy. At that moment, he realized that these magicians had quite a large income. Sometime later, in the manor, Mimizu said that he had recruited a whole group of silver smelters. After everyone entered the room, they immediately began to work. The servant pointed to these men and said that this was a success. He worked hard for the main character. It was obvious that he was expecting praise. The latter suddenly stood up from his chair. The protagonist called each of these mages by name, which made them a little nervous. At that moment, one of them grinned and said that the head of the house clearly liked them. However, he was wrong. Hermes, with an arrogant face, said that these men used Tadas' money to have fun with girls. The guys were shocked. They did not understand how he knew about it. It turns out that the protagonist discussed this situation with Orthia. She asked him if Tadas really wanted to control all the silver, to which Hermes replied that he was only guessing. Then she asked if he was an ordinary boss. How was that possible? The guy said that he was a supplier of magicians, silver smelters. Whether they would do the job or not was up to him. If that happened, the entire Kano family would be in his power. The worst outcome would be a complete takeover of all their territories with silver. Orthia gasped and said that Hermes was trying to gain favor. He asked her not to make anything up. After this, the main character smiled and turned to the girl, saying that he needed her to help him with something. The action returned to the present time. Mimizu turned to Hermes and said that he did not understand what he was talking about, to which the latter replied that all these magicians were hired by Tadas. The servant said that it would be very useful for them. Hermes realized that the man did not understand anything. After that, he said out loud that all these people were under the influence of Tadas, so they should make them work for their profit. The main character added that only these men can melt down silver, to which Mimizu said that he understood everything. He would think of something, and then walked away. Orthia's house. She greeted him and said that she was glad to see him. She said that it was all over, to which the guy replied that thanks to her, he had succeeded. He used a sound transmitter and receiver. These are simple magical devices. He asked the girl to tell him the names of their favorite girls, of easy virtue. Then he used them. Hermes asked her if she had any problems since she had given up their visitors, to which she replied that Tadas seemed like a very arrogant man. When she explained that the area could fall under his control, everyone agreed to the plan. After that, the main character pulled out a bag of money and told her that he was grateful to her, to which the girl pouted and, lipstick on her head, said that she did not need it. The guy did not understand her. Then Orthia, with a sweet smile on her face, said that he should just come to her sometimes, to which he replied that he understood her. Next time, he would definitely rent the whole building. After the girl left, Hermes' sister said that she had seen everything. He asked her how long she had been standing there. She replied that she had been standing there all this time, but it had been impressive. The guy asked her to forget about it. The sister started to say that he was a good guy, but he took a roundabout way. He could have solved the problem at once, if only he had been a little more serious. To which the main character said that he would not. He thought that he was gradually losing ground. Hermes thought about this very reason he stayed with Orthia. He decided that it would be bad if things went any further. After that he sighed, then laughed and thought about his sister's advice that he needed to be more serious. Then the main character said out loud that he would never be such a person. At this time, Orthia was sitting in the carriage. It was obvious that she was embarrassed. The founder of the family is Kano, a legendary knight and the woman who made her name so famous. Even though she was a woman, she led an army of 2,000 men, fought in battles all over the world and never lost a single one. Mimizu turned to Hermes and said that he would ask him to learn from the great founder and take part in the ceremony of the first battle. The guy was eating at that time, and he even stopped doing it out of surprise. He asked why he should do it. The servant replied that it was a test that had existed in this family since ancient times. The main character said that it was boring. What would happen if he didn't do it? To which the servant replied that since the test was very simple, no one had ever refused it. And they say that otherwise the ghost of the founder would appear and turn his spirit into dust. Hermes thought about how he didn't really believe that a ghost would appear. Legends give prestige to a victory, and their reliability is no more than 30%. However, he couldn't ignore it. The main character thought that the spirit of the hero, sometimes the souls of talented and great people, cannot leave this world because of a curse or spell. Kano, the female founder who traveled the world with her army as she pleased. Even if there is a 30% chance that this is true, she is still at the level where she could actually materialize as a spirit. The protagonist thought the trials are pain, but if he doesn't do it, there might be problems. Hermes said out loud that it all looked like it was a ceremony, to which Mimizu responded positively. The boy thought that maybe he should come to terms with it. Out loud, he said that he understood everything. After some time, they were getting ready to leave. He asked why his sister was there too, to which she replied that she was his daughter, so it was okay. He asked again why Sora was coming with them, to which the latter replied that it was obvious she was there to witness his coolness. And there could also be people who don't recognize him as the head of the family, who want to make a laughingstock out of him. Hermes thought that for his sister, who praises him, those who do not acknowledge him are enemies. That is why she prepared for the worst and bought some witnesses. She asked him to give his all. After some time, they reached the place. The protagonist asked if this was the right place, to which Mimizu asked him to enter alone and take the coin. Sora said that they would wait for him outside. The man said that in case something happened in the cave and he couldn't get out, but he couldn't finish because Hermes interrupted and said that it would be convenient. After that, the protagonist went inside. It seems that the structure of this cave is natural. There are only small signs of human activity. Could it be that this is just a ritual? Then he noticed something. Hermes walked with his feet right on the water. On the way, he looked around. He was interested. At the same time, he thought that this farce was terrible. Here, he saw a small stump in front of him, on which lay a pillow. On top of it was a coin. It had a portrait of the founder. Hermes wondered if this would be enough to return back. After that, the main character saw another passage. He thought about it and decided that he should go and check it out. When he entered, he saw some strange figures. Suddenly, from the side, it was as if someone decided to attack him. He used his magic, which protected him. Then, he saw the same stump with a pillow again. He came closer and realized that it was another coin, but it was the same as the previous one. However, at that moment, he saw that there were already 2 stars on the back. The main character went further to explore this dungeon. He passed different levels, which were dangerous for life. With each level, the number of stars on the coin became more and more. After some time, he reached the next exit. Hermes thought that it was too easy. This was clearly the end of the road. Then he saw the last coin. The protagonist thought that he understood that there was a deep meaning here. It means that the more stars on the coin that needs to be brought, the higher the prestige. After that, he understood which one would be correct in this case. Hermes laid out all the coins to examine them again. After that, he realized that the coin with 1 star was what he needed. After some time, the main character came out of the dungeon. The sister called him by name and asked what happened. He got wet. To which he replied that he sometimes came across water. It was terrible. He said that he brought a coin. A huge man appeared in front of him, twice his size. He said that they should see. After that, Hermes said that he was as good as anyone else, so he should do it quickly. When this huge man saw the coin with 1 star, his face reflected wild horror. The main character and the others were shocked by this reaction. After that, the coin fell from the man's hands to the ground. Mimizu watched it closely and then saw that it was a 1-star coin. The servant said that this couldn't be. No one could get it. The main character asked him if he was joking. Then the man sent soldiers and asked them to go and check. The soldier said that it was a first-rank test. He then asked his sister what that meant. She replied that he meant that it was the hardest test of all. Sora said that the founder's coin has a spell that exudes magic. The closer the coin is to the entrance, the stronger the spell becomes. The very first one is hard to get. The deeper you go, the easier it is to get the coins. He did not understand what kind of system this is. The sister said that they say the founder came to see the efforts of many. Even without skills, going deep into the cave to the end, you can somehow cope. And this test was built on this principle. He said that they were joking. In the end, the 1-star coin is the most cursed, which means the protagonist brought it. At that moment, his sister screamed about what she knew. With a smile on her face, she said that when he gets serious, he is simply amazing. The main character tried to argue with her and say that he was not serious, to which she replied that she understood everything. Her eyes were shining with happiness. She said that it wasn't even worth being serious, after which she asked if that's what he meant. As she thought, he was incredibly experienced. The protagonist was shocked by her logic and the situation in general. He wondered why it ended this way. The main character was sitting, and he could hear the conversations of other girls. At that moment, his sister came up to him and asked him what he was reading so enthusiastically. He turned his head to her and said that it was she who had come. Hermes showed her the book and said that it was a complete collection of Orphea. It was a collection of all the photos of the girl. Sora was shocked by his words. After that, she took the book in her hands and threw it right out the window. The main character asked what she had done because he had read it, to which the girl asked what these strange things were. He said that Orphea is an adventurer and the most beautiful woman in history. Her name has become a byword for beauty, and many girls are named after her. Images are collected by enthusiasts from all over the world who risked their lives. The sister said that she was not talking about that. He had more important things to do than that. Then the protagonist asked about that, like the marriage proposal that Sora had received. Hermes said that usually the point of these proposals is to take control of their family. Since the brothers have passed away and the Lord is changed, the situation in the domain is unstable. The main character also said that it was important for her suitors. She asked if it was true, to which the guy answered positively and said that she should look at, for example, the last guy. What he said was cleverly disguised in his portfolio, but he rose through the social ladder through marriages and divorces. A cunning character not to be trusted. Hermes said that he might sooner or later begin to watch his lying tongue, but he could not allow a man like him to enter Kano's domain. Sora said that, as she thought, he would easily recognize a person's true nature. If he became more serious, he would not be inferior to the previous generations. He is a person with exceptional talents, who will become an excellent leader. It is in his interest to let his sister succeed, so that he can continue to live as he wishes, even after he abdicates the throne. One day, he will provoke the vassals and, with the help of his sister, take her place. That's why he would never let his sister get married. His face was very serious. At this time, the maids were watching them. Hermes thought that he said this with a stern look. His sister noticed that he became serious and would start to press him again. However, when he looked up, he saw that her face was red. He asked her if everything was okay, and he told her that she was a little red. Sora began to stutter and seemed to be trying to ask him to repeat his words. Hermes realized that she wanted to hear serious words from him again. He would not fall for such a trick. He said out loud that he would not send his sister anywhere as a bride. After that, the sister said that she understood and then walked away. He thought about the fact that she blushed. Did he really offend her? However, she did not say, as usual, that he was hilarious. The protagonist thought that the prank had been a success. At that moment, his sister called him by name and told him not to show his face like that to anyone else, to which he replied that he knew. Hermes wondered if she was talking about the impudent face he had made a few seconds ago. He really did have such a strange face. After some time, Mimizu asked him for a private meeting. What's more strange is that he asked for Sora's presence. The protagonist thought it was a strange combo. The servant said that he had learned that Hermes was going to reject all marriage proposals to his sister. Mimizu said that there are rumors that Mr. Hermes does not want to part with his sister because of some impure thoughts. The protagonist thought about what kind of baseless rumors these were. He fell in love with his own sister. What nonsense. He wondered what was going on. Mimizu also said that the ones who let this unfortunate joke go to waste were the maids. He started getting angry at them. He wondered if it was because of yesterday. His sister blushed in the middle of the conversation, and they noticed it and immediately suspected him of dirty thoughts. It was very bad. The main character would like to be considered a lazy tyrant, but this is really bad, and in general it is just disgusting. Mimizu said that he knew perfectly well that this was complete nonsense, just empty gossip from the maids. But still, the fact that he didn't give them any explanation was suspicious. The man wanted to hear an answer as to why he did this. At this point, the sister joined the conversation. She called the man by name and asked if this was not his responsibility. The protagonist thought about what she was even talking about. Mimizu at that moment asked if she really meant that it was his fault, to which the sister explained that Hermes had studied these proposals. Most only wanted to gain power over their home. These were the only people who wanted to use them. The main character exclaimed in shock, which frightened the others. The sister asked what happened. He himself told her this yesterday, to which he, stuttering, confirmed these words. Sora said that Hermes had found that one of the candidates had been climbing the social ladder, marrying and divorcing in a cycle, over and over again. After that, the girl told Mimizu to check them all, to which he, shuddering, responded with agreement, after which he left. The main character said that his sister outplayed him and destroyed him. Sora turned to him and said with a sweet face that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Hermes thought that he was now swearing that he would never be serious again, even in secret from her. After some time, the protagonist decided to go out into the city. He walked and looked at various shops. Someone was selling clothes and saying that they were all from a new collection. Someone was saying that everything was fresh. And people also recognized Lord Hermes. They asked him what he was doing in such a place and why he was dressed like that, to which he replied that everything was going swimmingly. This style was chosen specifically so that the older generation would judge him when they saw him. But that was not enough. Instead of dealing with this area, he will take a balanced approach so that he can get moderately close to them and just continue to play the role of a wasteful lord. The protagonist thought that this was a perfect plan, as long as everything was going well. At that moment, he smelled something and became curious. When he approached the stall, the merchant immediately recognized him and said that this was their Lord Hermes. The latter asked if the sweet aroma was really coming from here, to which the man replied that he had a very keen sense of smell. The merchant said that these sweets are called dorayaki. They have become very popular among the population lately. The protagonist asked him again what they were called. The man said that this is a candy that was considered forgotten, which was made by a man from an ancient era. It is only known that it is made from flour and bean paste, but recently the recipe was discovered in the ruins. Since then, it has been popular. The main character sighed and said that he should be given one then, to which the seller handed it to him. The guy immediately decided to try it. After he took a big bite, Hermes commented that it was delicious and sweet, to which the man replied that he knew it was a favorite sweet of many people lately. The main character said that with such a taste, it would obviously become popular, after which he asked to give him a few more pieces, to which the seller responded with consent. Hermes thought to himself that he would take a few for his sister. After that, the main character decided that he would walk a little more along the city streets. He passed by different shops, looked into each of them, and also had a snack. At that moment, he heard swearing. One man was asking another if he realized whose girlfriend he had just hit on. He called them a bad person. It was obvious that they were very angry with each other. The main character, looking at this, thought about whether they were really fighting over a girl. One of the men said that he did not know, since this girl said that she did not have a boyfriend, to which the fair man asked to say that he was not lying to him. The other man answered that he was not lying to him, after which he asked that he ask her himself. Then the blonde man said that he had fallen silent, after which he took out his sword. After that, the second man started looking around to find something he could use to defend himself. He grabbed a wooden block. At that moment, people started saying that the man had pulled out a sword, that it was bad, and that someone needed to stop them. The protagonist paused and thought about how they could relieve him of this pain in his butt. Then he said out loud that he thought he should intervene. At this time, the men continued to argue. The blonde asked about whether the man really wanted to play knight with this stick. To this, the second one told him to leave, and in general to come up if he had the courage. At that moment, Hermes took a small stone and threw it right into the blonde's face. Everyone was shocked that the latter simply passed out. After that, the main character did the same with the second man. Then Hermes pursed his lips and exhaled. He thought he had held back enough. Well, at the level of a human punch, they were angry enough, but when they woke up, they should cool down a bit. After they reached their destination, the two pebbles also went their separate ways. To the crowd, it would look as if they had suddenly fallen to the ground. At that moment, the main character saw a little girl standing next to him. Her mouth was wide open. He asked her if something had really happened, to which she replied that it was really cool. Hermes stood there and watched silently as the girl demonstrated how he had used the stones. He realized that she must have seen everything. He cursed and thought that he had to somehow shut her up. The protagonist thought about how he even used pebbles to avoid getting caught, and it backfired. He remembered her eyes and thought about how she thought it was cool. If his sister and other people from the mansion knew about this, they would say something like he was really something if he concentrated. He wanted to avoid that. After that, the protagonist turned his gaze to the girl. Then he squatted down in front of her and said that he would give her dorayaki if she did not tell anyone about what she saw, to which the girl smiled broadly and was delighted with the gift. He asked her if she really loved them, to which she answered positively and said that her mother said that her teeth would deteriorate if she ate a lot. He gave her the whole package. After that, the main character pressed his finger to his mouth and told her not to tell anyone what she saw today, to which the girl took the bag in her hands and happily said that she understood everything. Sometime later in the mansion, the main character had already returned there. He was sitting in the garden in a chair and looking ahead. Near him stood his sister and a dog. When he turned his attention to Sora, he realized that something was wrong. He asked about her face, to which she replied that he had received a letter, adding that there were rumors. He immediately asked about it again. Then the sister, with a smile on her face, said that he stopped the fight for the girl. Hermes immediately asked how she knew, to which the girl replied that it was written in the letter. The girl wrote about his finger movement and victory. The protagonist thought that in the end this girl told everything, to which Sora said that it seems like fate. The letter says that the dorayaki was delicious. She thanks him very much. Hermes asked if it was a thank you letter, to which the sister replied positively and said that she wanted to send him a letter. So she began to learn to write and asked for his address. His action made her develop. Sora said that anyway. Didn't he think it was useless to ask kids not to tell when they saw something cool? She asked him to give in and show the world what he was really capable of. The protagonist said that he didn't want to. He thought to himself that it seemed like he had so much left to pray that people would perceive it as childish nonsense. Suddenly Hermes said that he was not so old that she could call him uncle, to which his sister asked if he didn't think it was cool to be uncle when he became serious, to which the main character said that if he is an uncle, then his sister is an aunt. At that moment, the latter took the letter and threw it out the window. She said that they did not need it. He tried to stop her, but it did not work. At the moment when the letter fell to the ground, the dog saw it. She immediately ran after it, grabbed it in her teeth, and then returned it back to Hermes. The sister watched her in shock and said that it was very good. The protagonist did not answer. He remembered the girl's shining face, then took the letter in his hands and began to read it. A slight smile appeared on his face. The protagonist was sitting in his office. There were a lot of papers and books in front of him. Mimizu was standing near the table, who reported to him about the situation for the current year, how much they made last time, what profit they got, and he listened to it all attentively. Hermes was thinking about how boring it was. It had been a few months since he became the head, and it always seemed like it was just a mundane job. At that moment, the man said that he wanted permission. The protagonist exhaled heavily. He thought about those words about the head not having to work much. At the same time, he put another stamp on the document with a bored look. Hermes thought that almost every day a vassal came to him, with reports or petitions from his possessions, expecting a reward. Although all this is mainly done by officials and locals, unless something out of the ordinary appears, all that is required of him is to give permission. At first, if possible, he simply listened to what they were saying to understand the essence of the problem. Out loud, he said that he understood everything. It was good, he approved, and then he put another seal. Then the protagonist gave permission and the vassals continued to perform their duties. He looked even more bored. He approved the idea once again and put a seal. After that, he fell headfirst on the table and thought about what kind of boredom this was. At that moment, Mimizu said that the next report would be about the damage caused by the slugs. He immediately asked him about it again. Hermes asked if he really meant such slugs and showed his hands approximately, to which the man answered positively. The protagonist immediately thought that if you think about it, then slugs are weak, and these creatures are also very annoying. Actually, these two things can say everything about them. Sometimes they can also pester girls. Even among monsters, they are the weakest and rarely cause human losses. They have an incredible level of regeneration. Slimes used to be omnivorous, but as soon as they catch a woman, they melt her clothes and eat her. Mimizu said that they gather in groups and cause harm, so a petition was signed asking for this to be stopped. The main character said that he understood everything. He picked up the petition and began to study it. He thought again about the words about destroying the slimes, about them being lower monsters. An idea came to his mind. Hermes thought about becoming a fighter, a show-off who would fight lesser monsters like slimes. Mimizu and Sora were shocked by his words. He will brag about what everyone can do. In fact, he will openly exaggerate the importance of it. At this point, the man said that the reason they come together is to create a pack. The protagonist didn't let him finish his sentence. He slammed his hand on the table and said that he would go. Mimizu tried to ask what he was talking about, to which the guy replied that he would destroy the slugs. After some time, he took a horse and went to carry out tasks. The place is in the Aegean Plains, half a day south of Pindok. Having reached a certain place, he thought that apparently it was somewhere here. Stopping in place and looking into the distance, he realized that this was the place. He saw 20 slugs, as the task said. The protagonist also looked around the place where the monsters were. He wondered if there was something between the potatoes and the meat. Since they had no weapons, the locals left simple food to stop them. This explains the lack of human casualties, but Hermes still thought that monsters are still monsters. They never hesitate when they come across a human, and being attacked or losing a loved one is a lifelong wound, so the only solution is to destroy them all. The protagonist told everyone in the area not to follow him around all the time. As far as he can see, there is no one around and no one is following him. As Hermes thought, no one would dare to go against the leader's order. This suited him. After that, he held out his palm in front of him, which was facing the slugs. He thought that killing 20 slimes with one blow was nothing. They were afraid of fire, so he could just burn them all at once. Just as he was preparing to attack, they sensed his presence. It took him literally a second for all the slugs to burn in the fire. He exhaled and thought about how it all happened without witnesses. That was great news. There was a big black hole left where the slugs were. After some time, the protagonist returned to the mansion. Mimizu saw him and was surprised, after which he asked if he had really returned, to which he answered positively. After that, Hermes said with a smile on his face that it was very easy. The man tried to ask him what he meant. Mimizu asked what he meant by "it wasn't hard," to which the boy replied that he had beaten everyone. The man asked if that was true, to which he replied that he should see for himself, although he would still make a report tomorrow. The main character decided to do everything thoroughly. He said out loud that there were 20 of them, but he crushed them with one finger, easy as pie. Hermes thought that it sounded like the most common bragging. Then he looked at the man and thought that he was somehow taciturn. Did he really think badly of him until now? The protagonist was shocked. He thought that Mimizu really had a low opinion of him. Maybe he could use the situation to become famous as a tyrant. At that moment, he heard a surprised cry. The servant said that there was a master among these slugs. That's why no one could deal with them. After that, the man asked if it was true that he killed him. The protagonist immediately asked him about the Slug Lord, to which Mimizu replied that they only appear a few times a decade. The guy immediately imagined this king in front of him. The man explained that he was following instincts, crawling underground in search of food. It was because of him that such a crowd of other slugs had gathered. Hermes thought that he had told him about this before. Mimizu explained that the Overlord's appearance does not change, but its vitality and regeneration rate far exceeds that of a normal slime. If left alone, it can produce enough slime to cover an entire city. Hermes said that there really was one. To which the man asked if he really killed the Demon King, a creature that would lead to a real catastrophe if he was not dealt with in time, if he really did it with such ease. The protagonist realized that he had made a mistake. He immediately began to deny these words and say that it was all untrue. The Lord of the Slimes was very strong. It was an exhausting battle. After that, Hermes desperately tried to explain to the servant how everything was in vain. His boasting simply turned into unbelievable, which simply stuck in Mimizu's head. The latter was increasingly shocked by his words. The next day, the protagonist saw the report. It summed up the results, and it was written that he dealt with the slugs with just one blow. Rumors of the incredible leader spread further and further. The servants began to discuss that Lord Hermes was truly a scion of his family. Such an honor to serve him. The brother and sister were sitting at the dinner table. The latter said that the inspector was supposed to come today. She heard that he would come to Hermes, to which the latter asked why he was doing this. Sora said with a smile on his face that he wanted to see the one who defeated the Slug Lord alone as soon as possible. The protagonist was upset by these words. It seemed that the man had already arrived. The super elite under the direct control of the king, who fight injustice. This is the chief inspector. Normally, he wouldn't visit some gentleman. The main character asked why his sister was the first to know about this, since the main character should be the first to know about such things. To which the sister replied that this was all because if he had found out about her first, he would have run away. At this time, the servants announced that the inspector had arrived. The protagonist and his sister went outside to greet him. In addition to the man, another girl arrived. Hermes stood and watched this huge procession. He looked at the man and the girl and thought that it was so troublesome. He saw the image of a powerful, cunning man in this woman, and also a stubborn person with a strong sense of justice. He thought about how tired he was. At that moment, the inspector appeared in front of him and asked if he was Baron Kano. The men then added that he was the Inspector General of the Kingdom of Moro Korkos. He shook hands with Hermes, who said that it was a pleasure to meet him. The man also said that Her Majesty Lena Mi Agena had come with him. The protagonist and his sister were shocked that this girl was from the royal family. The latter thanked them for accepting her today despite her sudden visit. Korkos said that Her Majesty had come despite her fear and risk. She loved the truth more than any treasure. Therefore, he recommended that they tell her what they were asked. Hermes thought that it was difficult to balance. He didn't want to be serious. If he relaxed, there would be trouble. But if the other side, such as the royal family, was in a bad mood, the whole house would suffer. It would be bad. The protagonist looked at them and thought about how far he could go. Balance becomes important. You have to be careful. After some time, they passed through the estate and came out into the courtyard. He reported that they had come. Hermes asked what was wrong with him bringing them into the courtyard, to which Korkos said that he had defeated the King of Slimes. The boy answered positively, to which the man asked how he had done it. Hermes explained that he had burned it with fire magic. Her Majesty wanted to see it in action. After this, Korkos gave instructions to his soldiers, who brought an object resembling a slug. The inspector asked if he knew what it was, to which the protagonist asked what kind of material it was. The man replied that it was a magical tool, a fully reproducible alternative that determines the monster's longevity. Hermes thought that it should definitely be used when the Adventurers Guild or the like wondered if it could really defeat a monster. The protagonist was surprised that they were really trying to test him with this. The inspector at that moment told him to tune in as he did during the fight with the King of Slimes, after which he destroyed him. Hermes thought that he would hold power at least this way. Once they fought, he would know their approximate ability. At that moment, Sora ran up to him and said that everything was as she said. The reason for the unexpected victory over the slugs should never be revealed. And since that was the case, he decided that he had to put all his efforts into it. He decided to imagine a scenario where he would burn it for at least 5 minutes. After that, he used his power and set the object on fire in one place. The 5-minute countdown began. It was obvious that the inspector was nervous. They all watched attentively as the fire slowly consumed the object. After 5 minutes, this object burned completely. The main character with a satisfied face said that this is exactly how it happened. Korkos said that he was making fun of him, then asked about the fact that he actually used a counterattack. He also said that it was not interesting. Until the moment of complete combustion, the slug was rushing from side to side. And after that, the man turned to Lena and said that she herself sees everything. After that, he asked about another way to defeat them. He thought that it would be possible to drag them here. Hermes thought that he liked this idea. However, they did nothing more. The evening of the same day came. A festive evening was arranged at the estate. Many people gathered, live music played. There was a lot of food. The protagonist thought that it was all good. Thanks to the power of the royal family, they had achieved great success. We must give credit to the head of the royal family. Serving until his last breath is the limit of his dreams. He looked at the table and saw that one person was missing. He wondered where Her Majesty was. Turning his head, he saw that she was standing on the balcony. At that moment, the main character decided to go out to her. He turned to her and asked what she was doing here at such an hour. The girl immediately turned around and called his name. Lena asked Hermes if he liked falconry. The latter thought that it was an aristocratic pastime, after which he asked out loud if she liked it, to which the girl replied negatively and added that she liked falcons, to which the main character replied with a smile that it was clear to him, after which he suggested taking everyone at her disposal and checking. At that moment, Lena came as close to him as possible. She said that there are talented falcons who hide their claws. She asked the guy if he had any experience in arm wrestling. He gave an ambiguous answer and said that there was actually a lot of space there if you look closely. It seemed to be a royal form of martial art. It is practiced in order to be more confident in one's own strength. Such things are learned immediately. Lena leaned her face towards him and said that Hermes was the same. She could see that he was not serious. These words really bothered him. She told him to calm down. She wouldn't tell anyone. She was told to check if it was true that the King of Slimes had been defeated, and that was all. The protagonist wondered what was going on. Lena turned to him and said that she did not know why he did not want to act seriously. Hermes thought to himself that this could not be a lie, after which the girl turned to him and with a smile on her face said that someday, maybe even by torture, she would be able to make him be serious. Hermes began to get angry and thought that he would force his way to the very depths of her soul. A new day had come. The main character was walking along the city streets, holding a sandwich in his hand. He was eating it. At that moment, someone called his name. It was Orthia. She asked him why he shouldn't come to her, to which Hermes asked if she was really suggesting that he come to her during the day. The girl said that in the brothel there is no concept of day or night. She asked him to come in and said that she had a favor to ask of him. The main character immediately scratched his chin and thought about what kind of request it was, what had happened. He immediately imagined several possible scenarios and thought that maybe she wanted to poison him, to which the girl stretched out her hands to him and said that it was really important to her. He was the richest of her clients. Then the guy thought that it was all about money. The protagonist thought about being called a prodigal son and throwing money away in brothels. He said out loud what he understood, and then headed towards the entrance. Orthia was very happy about this. As soon as he entered the room, the girl immediately threw herself into his arms and said that this was a very important request. He sat down on the floor and asked what had happened, to which Orthia, with a smile on her face, said that a huge amount of alcohol had been brought into the city yesterday. He immediately asked her about it again. The girl explained that one bottle of century-old wine is 6 months' income for a simple worker. She wants to try it at least once in her life. At the same time, Orthia explained that you can only get cheap sake in the brothel. It is delivered only upon request. Then the main character asked if she really wanted to drink at the customer's expense. The girl immediately answered positively. He answered her that she said it as if she had cut it off. Orthia said that if he bought her a drink, she would be a servant. He could use her wherever and however he wanted. The main character turned away from her and said that it was possible without it. He thought to himself that he thought it was a trap, but if so, there should be no problems. After that, he approached the girl, grabbed her hand, and told her to bring this alcohol, as well as 2 glasses. She was happy with his words. After some time, a bottle of this wine and 2 glasses, which were already filled with the drink, appeared on the table in front of them. After that, they decided that they would drink. They banged their glasses against each other and then started drinking. It was obvious that they really enjoyed it. They continued drinking it without stopping. First they drank 2 bottles, then there were 4. It was obvious that it had already begun to work. After some time, the protagonist returned to his mansion. Mimizu asked him where he had been, whether he had been drinking, to which the latter answered positively. After this, the boy asked about what his servant was muttering, to which the latter replied that an imperial order had come from the kingdom. Hermes immediately asked him about it. Mimizu explained that Her Royal Highness wished to taste the snow dragon fruit. He was ordered to convey this to his master immediately. The man explained that this fruit is found on Mount Karens, which is on their family property. Near its summit, there has been snow for 1,000 years that never melts. This fruit can only be found there. Mimizu said that Lena wants to try this fruit, but it is almost impossible. Mount Karens is a kind of fortress. It is so dangerous that an expedition will have to be organized. The protagonist concluded from all his words that the most important thing in this task is to rise. The man agreed with him, but he tried to explain all the difficulties. At that moment, the guy said that he should trust him. Mimizu was shocked by his words. He asked him what he meant, but the latter did not listen to him. He just ran forward. He went out onto the porch and began to think about which direction this mountain was. The main character thought that in such a state he would be able to climb it. After that, he decided to use magic. A magical seal appeared beneath him, giving him strength. A few moments later, he was already flying up into the air to head for the mountain. He reached the necessary point quite quickly. He was on a mountain where it was snowing, and there were huge piles of snow. Among them were several trees with fruits. He used one of his skills, which allowed him to reach the fruit itself. He collected several of them, and then decided to take another one as a souvenir. A new day had come. The protagonist opened his eyes with difficulty and saw that he was in his room, in bed. He looked at his appearance and wondered why he wasn't wearing pajamas and he didn't have shoes on. He remembered that yesterday he had given in to Orpheus' persuasion and they had had a good drink. Then the main character realized his condition. He doesn't remember everything well. He drank too much, and in general he feels sick now. Hermes got out of bed and thought that he would at least go wash himself. Maybe he would feel better. He went to the door and thought that he needed to go to the bathroom. When the main character opened the door, he saw his sister behind it, who greeted him loudly, which made him even recoil. Hermes asked her why she was suddenly there, to which she replied that she had not noticed him standing in front of the door, for which she apologized to him and said that he was so mysterious. With a smile on her face, Sora said that she heard that he had climbed Mount Karens and that he had collected snow dragon fruits overnight. He asked her about it again, to which the girl asked if he remembered anything. The sister said that he had brought the snow dragon fruit the queen had asked for so quickly, fruits that were known to be very difficult to obtain. Hermes asked if he had really done such a thing. After that, the main character remembered the events of the previous day, how he flew through the air, how he ended up on the mountain, and how he picked the fruits. All the colors drained from his face. He realized that he had done it. Sora continued to rejoice and said that Mimis was so surprised because he had flown over Mount Karens drunk. Moreover, he had returned the same day. The main character grabbed his head and thought about what he had done. He immediately cursed. The sister happily said that she had expected this from her brother. Then Hermes asked about where the fruit had gone. He thought that if it came down to it, Mimis was fine now. She could pretend as much as she wanted. The whole point was in Her Majesty's decree. Sora said with a serious expression that he was immediately taken to the royal capital. She wondered if the news had reached His Majesty's ears yet. The protagonist thought that both of these things were due to alcohol, after which he went to the bed, fell on top of it, and thought that he just wanted to lie down. After some time, the main character moved to the living room. He was lying on the sofa, eating chocolates and reading a book. At that moment, his sister leaned over his face and called him by name. The guy immediately pushed the book away. The girl said that she was in a hurry, but before that, she wanted to ask him about something. He asked if she really wanted to talk about work. The protagonist immediately thought that he had a bad feeling about the job his sister was giving him. The suspicion meter went up to the max. Sora said that this was the Kano family's normal work. He could ask Mimis. At that moment, the suspicion meter began to drop sharply. The protagonist asked what it consisted of. At that moment, a maid entered the room, interrupted him, and addressed both of them at the same time. The girl said that the carriage was ready. He immediately asked what kind of carriage it was, to which his sister said that she would tell him everything on the way. After some time, they reached the estate. The protagonist was lying in the bath and thinking about what kind of work this was, why they were here at all. But it was great, after all, but it was a family source. His sister was also with him in the bath. She asked him if the hot water was really so nice, to which the main character said that she was really nice, and then asked what this had to do with work. The girl asked him if he knew why the Kano family had received the baronial title. He replied that it was a rather sudden question. He did not know. Sora closed her eyes and said that firstly, because the representatives of the first generation were masters under His Majesty. The main character immediately rose from the water. He thought about how they had overcome the path from fencers to aristocrats, along a path paved with gold, one might say. The sister continued and said that secondly, this hot spring was made by the sword of one of the first generation. And Sora also said that later the Kano family received the sword from His Majesty. Their family always came here for generations. At that moment, a maid burst into the bathhouse and said that she came to rub their backs. Right in front of her was the main character. He was completely naked. The girl immediately looked him up and down. He also followed her gaze. The maid immediately blushed and started screaming about what was going on. At that moment, the sister looked out from behind the stone to see what the screams were about. The girl, almost with tears in her eyes, began to scream for them to let her go. She begged them for it. The protagonist was already dressed in a robe. He repeated her last words. The maid said that she was hired by one assistant. She is ready to take care of them. It is a great honor for her. However, after that she said that it was impossible. Otherwise she would die just like that. And no. At the same time, her face became redder and redder. At that moment, the main character grabbed her by the cheeks and began to stretch them, while asking what the problem was because she herself began to talk to him, to which the maid began to apologize to him. Sora immediately came to her place, stroked her head and said that the girl was so scared, everything is fine. The latter apologized to her. The sister said that everything was fine, after which she turned her displeased gaze to her brother, calling him the father of the family. To which the latter said that this nickname was confusing. He asked to stop calling him that. Sora asked if he really meant to say that he got into the situation because he talked to her at the hot springs. The main character said that he was just trying to understand how the sources could relate to this, that's all. After which the meaning of the words dawned on him, and he began to say that this was something completely different, that this was a normal phenomenon. The maid girl was shocked. She said that it was nothing special, that it was normal, after which she collapsed into a chair. The sister started laughing at the situation. The main character, looking at her, said that she was just making fun of him. Sora laughed and said that she hadn't had such a thing in mind. Hermes was offended by her and said that he didn't want to know someone like her. His sister, with a smile on her face, asked him not to be offended by her. The main character did not listen to her. He went outside and walked along the path. He thought about what kind of sister he had gotten himself into. The guy thought that this applies to all men, so he shouldn't be so scared. He realized that if it weren't for his sister, this wouldn't have happened. Then he saw some kind of path. Walking along it, he saw a crack in the wall. The protagonist couldn't resist, so he went closer to look through it. There he saw that he had a view of the bathhouse. Hermes realized that this was also the place where they had bathed. He thought that it was not bad here. This crack had an excellent view. The sister said that the hot spring was created by one of the first generation. Probably the one who made this hole was a man, and not a very good one. Then he saw that someone went inside. Looking closer, he realized it was a monkey. It touched the water with its paws and then sank right into it. Hermes wondered who it was spying on. The main character was thinking about whether he was going after the girls, but most importantly, not after his sister, where she was heading. He thought that it had become cold. He needed to go back. At that moment, something caught his attention. Hermes saw that the monkey was growing in size. Also, its color began to change a little. It was quite strange, and a moment later, the monkey's appearance changed completely. The protagonist thought that he hadn't imagined it. Not only did it grow larger, but its fur also became darker. Hermes thought that he did not understand anything, but this place was a gift from His Majesty. After that, he decided to jump over the wall to deal with the monkey. The main character thought that if something happens, he will not be able to forgive himself for it. After that, he decided to attack the monster. Hermes gave the monkey a hard kick in the face, causing it to fall to the ground. He turned around to look at it. At that moment, he saw monkey hair on his hand. He wondered if they had stuck in when he was fighting back. It seemed like this animal had an abundance of magical power. While he was thinking about this, the monkey rose to its feet to attack. The protagonist thought that he would think about it later. He realized that they were going to attack him, so he easily avoided the attack. Hermes thought that he had to protect the place given to him by His Majesty at all costs. He struck the monkey again, causing it to fly high into the air. After that, the protagonist thought that he needed to leave everything safe. He used his skill, after which he apologized to the monster and said that he would have to kill it. The protagonist struck and told him not to think anything personal. He looked around and thought that there seemed to be no evidence left. The hot spring was safe and sound, but he wondered what that monkey was doing here. Hermes thought that he needed to find out everything. At that moment, his sister appeared next to him and said that this was expected from Hermes. The protagonist was shocked that she was here. The protagonist asked when she had appeared there, to which she replied that she had heard a loud noise and had come, after which she had seen him throw a huge monkey into a hollow, to which he replied that nothing could be done since she had seen it. Sora asked him to tell her what was wrong with the monkey in the hot springs. He replied that he hadn't been able to tell her until recently, but to be honest, the spring was made by a magic blade. Because of the power of this blade, poisonous fumes are released here and turn animals into monsters. The main task of the family is to solve problems in time. Usually, in such cases, there are no losses. But this time, everything is different, thanks to him. The sister said with a smile that soon everyone would recognize the strength of the main character. Then she suggested that they go back, because soon there would be lunch. Hermes said that she was definitely up to something, to which she responded negatively and said that she was not up to anything. He answered that she was lying. In the end, everyone would find out about what happened anyway. Why is he getting all this? After some time, the protagonist returned home. He decided to go for a walk. He was on the outskirts of the city of Pindok. Turning to the guards, he asked them to open the gate. They said that they obeyed his order, and then asked where he was going. To which the protagonist replied with a smile that he wanted to take a short walk. A few hours ago, when Hermes and his sister were playfully fighting, Mimizu burst into the office and announced that there was an emergency message. And when the man saw them, he was shocked, after which he asked what they were doing there. It was quite an embarrassing situation. The sister turned to the servant and asked him to tell her how she could wear the same thing. She just asked him to put on something else, after which she turned to her brother and asked him to fulfill one small whim, to which the main character said that she should stop calling him father. How many times can he repeat that these clothes don't suit him? And he also feels like he's always fulfilling her whims. Sora looked away and said that maybe he was right. Mimizu looked at them and wondered if they were brother and sister or parent and child. After that, the main character asked him what happened, to which the man said that they had just been told the news. Mimizu said that a meteorite had fallen on the outskirts of the city near the main road. This news shocked Sora and Hermes. The man reported that the road was destroyed. A meteorite blocked the path for people, and now no one can drive there. The girl repeated the news about the meteorite in shock. The main character thought that there had already been a similar case. Could they really be connected somehow? If the problem is not solved, the delivery of goods will be delayed. Urgent evacuation of residents and restoration of the destroyed area are necessary. The protagonist asked if it was really an ordinary meteorite, to which Mimizu responded positively and said that at least no strangeness or magical powers of the stone were reported. The hero said that, okay, he understood everything, after which he turned around and walked away. The sister tried to talk to him, to which he said that everything was fine. Hermes summed up the story and said that such were the things, they remained there, and he went to the scene of the incident. He wanted to find out the reason for the recent events, so that later this incident would not become a thorn in one place. So he decided to go there, and if the evacuation is successful, then everything is fine. But if suddenly some problem arises, then he will simply pretend to be a passing traveler and help. That is why he needs disguise. After some time, the main character reached the tea house on horseback. He thought that he didn't know it was there. On the way back, he would definitely stop by. After that, he went directly to the place where the meteorite fell. Looking around, he saw that everything was broken. What was this anyway? The main character jumped to the ground, then walked up to one of the boulders and said out loud what kind of scars these were. A swordmaster had clearly worked on them. At that moment, an unknown guy came up to him and said that he clearly understood this. Hermes was upset because he was noticed. He cursed. This guy told him that Master Perseus helped them. It was lucky that he was passing by at that moment. If it weren't for him, they would have had to clear everything for several days. At that moment, when the blonde was called out and he was distracted, the main character decided to leave this place. The guy saw this and asked about what he was doing. He just wanted to tell him everything. Hermes thought that if he lingered here, he might be discovered, so he just had to go. If everything went like this, then by tomorrow the traffic would be completely restored. It already seems to him lately that as soon as he takes on something, a problem even bigger than the previous one immediately arises, so it would be wiser not to interfere in anything. The protagonist decided that he would not cross the line without a good reason. This thought made him feel so good that he began to hum a song. As he was heading back, he met two men. One of them asked if the way was clear, to which Hermes replied that they could pass freely. The man was clearly delighted by this news. He said that it was wonderful, after which he thanked him for this information. The protagonist reached the tea house. He came closer and thought that this was what he needed. He was just getting hungry. Hermes decided that he would look in there for a while. While he was on his horse, he saw that someone was swearing. Someone was being asked to calm down. As it turned out, one of the visitors to the tea house was pestering the girl and telling her not to be naughty. At that moment, the main character came down. He went inside and addressed the old man with the words that he should stop doing this. The latter turned to him and asked who he was. Hermes said that if the grandfather wanted to have fun, he should go to his wife. To which the latter, without turning his head towards him, said that there was no need for that. The protagonist began to get angry at him. He heard the man continue to address the girl and say that she was still young and would bear him children. Hermes came closer to him. He said that he had already been told to stop, after which he reached out his hand to stop him. At that moment, the main character lightly touched the man, after which he saw a huge face in front of him, which had large fangs and horns on its face. He was shocked. After this, Hermes used force against this unknown man, which shocked everyone in the tea house. The protagonist thought that this was rather strange. He turned to the man and asked how he felt in general. The latter seemed to be unconscious. He made sure that the man's heart was beating. The people around him started asking what had just happened. They said that they did not understand. At one point, the old man was thrown to the floor. One of the men asked what kind of guy the main character was. The latter thought that it was annoying him. He realized that he needed to run. The man asked if Hermes had knocked down the Ballmaster Perseus with one blow. The latter was shocked by his words. The protagonist looked at the man in front of him and wondered if this old man was the swordmaster Perseus. Then he looked him over from head to toe and realized that he had a cane with a hidden sword in his hand, but it was slightly drawn out. This means that he was trying to get the sword. The protagonist once again digested this whole situation and asked himself if he had really just knocked out the swordmaster. At that moment, in the place where the meteorite fell, a black, incomprehensible slime began to appear on the cobblestones. At that moment, Hermes thought that he had succumbed to it again. Imagining a black thing with huge teeth in front of him, a group of people looked at the guy in the black cloak and hood and wondered who this person could be because he was able to defeat the master with such ease. Could he be someone famous? Maybe he is some kind of battle thief. While the swordmaster lay unconscious, people remained in bewilderment and some admiration. The guy himself thought to himself about why this always happened to him, and also about the fact that he was counting on his disguise. The speculations about who the guy in the cloak is are becoming more and more unusual. One of the men begins to suspect that he is a messenger of God sent to punish the master. Their awkward guesses throw the hero in the cloak off balance. The guy realizes that it's time to stop their flow of guesses and come up with a good explanation before the situation gets even worse. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard from the swordmaster lying on the ground, and the ground shook. Everyone present jumped back in surprise and a little frightened, not understanding what was happening. After an instinctive jump that caught the girl by surprise, she was unable to maintain her balance, and her body began to inexorably tilt towards the ground. As if on wings, the guy in the cloak rushed to help. He managed to grab the girl by the hand and support her back, not allowing her to fall. His movements were fast but smooth. The hero, having caught the girl, worriedly asked if everything was okay with her. To which the girl, embarrassed by what had happened, hesitantly gave a positive answer. A worried man suddenly bursts into the room and shouts to everyone present about the need to urgently escape from here. The man's eyes were filled with genuine terror. A scream about a demon came out of his mouth, breaking his voice. He hoped that this cry would make the others realize the danger hanging over them and realize the need to flee as quickly as possible. The man screams that it is a demon from the meteorite. The frightened girl and the hero noticeably tense up upon hearing this information. Having collected his thoughts, the guy in the raincoat calmly approaches the screaming man and asks for the same calm from him. He wants to know more about what happened. But the man, in a panic, suddenly grabs the hero by the shoulders. The man nervously knows that the demon thanked them for freeing him. In desperation, he reveals his thoughts that destroying the meteorite was a bad idea and that it has something to do with the demon. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, a black spot appeared and hit the man with force. From this blow, his body shuddered with pain, and the guy himself was thrown to the side. Everyone present was in complete shock from the sudden appearance of the demon and his attack. Completely stupefied with horror, the girl burst into a heart-rending scream. Another worker entered the room, attracted by the noise and shouting. Unfamiliar with the situation, he shakes his head in confusion, trying to find answers to his questions in the eyes of those present. But the hero is already rushing towards the exit. Instantly, he finds himself on the street, ready for battle. Raising his gaze, he begins to examine the demon in surprise. A demon, looking like a blazing flame with a sinister face, enters into a dialogue with the hero. Sneeringly and mockingly praises his pathetic display of courage. But the guy in the cloak is not scared at all. He only thinks that this situation is clearly to his advantage. Meanwhile, people start to run away in different directions. Away from the demon, he begins his attack, swinging furiously, trying to deal a crushing blow, promising the hero to defeat him. The hero irritably parries the blow with his cane, which greatly surprises the demon. The guy himself thinks about how to act next. Taking a hit, the guy in the cloak notices that almost everyone was able to escape. He is happy in his mind and wishes that they would run as far as possible. Noticing the hero's gaze, the demon mocks him, hinting that he's already completely despaired, and added that in front of him is just a pathetic little man. The hero responds to such mockery with a self-confident look. He desperately restrains himself from laughing at the demon's weakness and zero skills. Without wasting a second, the hero strikes back. At that moment, he felt a surge of strength. The guy knew that he had a chance to defeat the demon, and he had enough power to do so. The main character already has a plan for victory in his head. He must play along with the demon and not hit with his full strength, and sometimes deliberately expose himself to blows. The boy continues to fight the demon, not giving him a chance to gain the upper hand. He deliberately fought on equal terms, using this game to buy time for the people to run as far away as possible. The hero continues to wait for the moment when no one is left nearby. He waited to deliver a crushing, powerful blow to the demon and not be afraid to hurt people. However, the girl, unaware of the plan, burns with concern for the life of this young man. Suddenly, during their battle, a small stone, in comparison to him, flies at the demon. Both the demon and the hero are perplexed, trying to understand where it came from. They notice the same girl who was worried about the hero. She dared to confront the demon, trying to somehow help the hero. While the men were horrified by her actions, it seemed she wanted to say something. The girl smiled broadly and made an encouraging gesture. She happily said that she decided to express her gratitude and help in this way, because the hero had already saved her twice. The demon is irritated, and the guy in the cloak is shocked by such thoughtless behavior of the girl. What kind of gratitude can there be at such a dangerous moment is not clear to the guy. The demon contemptuously acknowledges the girl's bravery, but then in an icy tone promises her that she will be his first victim, and the guy will share her fortune later. The hero is irritated by the help. For him, they are like splinters that hinder his battle. The man standing next to the girl grabs her, protecting her with his body from the demon's attack. Waiting for the right moment, the hero abruptly raised his sword behind his back and then, jumping high above the demon, brought down a crushing blow on him. The sword easily pierced the monster in two. Looking piercingly at the girl, the guy who defeated the demon jokingly remarks that he saved the girl for the third time already. The hero begins to approach the rescue people. The girl, still sitting on the ground, is surprised to see what this guy will do or say next. The guy extends his hand to her and helps her to her feet, thanking her for helping him distract the demon. He says that it was thanks to her that he was able to deliver the finishing blow. The girl thanks the guy very much, calling him strong. To which the hero himself pretends to be tired after the fight with the demon and denies his strength, saying that it is all pure luck. All the people rejoice at the hero's victory and are glad that they remained alive. The men surrounded the boy, praising and thanking him for saving their lives. The attention even made the master feel a little uncomfortable, as he was afraid that his hood would fly off. Holding his hood, the guy understands that this is probably all. He helped people and can move on. The boy thought about how everyone was alive, the buildings were intact, and the monster was defeated. Because he hid his powers and wore a hood, he hoped that his family would not find out. He sighs with relief. Another matter is settled, which means he can move on. Suddenly, behind the young man, the previously defeated Master of Swords appears, raising his sword to strike. Feeling threatened, the boy deflects the attack, protecting himself and the surprised people behind him. People don't understand at all what made their master behave this way. But only the guy in the cloak immediately understands that the Master of Swords is possessed, and the demon does not see the point in hiding his essence. He begins his bravado about how strong he is, and some people cannot take him so easily. Tongues of dark energy appear around the possessed old man. He releases his power, trying to suppress people with his energy. People begin to feel his dark power and cannot resist it. They fall to the ground, falling under the demon's magic, and only Yuyosha unwaveringly continued to stand in his place. The demon rejoices at the found body of the Swordmaster. He believes that this body was simply made for him, feeling how power oozes through the body. He thought that this decrepit body would be useless, but now he wants to borrow it longer than planned. The hero admits that this grandpa really was a master of the sword. After all, an ordinary nice grandpa couldn't do such terrible things. The demon in someone else's body, content with his position, threatens the guy and calls for him to prepare for battle, feeling the strength within himself. The demon believes that he is now many times stronger than his previous version and therefore challenges the protagonist. Confident of his victory, he asks the guy if he has the courage to fight him now. The girl, pinned to the ground, asks the guy to run, because the demon was strong even before he received the body of a swordmaster. But now there is no chance. All the people who fell under the magic lost consciousness, and the demon confidently claimed that now no one could help the hero and he would have to fight alone. But the hero, noticing this, was only glad. Now there would be no witnesses to his strength. He could not hold back. The demon hesitated, surprised by the guy's too calm reaction and these words. The hero in the cloak explains that now that no one recognizes him, he can fight at full strength. But the demon does not believe him, referring to their previous fight and how hard it was for the guy to win, asking if the hero has any chance at all to defeat him. But the hero calls upon the magic circle, and confident in his powers, he answers that he can ask such a question in response to the demonic entity itself. Such impudence irritates and offends the demon. He doesn't take the guy's threat seriously and calls him a fool. In an instant, the hero finds himself behind the possessed man, and he doesn't even understand how a person can move so quickly. The body of the master possessed by the demon still bears the blows of the guy's sword. The demon couldn't even see the attack, let alone respond with anything. At this time, the guy looks calm, as if he was not tense at all, and confirms this with his words, saying that even now, he is not serious yet. The old swordmaster's body returns to its original form. The demon's remnants dissipate and eventually disappear completely. The hero wins easily, even though he didn't even put in any serious effort to achieve it. The guy tiredly shakes off the dust and dirt from his hands. He dragged all the people who lost consciousness under the influence of the demon's magic closer to the house and placed them near the porch. He checked everyone's breathing and it was normal, which meant they were just sleeping unconscious and would wake up soon. He also made sure to check them for injuries, which none of them had, and the traces of the demon's presence had disappeared. Having taken care of the people, the young man decided that he could finally leave without any worries or remorse. Walking away from the people, the hero thought nervously. He thought about how to explain where he had been and what he had been doing all this time. Suddenly, behind him, the guy hears the voice of an old man who has come to his senses and is complaining about his advanced age. The sword master is saddened and dissatisfied that the demon was able to suppress him, and he fell under its influence. The hero decided to find out from the old man what he remembers, and, fortunately for him, the master only remembers the events at the beginning, and after he was absorbed by the spirit, there are no memories. Suddenly, the old man grabbed his face and began to look at the guy with suspicion. He has a hunch and asks the young man if these events could have been his doing. The boy shudders and nervously thinks about how to answer the old man correctly and not create unnecessary problems for himself. The hero decided to deny everything, explaining that he simply found the cane as he was passing by. The old man's face shows suspicion, but surprisingly, he takes the cane from the young man's hands without asking any unnecessary questions. The sword master attacks the hero with a sharp lunge. However, the latter immediately reacts, ready to respond to the blow. Swinging harder, the old man shouts a battle cry, putting all his strength into the blow. The guy has no time to think and is ready to attack back, but immediately he has thoughts that this is a bad idea. After all, he was initially drawn into this whole mess precisely because of his hot temper. In the end, the hero decides to take the blow without counterattacking. He easily holds off the swordmaster's furious blow. For a few seconds, they look at each other holding their guns. But after a few moments, the old man begins to retreat. The master, with his head down, sinks to the ground and throws down his weapon. The young man does not understand what is happening and tries to call the old man. The old man, keeping his composure, explained his refusal to fight. He said that his experience as a swordsman allowed him to assess the strength of his opponent after the first clash of weapons, and come to the inevitable conclusion that he did not have enough strength to win, which shocked the boy. The swordmaster humbly admits that it's not a matter of age. Even if they had met in his youth, he still wouldn't have been able to defeat this guy. The young man's opinion of this old man changed for the better, because his first impression of him was simply terrible. But he understood that he had to somehow force him to keep quiet about what had happened. The hero goes down to the old man and interrupts his remorse, and since this is how it happened, he asks him not to tell anyone about what happened today. The boy hands him a cane, and the old man understands everything and agrees. They rise from the ground, and the master promises to take today to another world with him. He is lost, and therefore cannot refuse this request of the young man. The swordmaster leaves without turning around. He will definitely keep his promise. The hero wanted to come up with some legend about how it was the old man who saved everyone, but there was no longer any need for that, and he himself decided not to lie about it. The image of his sister appears before his eyes, and he thinks that a lie is something that will definitely be revealed sometime and somewhere. And knowing his sister, when she learns this news, she will tell it to the whole world, saying how great her brother is. After some thought, the young man decides that saying nothing will ultimately prove to be the most correct and best decision. Sometime later, 3 men stand before Hermes, talking about their work on the meteorite. Clearing the road of the meteorite-strewn area was in full swing after the Baron's order. The boy was glad that no one found out about the demon, or that he was the one who destroyed it. Remembering the old man and his promise, the hero decided to trust the words of the swordmaster because he was confident in him and his honesty. The hero made it clear that the old man would be fine if he kept his secret and kept his promise. Also, for complete safety, the guy ordered to eliminate all information on this case that could reveal his identity. The servants, having reported on all important matters to Hermes, bowed to him with respect and assured him that this was all and that their report was finished. The hero sat in a large empty hall on a throne and looked out the window. He was glad that everything ended faster than he thought, although it was already lunchtime. Out of boredom, the boy decided he should go somewhere and find something to do. He gets up from the throne and stretches from sitting in one position for so long without doing anything. Suddenly, a girl breaks a window and bursts into the building. She jumps, gathers her legs to herself, does a somersault in the air, and flies down to the guy. The agile girl lands on her feet and immediately points her sword at the young man. She calls him by name, Hermes Kano, looking straight at him with her furious and determined gaze. The guy froze in amazement. How did she know his real identity, his name, and what she wanted anyway? The girl was already ready to attack, warns the guy about the attack. She lunges straight at him in one leap, but the hero manages to dodge, and the girl's blow lands on the throne behind the guy. With her powerful blow, the the girl splits the piece of furniture in half. Hermes can no longer contain himself and yells at the girl, asking who she is. The girl yells back even more furiously, accusing the guy of doing something to her grandfather. But the guy is perplexed as to who he is talking about and what is going on. Looking closely at the girl's fighting stance, the hero notices that it is identical to the stance of the old swordmaster they met some time ago. The guy immediately spills his guess about the swordmaster Perseus to the girl, to which the girl only gets more excited and angrily screams that she knew he was somehow involved in this. Hermes is perplexed by what the girl is talking about. In response, she states that she did not say her grandfather's name, which means the guy is the culprit. He falls into a state of shock from such a statement. The hero does not understand what is happening now and how this girl found him at all, and even accuses him of something. The swordmaster's granddaughter, waving her sword, tells him that she pestered everyone in the village to find out the truth about what really happened. Her revelation leaves the boy puzzled, but angry that she still hasn't laid down her sword. Taking a closer look at the girl, the hero notes that the girl is quite interesting and a little funny, although he did not even know about her existence. Having returned to his usual calm state, the guy asks what the old man's granddaughter wants from him. The girl did not appreciate his question and continued to insist that there was no point in him pretending. Unable to bear her emotions any longer, she blurts out all her worries and yells at Hermes. She claimed that because of him, her grandfather has turned into a very ordinary old man who behaves inappropriately. The guy immediately denies this confession, stating that her accusations are false. The girl continues to tell her story. That day, after meeting the boy, her grandfather said that he would seal the sword and would never touch it again. The guy scratches his head thoughtfully, not expecting this old master to go so far, because he promised to keep everything a secret. Unable to bear it, the girl falls hysterically to the floor and hits it with her fist. She is almost crying about how now her grandfather has nothing left except his disgusting behavior. To which the guy indignantly thinks how this old man brought his granddaughter to this. Trying to calm the girl down, the hero asks if everything is so bad. To which the girl immediately shouts affirmatively, stating that his inclinations have only worsened. She cried out piteously that even she had been touched by such disgusting behavior. Hermes was completely horrified by this. After such a revelation, the girl began to get even more angry, still continuing to blame the main character for her trouble. She again tried to hit the guy, but he dodged. Indignant, the girl orders the guy to stand still and not run away like a coward. To which the hero rightly notes that jumping under the sword is also not the best idea. Already quite tired of this family, in this case of a specific member of it, the hero hears voices behind the door, who came to the noise. Hermes is happy with these voices, wanting to end this situation as soon as possible. He thinks about how soon he will hide behind his subordinates, but for now he only needs to protect himself. The granddaughter of the swordmaster is irritated by this attitude and urges him not to get distracted. To stall for time, the hero, for the purpose of defense, blocks the sword strike with a magic circle. This leaves the girl perplexed. Bouncing away from the guy, the girl can't accept that her blow was blocked. The girl, shocked by this, wonders how he can be stronger than her grandfather. Her eyes are wide open in surprise and she herself is frozen in bewilderment. The hero recalls the old man's words that one clash of weapons is enough to recognize the opponent's strength. Apparently, his granddaughter is the same. Hermes' subordinates finally burst into the room. The girl, having decided that she needs to go back and ask her grandfather everything, runs to the exit, which is protected by the hero's men. With deft, masterful movements, the girl slips past her subordinates, moving ever closer to the exit. The girl ran further and further. The stunned young man, watching this picture, thought that he could not even be angry with her because of how funny she was. But his whole premonition was extremely bad. The hero sat on his luxurious sofa reading a book about swords, how to sharpen them, and also how to hone your swordsmanship. A girl, Hermes' sister, suddenly appears from behind the guy. She wonders what her brother is reading so enthusiastically. The hero was completely immersed in the book, and therefore such a sudden appearance and question from his sister threw the guy off balance and scared him. He falls on the sofa and asks not to come into the room so suddenly again, and his sister assures that she knocked and he did not hear it. Noticing her brother's choice of readers, the girl is surprised because he usually does not read such literature, noting that this is quite unusual. The guy explains that he reads it by chance, without any purpose. It turns out that this book is the author of that same old sword master. Hermes in his thoughts finds the book boring and mediocre, although he read it without thinking too much. Having come out of his thoughts, the hero inquires about the purpose of his sister's visit. It turns out that she brought a report that he asked to collect about the old man's granddaughter, who suddenly appeared and just as suddenly ran away. Hermes is puzzled why it is not Mimisu who is doing this, but his sister. But she's only happy to meet her brother once again, having carried out the task of Hermes' subordinate. The hero sits back down on the sofa and starts reading the report. In his mind, he realizes that he's been overwhelmed with a lot of things lately. First, the meteorite problem. Now this crazy granddaughter. At this time, his sister looks at the report with curiosity. The report contains a photo of Midi Maikina. She's 15 years old and is currently undergoing research into her whereabouts. This girl, like a wild boar, burst into the hero's house, and it turned out that she was the granddaughter of the sword master and inherited his power. After their first meeting, Hermes is sure that it will not be the last, and that the girl will soon return bringing problems to his head. And in order to prevent the problem, he decided to conduct surveillance. Seeing that the report is entirely dedicated to the girl, the protagonist's sister misinterprets it. Now she is sure that her brother has decided to settle down and live as a family man. These thoughts bring her into incredible delight. Hearing his sister's joyful exclamations, he tries to reason with her and explain that she misunderstood everything. However, she is no longer listening to him, deeply immersed in her fantasies. She asks him not to be shy, and says that she is sincerely happy for him. Hermes explains even more insistently that he is not pursuing love. He wants to deal with the man who, like a hurricane, burst into their house through the main window. The sister immediately assumed that it was at this moment that her brother fell in love. Knowing his sister well, the guy gives up, believing that his attempts will lead to nothing, and therefore it is worth simply ignoring such behavior and continuing to read the report. Sitting on the couch, they discuss. The hero says that the old man's granddaughter attacked him as soon as she broke into the house and admitted that she was quite strong. But the sister somehow took his words in her own way, again making a loving assumption regarding them. Reading further the report, the guy reads one of the points out loud, from which he learns that Medea is one of the 128 granddaughters of Master Perseus. The information received temporarily throws the brother and sister off track. A possible picture of the old man's genealogy appears in their heads. The guy is amazed by such information. How a person can have so many children. He covers his face with one hand and hits the table with the other. Thoughts about the number of grandchildren of the old man floated further and further. The hero asked himself many questions. Is it even possible, and how did he manage to meet so many women? Further from the report, it follows that Medea is the closest to the master of swords. She was trained by her grandfather and considers his teachings to be the best, and the hero was able to defeat the old man. Perhaps this is why her anger is so strong. The neighbor's children said that she names the things she likes. There was a lot of information in the report, but most of it was unnecessary and of no significance at all. The sister notices that the hero is starting to miss more and more information and is surprised by this. But the brother explains that he is missing unnecessary information. The sister thinks. A thought comes into her head, and she teasingly looks at her brother, showing him that she understands his intentions. The girl lays out her thoughts. She was sure that she understood her brother correctly, and he became so interested in Medea that he was looking for some specific information about her. Hermes, puzzled, voices a couple of facts that are not only useless, but also obscene. But his sister doesn't share his views, believing that such facts are very important. The guy asks her to keep quiet, and throws the report out the window. The astonished sister wonders why her brother threw out such important information, which would definitely come in handy, since aristocrats are required to know everything about the new addition to the family. Inspired by her brother's imaginary love, the girl fantasizes more and more. She mentions another fact about Medea. She is ticklish, which means her brother can potentially tease her like that. Hermes once again asks his sister to calm down. The hero sighed heavily and already understood that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to dispel his sister's delusions. The girl was completely immersed in her crazy fantasies, and the guy could only hope that it would end soon. Suddenly, the same granddaughter of the swordmaster flies into the open window, loudly shouting the name of the main character. Her angry face does not bode well at all. Media lands on the table while her stunned brother and sister look at her from behind. Suddenly, she screams louder and louder with rage and tears in her eyes, holding the report in her hands. In response, Hermes himself screams irritably, hinting that he should be the one asking her what she is doing here. Still standing on the table, she screams, waving the document. The hero wonders how she even jumped up here. This is the second floor, to which the girl, as if it were self-evident, justifies herself by saying that she was just walking nearby and came in. Media claims that she read the entire report, and it is not true. The hero wonders what could be a lie. Perhaps about tickling, the guy suggests. The girl disputes an unimportant, indecent detail of her dossier. The guy immediately shouts irritably that he's not interested in such details at all. The angry girl screams that the photo turned out bad and unbelievable. If she finds a photographer, she will definitely deal with him. Hermes snatches the report from the girl's hands and looks at the photo, trying to understand what is so displeasing to media. The girl waits for what the guy will say to her, but without waiting for any reaction, she yells at him, forcing him to say at least something. He raises his confused gaze and silently looks at her. The guy chose his words carefully and said that she was still little and that everything would change when she grew up. Hearing this, Media's eyes filled with tears and her gaze became fierce. She took his words as contempt for her, suddenly interrupting this squabble. The hero's sister decided to ask Media to get down from the table. However, the girl with short hair rudely replied that she had not finished speaking yet. Media with a terrible, furious look and repeated her request to come down from the table in a more ingratiating voice, as if with a threat. A worried expression appeared on the girl's face, who was still on the table. Her eyes and mouth were wide open in fear. Without admitting her frightened state, Media says that she got off the table because she wanted to, and then jumps back out of the window, disappearing from the sight of Hermes and his sister. The girl didn't even notice that the warrior who had run away was afraid of her. She looked out the window and wondered why she had left so early. But her brother, on the contrary, understood everything and admitted that his sister was truly terrifying. The girl was impressed by the sword master's granddaughter and continued to push her love line, saying that they were like two peas in a pod and that she would soon be able to call her mom. The guy remembered that his sister was like a daughter to him. After such a sudden appearance and departure of Media, the hero's sister became worried that the security at their mansion was too weak if a stranger could so easily enter the territory. Some time later, Hermes was lying on the floor, and not far from him, a sweet girl was calling him by name, wanting to tell him something. Her gaze was fixed on Media, standing around the corner of the house with a creepy expression on her face, which she told her friend. The master's granddaughter looked so frightening that people passing by avoided her. The guy gets up from the floor, curious about who it could be, because his interlocutor doesn't know about Media yet. Meanwhile, the girl continues to describe the strange behavior of Baron's friend. This description was enough for Hermes to understand who was being talked about. His girlfriend asks if he knows the strange girl, to which he honestly admits that he is somewhat familiar with her. The guy looks at his girlfriend until he gets a disgruntled flick on the tip of her nose. The hero does not understand what he did to deserve such a gesture. And then the girl explains to him that such situations make all girls jealous, and then they have to clean it up. To avoid further misunderstandings, Hermes quickly explains that he has no love affairs with Medea. Having voiced the truth, the guy stands up, saying that it is necessary to leave so that no more problems arise. The girl immediately calmly believed her friend's explanations. Coming closer, she leans towards the hero and touches his cheek with her lips, saying directly that she is already waiting for their next meeting. The guy apparently liked this gesture towards him. Having said goodbye to his friend, the hero set off on his journey, wondering what he should do with Medea's behavior. Hermes tries to think his plan through in advance. He noticed Medea right away, even at the beginning of his journey. Surely she is watching to confirm her guesses about the guy's strength. And then he decides to do nothing, hoping that new delusions will not appear. On the way home, the young man tried not to do anything, even the usual things. He did not separate two bullies, did not pay for the food, and ran away. And the guy also didn't get involved in everyday problems. Despite the fact that various things were flying at him from the window, he humbly accepted all this and didn't do anything. After Hermes had almost reached the gates of his mansion, his way was blocked by Mada. She stood menacingly holding a huge sword at her feet. Still amazed, the hero asked what this girl wanted from him. However, she does not intend to answer questions, makes a sharp lunge and rushes straight to the guy. Despite the girl's attack, the young man did not feel any hostility or hatred from Mada. Rather, he felt the old man's granddaughter's sincere desire to feel the opponent's strength. She wanted the boy to counterattack her, so that she could confirm her guess. Since the hero did not feel any threat from the girl, he came to the conclusion that it would be better to do nothing and wait, dodge without attacking or parrying blows until the girl stopped. Almost piercing the sword into Hermes' throat, the girl suddenly freezes. And at this time, the guy himself did not even move, strictly following his plan. It was sure that Medea's plan had failed. At this gesture, they froze for a moment, looking into each other's eyes, freezing. The girl's gaze becomes rougher. It seems she has drawn her own conclusions after the situation. Probably, Mada understood the hero's idea of doing nothing at all. Suddenly, she falls to her knees at the Baron's feet in an instant and begs him to make her his apprentice. This situation was so unexpected that the guy froze in confusion for a moment. At first, he smiled, but when he realized what the girl had just said, his face changed dramatically and he screamed loudly. The idea of a neutral reaction did not work. Mada took this gesture as a manifestation of the swordsman's wisdom, because her grandfather had told her so. The girl remained on her knees in a pleading pose. Mada accepts that the grandfather's words refer specifically to Hermes. Pleasant words, but they only caused the boy's discontent and the realization that there were more problems. The inspired girl continues to praise the hero. Because he is not afraid of obstacles, he does not need to do anything to cope with all the obstacles. Enjoy. Without waiting for an answer to her request, Mada calls the guy her mentor. The old man's granddaughter grabs the protagonist by the hand, begging him to accept her as a student. The excited girl is ready to accept any role. She is ready to be both a ward and a worker for serving toilet paper. But the guy was adamant. He shouted that he does not need people for such vacancies. Mada is thrown into hysterics by the refusal. She assumes that perhaps some of her external features do not suit the hero. Then she is ready to come up with something and fix it. But Hermes does not appreciate her efforts at all. Seeing no other way out of the unfolding drama, the guy runs in the opposite direction from Mada. He shouts that he will think about it, giving her a chance to somehow avoid her hysteria and persecution, at least today. Running behind the gate with a sharp jerk, the hero slams it shut, not allowing the girl to pass. With his back pressed against the door, the guy tries to catch his breath and come to his senses. Meanwhile, behind the door, screams, please, and even orders from Mada are heard, demanding to be let inside. Hermes sank. He realized that his idea had absolutely not worked. The guy hoped that the girl would lose interest in him soon due to complete inaction, and also deliberately pretended not to notice her. Slowly sliding down the door with his back, the guy takes a comfortable position, dejectedly admitting that his plan had the opposite effect. Mada, however, did not retreat, still trying to shout to Hermes behind the heavy door. Without giving up on her attempts to become the protagonist's apprentice, Mada asks if there is anything the boy wants to do, trying to appease him. The girl is full of enthusiasm to persuade Hermes. Watching this picture, the hero's sister notices that in such a short time Mada has become attached to the guy. But the hero is not at all happy with this coincidence of circumstances. For him, this is another problem that exhausts him. Mada assures that she will do everything Hermes wants, to which the guy notes that the only thing he wants is for her to leave him alone. The guy's sister tries to smooth over their relationship, reminding that there is nothing bad in the girl's thoughts now. Hermes thinks. At first, Mada, who was ready to bloodthirstily defeat him, brought a lot of problems to the guy's head. However, all the girl's thoughts are written on her face, and when she is friendly, she becomes quite a pleasant person. In his thoughts, the hero comes to the conclusion that his sister and the Swordmaster's granddaughter are similar. But he immediately pulls himself away from these thoughts, since his sister is clearly more cunning and insidious, and he voices his conclusion about their dissimilarity. Mada, taking his words as criticism, jumps up and screams, thinking that she lacks something. But the hero convinces her that in order to become a great swordsman, the girl's current data is better than her sister's. However, the protagonist's sister wants to tease Mada and mentions the founder of the family with opposite physical characteristics. The Swordmaster's granddaughter asks to stop telling her this. Tired of such conversations, Hermes says that his throat is dry. Seeing this as a chance to please her master, Medea offers him a drink that she brought with her in advance for him. The girl took a small wooden barrel out of her bag. The guy wonders what it is, confused. Then Medea explains that it was in a barrel at her house, and she scooped out a little bit. So he should try it. Hermes takes a sip without thinking, trying to taste the drink. He realizes that it is a recreational drink, to which Medea nods her head affirmatively, saying that it is her grandfather's favorite variety. Medea recalls her grandfather's words. He claimed that life was only successful if there was a beautiful companion, plenty of alcoholic drink, and a light scent after a battle. Then the girl learns that according to the swordmaster, such a drink is the best remedy when your throat is dry, and besides that, it gives strength. Although she did not understand how it would give strength, she decided to bring it to her master. The sister notices that her brother has become quiet and does not react to what is happening around him. Because of this, she is concerned about his condition. Even Medea notices the strange behavior of her master. Hermes is silent and stares piercingly ahead. Suddenly, he starts yelling and orders Medea to go practice her sword swings immediately. Hermes' sudden speech surprised and unsettled the girl. She immediately stood up from her seat, ready to follow her master's instructions. Watching this scene from the side, the protagonist's sister is pleasantly surprised by her brother's behavior, considering him very kind, since he agreed to train Medea. It turns out that Hermes fell into a cheerful state after a couple of sips of the girl's drink. A guy stops a swordmaster's granddaughter and gives her advice on how to improve the strength of her swing. The hero says that she needs to imagine a fierce battle in which there is a threat to the state of her loved ones. Having listened to the master's advice, the girl prepares herself for a serious fight. She glances at the nearest trees, deciding to practice her blows on them. Medea grips her sword tightly in her hand and exhales, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. With a sharp movement of her hand, she lunges towards the tree, leaving a deep scar on it. Watching from the side, the hero's sister is amazed by the girl's strength. She left a deep cut on a thick tree, which not everyone is capable of. Medea is indeed the granddaughter of a swordmaster with undeniable talent. Wanting to hear her master's opinion on her strike, the girl runs up to Hermes expecting an assessment. But the guy orders her to get into a fighting stance, and Medea immediately follows the command, asking if she is doing everything right. Hermes grabs the girl, adjusting her stance so that she stands in the correct fighting position, urging her to concentrate. Medea, not expecting this, screams loudly in surprise. The girl, excited by her position and the master's enthusiasm, cannot concentrate and get into position correctly. The hero holds the girl so that she can learn how to stand properly in battle, urging her to try harder. Medea still has a hard time getting her stance right, but she tries her best to do so. Sitting in the gazebo, the hero's sister enthusiastically watches the training of the swordmaster's granddaughter. Suddenly, Medea takes the right position of the body. She understood how to hold a fighting stance correctly. Now the body became like a mountain, which will not be easy to knock down. Pleased with the student's progress, Hermes says that she can now strike correctly. Medea immediately breaks into a run and swings her sword, ready to deliver a more powerful blow, thanks to her perfect stance. The girl puts all her strength into the blow, her gaze fierce and collected. Having finished the series of sword swings, the girl lands smoothly on the ground. The cuts on the trees have become even deeper. It turns out that with her powerful sword blows, the girl not only cut the trees, but also knocked them to the ground. Medea looks at the scene unfolding before her, dumbfounded. She didn't believe she was capable of such a thing. The hero's sister looks at it just as dumbfounded. Excited with joy, the granddaughter of the swordmaster runs to Hermes with admiring words. The master's advice on the correct stance helped so much to reveal the girl's strength, which she herself did not suspect. Hermes praises her, explaining that a lot depends on the stance, and there were some moments in the girl's stance that needed to be corrected. If the girl continues to train every day, the body will remember this stance. The hero strokes the girl's head and honestly admits that when he was helping with the stand, he noticed Medea's talent, which is many times greater than her grandfather's abilities, and Hermes is ready to prove it. Having revealed his true thoughts about the girl's abilities, the hero suddenly loses consciousness, struck down by grandfather Medea's drink. Finally, Hermes tells the girl to be strong. After a while, the guy comes to his senses. His sister, who is nearby, notices his awakening and tells him that it is already evening. Hermes, waking from sleep, tries to remember what happened after he drank the drink offered by Medea. Meanwhile, the girl tirelessly continued training, motivated by the words of her master. Noticing the girl's movements, the hero compliments her on how well she has begun to move. Hearing the master's voice, Medea happily hurried to him. Hermes notices that she has become stronger. Such warm words make the girl very happy, and she begins to glow from compliments. The excited girl emotionally talks about her training. She trains her stance further and tries to straighten her posture at different angles. From behind the hero, his sister appears, also praising Medea. Medea is already dreaming about how she and the master will continue to train. Hermes' sister also supports this idea, praising her brother, because he copes well not only with the duties of the head of the family, but also turned out to be a good teacher. The hero himself is not very happy about this outcome, not understanding what he did under the influence of the drink. And Medea can no longer be stopped. She is fired up by the idea of becoming the strongest swordsman thanks to the master's training. In the office of the head of the house stands his subordinate, indignantly claiming that he was brought news that the hero is visiting a girl of indecent behavior too often, which is unacceptable, and therefore he should stop visiting. The subordinate begins to whine more and more that such behavior is unacceptable for the lord and can ruin his reputation. Hermes sips tea tiredly, ignoring the lectures. Hermes knew that sooner or later his meetings with Orthia would be found out and scolded. However, the boy understood that he could not resist the power and charm Orthia will come to her anyway. The main character's thoughts smoothly flowed into the management channel. His shares were falling, which meant he needed to come up with something to get out of it without unnecessary questions. Interrupting his thoughts for the umpteenth time, an enraged Medea flies in through the window. She is unhappy with the way her master is being treated, his work being thwarted. Hermes is taken aback, choking on his tea and spitting it back out. The man with the monocle looks worriedly at his lord, checking if everything is all right. The hero is taken aback by the sudden appearance of the swordmaster's granddaughter. Medea, not allowing anyone to get a word in, rudely addresses the man, calling on him to listen to her carefully. The girl is dissatisfied with the words thrown towards her master. She believes that the subordinate does not understand anything about the feelings that Hermes experiences. The man is taken aback by such rude treatment, but he is not going to give in to some girl. He assures that no one knows the head of the house better than him. But Medea does not let the man with the monocle say a word and only insists that he listen to her. The girl blurts out all her thoughts about her master's feelings. As Medea believes, Hermes is tired of listening to all these lectures about a worthy wife, and all the prohibitions on meetings with Orthia will not be able to stop his flaming heart. The girl is sure that the master hides his feelings deep in his soul. Without letting her finish speaking, Hermes stretches his hands to the girl, wanting to shut her mouth. Covering Medea's mouth with his hands, the hero nervously justifies himself to a subordinate. The girl's story has nothing to do with the truth. The man with the monocle is shocked. Does his lord really love such a girl? But Hermes denies everything. The hero orders his subordinate to leave the office, grabs the girl so that she does not do more mischief by misleading him with her words. However, Medea is still eager to engage in a verbal fight with the man who has already left the office. The enraged girl is serious about getting her truth across to Mimas, even ready to use brute force to do so. The guy is a little worried about his subordinate seeing Medea's determination. Hermes closes the windows, lamenting that he won't let her do anything else. Medea wants to retort, but the guy makes it clear that he's serious. The main character is irritated by the student's behavior. Squeezing her face, he reminds her that she should enter through the door, not fly in through the window. The girl, realizing her mistake, asks for forgiveness. Medea stood in front of the master in shame. She was truly ashamed of her behavior. At this time, Hermes was thinking about how he should deal with the swordmaster's granddaughter. From his sister's story, the hero learned that he helped the girl improve her fighting stance, thereby helping her with training and self-knowledge and her skills. In response, Medea was filled with deep respect for the guy, admiring him. Hermes admitted that the girl had an extraordinary talent in the sword. He was sure that with time, Medea would be able to earn a name for herself that would be known throughout the world. But the fact that she called the guy a master in front of everyone did not suit him. If rumors about such a capable fighter having a master spread, everyone will be interested in who could have trained such a fighter. And the hero did not plan for a large number of people to learn about him and his capabilities. The guy's memories flash with the girl, and he remembers an important phrase about how an experienced predator never shows his fangs in advance. He wonders if the girl knows her. The hero explains how important it is to appear defenseless until the right moment, and then attack. How long a predator can hide will show its experience. For example, he cites Media's grandfather, who also seems simple-minded until the right moment. The girl finds the information informative, and Hermes can only hope that she understood the idea he wants to convey to her. The hero says that he also adheres to this concept and intends to hide his fangs. The girl only looks at the guy in bewilderment. Having expressed his position, the master asks his student not to talk any more about who is teaching her the art of swordsmanship. Media is perplexed by what titles she can come up with for herself. But Hermes reassures her, offering to take and use a false name. The girl's face lights up. She even remembers that her grandfather also used to fight under a different name. Excited by this idea, the girl eagerly asks what she should call her master now. The hero ponders this question. Nothing comes to Hermes' mind. He does not want to take a name that is too far or too close to the truth. A name that is far from the truth will not please Media, and a close one will jeopardize his secrecy. Opening a drawer in the desk, the guy notices a coin from his baptism. Perhaps this is something that might work. This is the coin found in the dungeon, which the hero himself believes is proof of his unsuitability as the head of the house. He considered it the most valuable, but it turned out to be the most useless. Hermes gives the coin to the girl as a token of identification. On the reverse side of the coin, there are 7 stars, which indicates belonging to the great Nanasu clan. The girl believes all the words of the main character, enthusiastically accepts his rules, and is ready to be called Nanasu's student. To this, Hermes quite gives his approval. The girl looked at the coin with admiration in her eyes. She muttered that the master's name was Nanasu. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. Medea seemed so simple-minded to him. It even warmed his soul. But still, something was wrong. Medea continued to look at the gift she'd been given in amazement. And the guy was thinking about the fact that the name was not so much fake as it was similar to a nickname, which was embarrassing. A few days later, Hermes was sitting in a gazebo surrounded by beautiful views and forest. While the young man's companion was reading a book, the young man himself tiredly placed his hands on the table and rested his head on them. Sighing heavily, the interlocutor noticed the guy's anxiety and asked what had happened. He admitted that he had not seen Medea for a long time. This worried him. But the girl seemed to know something, and was surprised that Hermes himself did not know it. Meanwhile, in another place, in a small house surrounded by a fence, Medea appeared, full of determination and rage in her eyes. Lately, this girl has been looking for the strongest in different dojos, destroying all their participants. Hermes froze in horror. How could this be? Why does she look like the antagonist from the manga? Then the girl explained that before she started her adventures, she said that she would go and make Nanasu's name famous throughout the world, raising her weapon to the cries of others that it was simply dishonorable, and questions about who she was. The girl assured that the only thing they needed to know was that she was Nantasu's student and had come to wipe everyone out. Hermes froze in surprise and anger. Did she really decide to make this name known? The interviewee admitted that she finally understood that the name she boasts about on every corner is the one she wants to make the most recognizable in the whole world and be proud of it more than her own, making Pindos the starting point for sending messages even to neighboring cities about who this Nanasu is and what he is like. The interlocutor continued to talk about the man who made Medea his student and around whom there are many different rumors. Hermes, unable to bear it, clenched his fists. Abruptly closing the book, the girl added that according to rumors, this Nanasu was very strong. So strong that he easily defeated a real swordmaster. Turning around with a slight smile on her face, she addressed the guy, calling him Nanasu. He snorted in displeasure. She had guessed too quickly, in his opinion, that Nanasu was him. Thoughtfully turning away, he decided. Something when Medea returned, he would do everything so that this name would never slip out of her mouth. It was unknown how famous she could make it. The interlocutor smugly noted that she was delightful and had some other ideas. She admitted that strong or smart people, if they make a pseudonym for themselves, then it is one that can be associated with her exploits. And of course, the hero's fans will want to try to uncover his identity, because such is human nature. And sometimes they succeed. Then unexpected fame falls on the person. And if he was respected before the false name, then after the disclosure, he will remain just as famous for the rest of his life. Such people need to be more careful. Like Hermes. The young man covered his face with his hands in resignation and sighed in confusion. He wondered why everything always turned out this way. He realized that he had to make a name that was completely unrelated to him. Meanwhile, Medea wondered if the master would praise her. Sometime later, Hermes lazily settled down on a soft pillow. The girl sitting opposite him folded her hands in a gesture of request and assured that she had only one single wish. But the guy himself noted that this was already the 15th one. But the interlocutor did not calm down. She assured him that this was a very important request and looked at the young man with pleading eyes. He finally gave in to her pressure and asked what she needed. She confessed that she wanted mana pearls. These pearls can be obtained from shells that live near the warm springs of Mount Lycaon, and in the dark they glow beautifully. Then Hermes asked if she planned to make an accessory out of it. And it was true. She would soon have to meet an important client, and without wearing this accessory, it would be simply impossible to do her job. Buying it would not be a problem, but it was already sold out everywhere, and therefore Hermes' people could not get it for her. The interlocutor, in response to the question about how difficult it is, said that Mount Lycaon is located very close, and therefore, for him, getting this pearl will be a very easy matter. Well, at least for a man, in her opinion, this certainly shouldn't be a difficult matter. Hermes exhaled heavily, of course. There was a chance that this was a trap, but this girl was not like his sister, and therefore he felt sorry to look at her. The guy did not want to refuse, since she asked so sincerely. The girl looked with a pleading look at her interlocutor, who admitted to himself that perhaps he really did have some strange attraction to this woman. The guy agreed, to which the girl threw him a pillow and thanked him. A little later, already at home. When Hermes came in, he announced that he had returned, and then his student joyfully rushed to meet him with joyful greetings and the question of where he had been. Thinking that he couldn't tell such sweet eyes where he had been, he simply replied that he had gone out for a walk. Medea knew anything about mana pearls. The girl replied that they were pearls found in the Telma shell that glowed in the dark. But when asked if they were hard to get, she said that they weren't hard at all. The guy breathed a sigh of relief, because he thought he would have to go far to get them. But since this matter would not be difficult, it would not require a demonstration of strength from him. When Medea asked what these questions were for, he said that tomorrow he would go for the pearls. The girl suddenly shouted that he didn't need to do it himself and he could just send that man in glasses away, because for him it would be like cutting a daikon. Hermes didn't understand that metaphor. He went upstairs assuring her that there was no need to exaggerate. The guy understood that since she was angry that this matter was not entrusted to Mimas, then getting the pearls would be terribly simple, and therefore he would simply saddle it and give it to Orthia. The next day, he was already confidently walking through the forest. He tiredly shuffled his feet along the path, realizing that he should first find those warm springs. And then he expressed hope that the animals there would not turn into monsters. He came out to a place where the trees themselves parted, and a beautiful glow spread throughout the area. Coming closer, he noted that the ground was quite slippery, which meant digging would not be so difficult, and he sat down and got to work. A couple of minutes later, he was already holding a beautiful shell in his hands, happily noting that he had found it. It seemed unusual. How could pearls be protected only by wool? Looking inside, he saw nothing at all except wool, and yet it seemed to the guy a very simple task. If he had known that they were so easy to obtain, he would have simply obtained the pearls on the same day he was asked, because such a situation even disappointed him. However, unexpectedly, the shell growled and spat something right into Hermes' face. He assumed that it was some kind of poison. However, it was ordinary water from warm springs, but it still smelled of sulfur. The young man stood up. He had a feeling that he had been deceived, but he was still going to go home. However, unexpectedly, the sink splashed water on the guy again, causing his face to twist in displeasure. He hit the sink and noted that it really pissed him off. He laughed evilly, remembering that he had been asked to bring pearls, and that meant he would bring only that. And after these thoughts, he opened the shell with a sharp movement. He noticed that inside, in addition to the pearl itself, there was another small shell, and after looking closely, he realized that it really was another small shell. He didn't need any extra trouble, so he decided to just take the pearl and leave. Then the small shell suddenly opened up, revealing several rows of sharp fangs, and rushed forward, which greatly frightened Hermes, but he quickly snatched the pearl and the shell collapsed again, capturing only air. The young man looked angrily at the creature, realizing that it had just nearly bitten off his fingers and taken the pearls. Hermes did not like this, and decided that in this case he would deliberately take all the pearls. The young man began to dig up the earth. He took out shells and, taking out pearls from them, simply threw them aside when they were empty. A little later, he returned and told Orthia that he had brought the stones for her. He handed the box to the joyful girl, who was surprised by this. She opened it and began to examine it carefully. The girl asked if all of these were Thelma's pearls, and the boy agreed. Confused as to how he did it, Orthia asked where they were from, but the boy did not understand her question. He said that he simply pulled it out of the shell. And then the girl explained that if you try to simply pull it out, the inner shell will crumble the pearl, and therefore usually the shell is left alone, given time to rest, and then the pearl itself is taken out. If you simply open it, which can only be done once, a protective mechanism will be triggered that will produce hundreds of blows per second in the direction of the pearl and the person who opened the shell. The girl asked again in surprise, did he really just open them all himself? To which the guy already wanted to make excuses, but they did not listen to him. Orthia jumped up and, closing the curtains, said that they should check. The girl opened the box in complete darkness and the whole room was illuminated by a bright light, blinding the boys. Hermes ran to open the curtains, noting that it was simply incredibly bright. He did not understand whether they really had to glow so brightly, but Orthia noted that the dried ones glow differently. They are much dimmer than the fresh ones. Looking at one pearl in her hands, the girl noted that she did not expect to see even a regular one, but he was able to get even a fresh one. The guy realized that it was not enough for jewelers to just get the shell. They also needed to come up with a method to get the pearl out of the shell. He realized that he could surprise everyone again with this, and so he asked his interlocutor to keep it a secret from everyone. Suddenly, the girl approached the young man, who did not understand anything at all, and kissed him on the forehead as a sign of gratitude. She smiled brightly and thanked Hermes sincerely. He was embarrassed by this and could not answer anything. However, he himself thought that the girl should not make such a face. The girl looked at the pearls with amazement and joy, and the guy himself just lay there, unable to say anything. One day, monsters began to appear on the border every evening. They not only wandered, but also destroyed the mines. The workers' hands were tied, and they could do nothing. And then a man appeared, who carried out justice, and it was Hermes Kano. Orthia asked if the rumor that was going around the city was true, but Hermes indignantly stopped the girl and asked her to let him correct what she was saying. He told her that Trichera was a mine belonging to his family. Then the girl asked if it was true that it was originally an iron mine, but Hermes used magic on it and found silver there. The guy confirmed her words and asked what kind of monster the girl was talking about. She said that she herself did not know exactly, but she heard that the workers called it Orict the Younger. This monster destroyed everything in its path every day, and this became a problem. The young man said that it was strange because he had never heard anything like that from his workers. But it seemed obvious, because he had already resolved everything, and therefore there was no point in this information, especially since Orthia had heard it from several people. But the interlocutor said that this could not be, because today he was going to fight Ortect again. Little one. Then the young man only said that he was not going anywhere today. Orthia asked if he didn't know that this creature was immortal, no matter how much you destroyed it, and that there was a rumor that Hermes was crushing it every day. The guy thought about it. He didn't remember an immortal monster walking around their lands. It turns out that this is not some weak monster, but an immortal who will not be given to a person so easily. Even if this is just a rumor, in any case, he did not do such a thing. And this will also add to his reputation, the growth of which he is avoiding. And while he was lost in his thoughts, Orthia won and joyfully shouted about it. The guy, dissatisfied with what he heard, sighed heavily, because it was not the first time he'd been defeated. In any case, he concluded for himself that he should deal with this rumor as soon as possible, and tightly clutched the card remaining in his hands. A little later, a crowd of people was already standing at the scene of the incident. Hermes arrived at the place where Auric the Younger lived, where the workers quickly recognized him and everyone came out to greet him. And the leader himself seemed to have something in mind. Indeed, he decided to meet Auric and deliberately lose to him, so that the strong leader would turn out to be a weakling who had never held a sword in his hands. It seemed like an ideal tactic, but suddenly several workers left. And then the guy asked if their workday was already over, to which he was told that lately the workers were trying hard and were tired because of the constant monsters in the area. This reduced the number of future witnesses to Jeem's plan. The men noted that there was no reason to worry and that they had already completed the work plan for today. They assured that the shaft was made just fine inside. The monsters stayed in it, and so while the workers were outside, everything was fine. The men were even upset that they hadn't met a single monster today, because then he would have tasted the sword of their leader. But they still decided that they shouldn't go back, because if they were attacked, they would be finished. One of the workers apologized for the chief having to wait here in vain, but said that there would be no monsters today. Hermes noted that a lot of time had indeed passed, and he was too lazy to go, so he could just go home. But suddenly, from the depths of the mine, a terrible sound was heard, which attracted the attention of the chief. It turned out that no one even heard it, except for the guy. The men were frightened, realizing that something was really being heard there, and in panic they began to speculate about what it was. However, Hermes silenced them and ordered them to calm down. The young man took out his sword, realizing that something was coming straight towards them. Meanwhile, the rumble of heavy footsteps came out of the mine and spread throughout the area. Suddenly, a huge monster rushed straight from the mine towards the workers and Hermes, Auric the Younger himself. The Baron grinned happily. He was ready to put this creature in its place and ordered everyone to run, took out his sword, and then stood in a fighting stance. However, Auric simply walked past the guy, leaving a trail of dust. The young man did not expect this at all, but he quickly realized that he was the creature's target and rushed towards the workers. Aurictus loomed over the men, but Hermes' loud demand that they not ignore him was in the air, while the workers scattered in panic. But the young man stomped on the monster, causing it to fall to the ground. When the creature rose, the Baron was already ready for battle. The creature looked at him and then simply looked away. This couldn't help but anger the guy, because there was no reaction to him at all. Hermes knew that if Auric didn't attack him, he wouldn't be able to look like a pathetic weakling. But it seemed there was no time to think, and the monster was already planning to get rid of the workers who were begging someone to save them. The guy clenched his teeth. It seemed like he didn't care anymore. With a sharp roar, he cut through the leg of the huge creature, thereby saving one of the men. He landed perfectly, and then without thinking twice, he jumped up again to deliver another blow. He chopped the creature in half, finding himself in the air again. The monster, after it had crumbled into pieces, fell to the ground with a crash. It made strange sounds, but it itself did not understand how it happened. The men who saw it were amazed. Hermes covered his disappointed face. With his hands, he had ruined everything again. Meanwhile, the workers noted that the rumors were not lies at all, because their leader had split this monster in half with one swing in full moon mode. The guy asked in surprise what the full moon mode was. One of the workers explained that from observations they understood that depending on the moon, the power of this monster is different, and it is precisely during the full moon that it gains its maximum power. But the workers told him right away that they really didn't want him to show up today. But the guy only realized this now. The realization came to him that he had not only failed to dispel this rumor, but on the contrary, confirmed it, and even exaggerated it. The young man sat down in resignation, covering his face with his hands. He could not understand at all why Theo had happened again. He stood up, realizing that it was too early to give up. But he was haunted by the question of why everything had turned out exactly like this, as if he had been specially prepared for this. Thinking about this, he said that he would go and look around and return immediately. An immortal monster that hid in the mines of Trikara. The workers wouldn't build houses knowing that an aggressive monster was roaming around, but perhaps they knew how to deal with it. So it's either a special kind of monster, or a monster that was summoned by someone. It's strange, but Hermes was told that this monster appears deep inside the mines, but today it appeared near the exit. The strange thing is that it attacked the workers so persistently as if it had received a command, which means there was no choice but to save the workers. Then there was only the second option, Someone created this monster with the purpose of adding problems to the Baron, and his criminal must be inside the mine now. The guy was moving his feet along the mine and thinking about the fact that there was one unresolved question left, who started spreading false rumors that he alone had cleared the entire mine of monsters. Hermes knew for sure that it was definitely not Medea. Even though she was his fan, she swore that she would not reveal his identity. But who else could spread such a lie? Suddenly, the boy came across a man who was standing with his back to him among the mine paths. And then the Baron asked who was in front of him. The man in the suit turned around and said that he was glad that Hermes had finally arrived. He assumed that this was their first personal meeting and introduced himself as Teretos. However, Hermes Kano admitted that he had never even heard of such a name. The man noted that it was very cold on the part of the Baron, and yet earlier he had even sent his sister a proposal to marry him, but she had refused because of Hermes. The young man began to remember, and then an image appeared in his head. He realized who this man standing in front of him was, and pointed his finger at him and called him a wedding swindler. The man spread his arms and declared that he was the one who lived life to the fullest, but the master did not appreciate such a gesture and noted that he should have been embarrassed to reveal his cards. The only response was laughter, which echoed throughout the mine. The man replied that there was no point in that, since the guy in front of him already knew about it. But there was an important but. Teretos drew his sword, made a sharp jerk towards the hero, and added that he would never be able to tell anyone about this. When the young man parried the blow, the man admitted that he still had a few questions. Teretos asked was how the young man knew he was here. Hermes found this question funny. The master said that it was too obvious. Monsters began to appear in the central part of the mine, but one suddenly appeared at the exit, and that meant that someone had brought him here. Everything else was intuition. But why did the young man come to this place, knowing everything? The answer was simple. He had questions too. With difficulty finding a way out of the clouds of smoke and dust, Teretos rushed to attack Hermes and declared that he could ask his questions. The first thing that interested the master most was the question of whether it was Teretos who was spreading the rumors, and the answer was affirmative. Then the second question was whether this was the man who made Oryctes the younger immortal, and when he wanted to avoid the question, his attempts were stopped. The boy reported that this man had awakened a monster that was stored in these places and defeated it every day and then restored it to make it stronger and simulate immortality. The answer to this was again affirmative. Then the guy asked the last question, whether it was really connected with his sister, which also turned out to be true. The man explained that he was glad when the head of the Kano family changed. The man had to gain people's trust and even asked for the hand of Hermes' sister. But suddenly the man's face twisted with anger, and he admitted that this young man had ruined all his plans. Hermes noted that the man was offended and that it was very unfortunate. However, Teretos himself said that the guy could call it whatever he wanted, after which he snapped his fingers and the boy's sword shattered into small pieces. The man said that while the guy was running around the mine and getting rid of the creatures, his sword absorbed curses from them, which is why it fell apart. The disarmed guy decided to ask the last question, whether the man was just planning to use his sister for his own purposes. The man spread his arms again and asked if it was so hard to admit that his sister was stupid and that anyone in their right mind would want her as a wife. The young man froze, pondering the insults he had heard. Teretos stood and silently watched the boy's reaction. However, when he grinned smugly and raised his sword, everything fell into place, but suddenly a powerful kick flew into Teretos' sword. Slowly approaching, Hermes said that usually swindlers cheat their victims little by little and then abandon them, running away with everything they stole. However, this man really pissed him off, and so the guy intended to deal with him with one blow. The man asked if the Baron was really that strong, and slowly began to back away. Teretos asked if the young man was not serious with Oryctes the Younger. The guy put his hand forward, intending to give his impudent interlocutor a flick, and said that he was very much mistaken. With one sharp movement of his finger, he threw the opponent back several meters and said that even now he was still not serious. The young man crossed his arms and began to think about what to do with this impudent fellow. Because if he left him here, his conscience would give him no peace at all. Suddenly, the young man remembered that, according to rumors, criminals get a tattoo on their faces with the name of the crime they committed. Then he burned into the man's face, right on his forehead, that he was a wedding swindler. because that way he wouldn't be able to harm anyone else. And so it happened that a villain appeared in the Trichera mine who subjugated the monsters. They began to riot in the mine, but a hero appeared, Hermes Kano, and single-handedly defeated all the monsters and broke Tyrados' signature sword, Sipho's, with one blow. The girl said that these are the rumors that are going around now, and then asked if they are true. The master cried out in bewilderment. He did not understand how this could be, because he even set up a barrier. But suddenly he became interested in something else. What is the signature sword of Sipho's? And then the girl told him that it is a sword stolen by Tyrannos from an aristocrat. It is super strong and very good. But the young man did not calm down and asked what grounds there were for such rumors and evidence. And then he learned that there were people watching this fight. The guy realized that he had concentrated too much on the enemy and did not notice the surveillance. The girl leaned towards her interlocutor and said that judging by his face, this was indeed a true story, to which the Baron only remained awkwardly silent. He turned his head to the side, realizing that if he deceived her, she might notice. And so he decided to honestly admit that it was the truth, albeit a little embellished, because he had not defeated all the monsters alone. The guy's interlocutor said that Tyrados could escape from any trouble, especially with the help of brute force, and therefore everyone was only happy to catch him. He was very strong and could become a member of Five Fingers. And even with Sipho's, Hermes grimaced angrily and hissed that he didn't think this annoying guy was that strong, which surprised the girl. She jumped up and asked if he seemed so weak to the master that he overpowered him without straining himself. Realizing that he could bring trouble with such words, Hermes scratched his head and replied that the man's strength was average. The guy blurted out that he begs her not to tell anyone about all this. The girl smiled and agreed, because he helps her a lot. Orthia even admitted that sometimes she would also like to help the young man. These words touched Hermes, and he noted that she was a very good person. However, behind the guy's back, the door was slightly open. It turned out that the girls had been watching everything for some time, crowding behind the doors, and Orthia admitted that she could not say anything about them. The Baron turned around and asked if they had been eavesdropping all this time. Then the girls admitted that they were simply curious when such a famous person came, and they often sit here with Orthia. So it seemed to them that they could do this. Realizing that everything had not gone according to plan, the girls ran off in different directions, and Hermes began to catch up with them, which Orthia quietly watched. Hermes tried to stop the girls and ask for silence, but he couldn't hold them all back. And eventually, rumors spread throughout the city, with a postscript stating that the guy had defeated Tyrados without breaking a sweat. The book was carefully placed on the shelf, exactly in its place. It was Hermes, who was quite pleased with the work done. Several days had already passed since that incident with Tyrados, and so the tired guy tried to do new things, updated his office. He stuffed it with old and new books, after which the office became simply ideal. The young man was pleased. Now he at least somehow resembled a cultured person. Suddenly, the boy's sister entered the office, which was just in time to ask how she liked Hermes' new office. The girl awkwardly replied that it was wonderful. Looking around, she noted that she had not expected such changes, and found philosophy, architecture, magic, and engineering on the shelves, in connection with which she assumed that her brother wanted to become a naturalist. The guy assured that he did not plan to become a universal scientist. The girl noted that it was in vain, because he had potential. Because what were these complicated books worth alone? She took the book and leafed through it contentedly, noting that her brother was a great fellow. But something on the pages of the book surprised the girl very much, and she asked what she had seen. The brother began to look at the page thoughtfully. The spread contained only photographs of women. To this, Hermes explained that this was a collection of photographs of Orthia's female residents by age, a collection that had been compiled every year for 30 years. The boy's sister rushed to the window and, opening it, threw out the book, while the young man himself tried to explain to her that all the girls there were beauties and all the same age. The Baron admitted that he had heard about hiding books under different covers, and so he did it with the help of magic. But his sister did not calm down. She did not understand at all what it was. Did he really have more books like that? She opened another book and saw something that she also didn't really like. But the guy continued to calmly tell the contents of the books. His sister raised her hand to get rid of another book, but suddenly froze. She remembered that she had come to him for a completely different reason. The girl bowed her head respectfully and thanked the guy for the situation with Teredos. She had heard rumors that her brother was so angry because of her. Hermes looked away, remembering that there were witnesses who could even remember this. The girl noted that it could just be a coincidence that he had saved her for the second time, and then expressed her gratitude. The young man was upset that the girl did not mention his wonderful blow, but quickly pulled himself together and noted that she had nothing to worry about. Because he had done what a father should do, he couldn't give her to that scum. It seems that the words about the father surprised the girl greatly, but after some thought she laughed loudly and noted that she understood him. Taking the young man by the hand and smiling brightly, she sincerely asked him to continue to protect her from such bad suitors. Hermes agreed. After all, that's what he was going to do. Prepare her for the possible restoration of the vassals and leave the Kano family to her. A few days later, the young man was sitting at his desk in his office, and a man was standing next to him. He turned to the Baron, intending to ask something, despite the fact that the guy was busy. He noted that these were his daily duties, and therefore there was nothing surprising, and then told him that he had sent those announcements to all the lands. Hermes thought about it, because he didn't remember at all which one exactly they were talking about. Every day he hears several, but is it worth asking directly which one exactly they were talking about? Medea burst into the office and tearfully rushed towards her mentor. The girl was shouting loudly that she had failed to win, and that today she had a stronger challenger. The guy noted that he was very busy, but then he asked what a challenger was. The man in glasses explained that he was the groom. He said that they had made an announcement that the Baron would give his daughter to anyone who could defeat him, and ask for it to be sent throughout the kingdom. Hermes jumped up and said that he had done nothing of the sort. The man with glasses admitted that Sora had said that this was how her brother would protect her from bad suitors. Hermes froze in horror. He didn't know that she was so cunning. The servant assured that the girl said that it was his personal order, and Medea added that only weaklings came, and so she dealt with them herself. However, she was unable to cope with today's challenger. A voice was heard behind the door, and the servant's cries that it was forbidden to enter the office now. Suddenly, the door to the young man's office opened sharply, and a large man entered the room, loudly asking where Baron Kano was. Hermes, perplexed, said that he was here, and what questions were asked of him. The man introduced himself as Heir, a friend and loyal rival of the defeated youth Teratos, and he had come to challenge the Baron. The boy wearily apologized and said that he was too busy today. However, the man did not even listen and swung his sword menacingly. He was not at all prepared for a refusal. Medea quickly responded and said that she would protect her mentor. She deftly parried Henor's blow, but he only smirked. He praised the girl for the fact that even after defeat, she was eager to defend her mentor. However, he made an effort and threw the girl back, saying that she simply did not learn the previous lesson. Hermes extended his hand and was about to say that he had work to do, but he was interrupted by a student who flew into the table. From the impact, all the papers that were lying on the table scattered around the room. Papers were flying around, and the guy sighed heavily, realizing that he was very busy and would not be able to work like that. However, the man did not want to hear anything. He demanded that Kano take the sword for revenge. He wanted Sora to be his. Hermes was incredibly angry at this attitude, and kicked the man out of the window and loudly repeated that he was busy now. Standing in front of the lying man, he assured that he did not care about the reason he came, whether it was revenge or something else. How could one behave like that while in someone else's land? The young man shouted furiously that no one should interrupt him while he was working with talk of marriage. He advised him to grow his brains before he grew muscles, because he was just a stupid cabbage. He stepped on the man's chest and declared that he no longer had the right to even set foot on Kano lands. Everyone ran out into the street and froze in surprise. Suddenly, they shouted joyfully, noting that the Baron looked very cool, and the student replied that she was grateful for the revenge. The guy himself froze, not understanding what was happening. He asked everyone to calm down, but no one listened to him at all. Hermes' sister looked out of the window and thanked him, which made him seem petrified, not expecting that even she saw it. He turned around in surprise and asked if this was his sister, and then noted that he was trying his best to protect her, so as not to give up possession to people like him, and generally sacrificing himself. But the girl only laughed, noting that he was simply demonstrating his greatness in front of the entire kingdom. He was about to answer, but Midia distracted him. The girl asked what they should do with the man. The young man remained silent, but he himself thought that his sister's mockery would not go away. He understood that even if he started to act more seriously, he still wouldn't be able to resist her. He sighed heavily and asked to throw Heir out of the domain. The girl on the stage held the guy by the shoulders and confessed that she had been cursed, which would last for 100 years, and they simply would not be able to be happy. Hermes was watching all this from the side, in the audience. He finally had a day off and decided to go out and have some fun. Suddenly, someone came up to him and asked permission to sit next to him, which he of course didn't mind. He quickly recognized the girl opposite him, just as she considered the guy already familiar to her. The stranger in the cloak sat down and asked if she should introduce herself again, but he assured her that he remembered her. It was Magina, a member of the royal family of Agena, patroness of the Kano family. He could not forget her sudden appearance as an inspector. Raising an eyebrow, the young man assumed that, judging by the girl's appearance, she clearly hadn't come to inspect. She admitted that she had taken a day off today and had come just like that. The young man exhaled. It seemed that she wouldn't create any problems for him today. He asked where the escort was. The girl admitted that she'd escaped from the guards while they were distracted. It was impossible for her to be found here, and so she asked to speak to her more simply. Hermes noted that she was hiding and so stubborn. She raised her head proudly and asked when the guy would become more serious. He did not expect such questions at all, and he spat out the drink unexpectedly. The girl handed the handkerchief to the Baron. He accepted it, but still asked why she was asking such questions. She asked what was so strange about her question, since she had asked to show it before. Then he remembered her words, and only became even more numb. Hermes assured him that he would never show, even for the title of High Baron, money, or women. Then Miyajina said that she could even give him one of the maidens of the royal family. Having thanked the girl, he nevertheless refused all her offers, and then she decided to write something down. The Baron proudly raised his head and said that he would not agree for any money in the world. But suddenly the pen and notebook fell on the table. The girl winced in pain and slapped the table. Hermes was afraid for her, and asked with genuine concern if everything was okay. She turned very pale. But Megajina assured that everything was okay, because this was a common thing. She grabbed the chair with her hands and apologized, saying that she had to take her leave. But the young man was not at all happy with this. He did not understand where she was going in such a state, and therefore decided to call a doctor. But his hand was abruptly pulled. The girl sat him down and asked him to be quieter, placing her hand on his lips. No one had time to pay attention to them. Noticing this, Hermes agreed. Then Lena began to draw something. She drew a strange sign, and said that something like that was on her body. Something ancient and magical creature-like, unknown to anyone, and therefore there is simply no way to combat it. The only thing that is clear about this curse is that it gradually extinguishes life. Then Hermes asked how it ended up on the girl's body. She admitted that she was little then and did not understand anything at all. While she was playing hide-and-seek, out of curiosity she went into a small house in the courtyard, where she was strictly forbidden to enter. It seemed like a good idea to hide there, and, through carelessness, she removed the seal from the box in which this very creature was located. Lena understood perfectly well that all this happened precisely because of her fault, but it seemed it was too late to regret it. It seemed the pain intensified, and the girl fell down on the table, while tightly clenching her fist. Hermes said that he didn't care at all about her secrecy, and he would call a specialist right now. But his hand was covered by the girl's hand. She hissed through the pain that no one should know about this, and the guy answered resignedly that he understood her. A smart and noble young lady. Why should she be stubborn? And the reason is simple: pride. The aristocracy, which always put its ideals very high, would never show its weakness to others. This was very problematic, but not for the Baron, of course. Probably. The man offered the woman a drink of water, promising not to tell anyone what had happened. He remembered reading in a book about a creature called parasite that slowly sucks the life energy out of its victim. The ability of this creature is very scary if you don't know how to fight it. The method of fighting was reportedly simple. You need to overfeed the creature with magical power. The young man wondered if he had added too much to the water, as much as 10% of his powers. The main character was sure that if the parasite absorbed so much energy, he would definitely feel unwell. The guy asked her if she felt better. She replied that it wasn't a matter of her health. She just stopped feeling the presence of the parasite. The girl asked him if he knew what kind of creature it was. In the book she studied, there was not a word about it. The hero said that in the old book, this creature was called parasite, feeding on magical power. The young man confessed that he had added his power to the water, and she must have realized the result by now. He asked her not to tell anyone about him, promising to keep her secret. The woman agreed and swore on her name to keep the secret. The man said that if it was on the name of Her Highness, he could rest easy. She replied that her family, Agena, did not throw oaths around. The main character said that he had one more request. He asked Lena not to endure everything alone from now on, but to seek help from others. She agreed, and he said goodbye. After her promise, the man found himself in front of a huge pile of papers, sighing about how much he had to do. The guy asked what it was. Her Majesty said that it was his work, or rather, her accumulated work, but she couldn't handle it alone. That's why his help was needed. The girl reminded him with a grin that he had said that he needed to ask for help, not endure it. Hermes was in despair when she handed him a stack of papers. Suddenly another man appeared and announced that he was presenting him with the Order of Xiphos, the highest degree of honor, for his services and the destruction of the Lord of Slimes. The person presenting the medal explained that such an order was given for significant military achievements, and that a victory over the Lord of Slimes alone would not be enough for this. The man whispered that secretly the princess had asked the king himself for this order for him. Lena told him to take it and not to be shy. He asked what was going on. To his confused question, she answered that she remembered their promise. The girl explained that she had staged it as a victory over the Slime Lord. Being from a royal family, she did not forget about gratitude. The protagonist sarcastically thought how happy he was to receive this award, and decided that it would just be a trinket in the closet, since it would be rude to refuse. Her Highness informed him that there would be an event to which he must come, and she ordered him to come with the order, pinning it on the most visible place. The maid, apologizing for disturbing him, tries to wake up the man sleeping at the table. When he woke up, he explained that he had slept soundly. Because of the rain, he had not been able to go outside and had fallen asleep from boredom, calling the rain a terrible force. The maids reported that Her Highness Lena had arrived from the capital. When he asked why she had come, the girls replied that they did not know. He asked where she was, and the maid said she was in the reception room down the hall. He thanked them and headed there. On the way, he thought that he did not understand the reason for her visit. Because of the rain, he was too lazy to think, and he just wanted to sleep. He still felt sleepy as he approached the reception door. He thought that his head was not working, and it was all because of the charms of the rainy day. Opening the door, he heard a strange sound and wondered if he had imagined it, and decided that, apparently, nothing was broken. The guy was sure that all this was because of the rain, and called Lena in surprise. Suddenly, the maids realized that they had forgotten to warn him. They had not told him that the princess was currently changing her clothes. Her Highness asked him if he understood what he had done. The protagonist explained that she had been caught in the rain and was changing in the reception room, and he, being sleepy, had broken the lock and seen the princess undressed. Lena asked him directly if he had seen her. After his confused answer, she repeated the question, and he began to beg for forgiveness. The young man said that it was a big problem, which left her puzzled. It is explained that according to tradition, an unmarried princess must remain faithful to her husband. Therefore, she must not show her naked body to anyone, not even to her husband, if he is not in bed. He thought with horror what the consequences would be, now that he had seen her. In his imagination, the punishment was the end of life, which scared him very much. However, Lena said that this was not even the problem. She explained that the end of life was for commoners. With him, the Baron of the Kingdom of Agena, it was different, and in order to execute him, it was necessary to report to the king. The young man realized that if this became known, his Kano family would become an outcast. The guy panicked because he didn't want to become the head of the family, much less destroy it. He just wanted to help his sister and live in peace. In desperation, he screamed that he would do anything and begged her. Lena looked at him with interest. The girl asked him if he was ready to listen to her request. He agreed, begging him not to tell the king, and she replied that this was precisely why she had come. The princess told of a village called Toll Tree, 3 days' ride to the west, where the monster Sandros was rampant. She had received a task from His Majesty, but it was beyond her powers. So she wants to ask him to deal with the monster. He understood everything and replied that he would be there soon, just to stretch his legs. When he left, Lena wondered anxiously if he was going to walk there. The peasants begged for mercy. They cried out that if they did not gather the harvest, their entire village would starve to death. The monster scornfully declared that only ignoramuses lived in this village. He said the fields were already ruined by the rains. He said he was trying for them by plowing the land for future planting. When the peasant objected that they had not asked for it, the monster called them rude. The creature called itself kind, and as a sign of its kindness, it promised to work even harder. The protagonist suddenly appeared and asked if he was Sandros. The enemy could not counter with anything. He was amazed by the strength of the young man and could not resist. The boy reproached the monster for disappointing him. He couldn't avoid jumping from an ordinary tree. The creature, realizing that he was no longer a fighting bull, began to disappear. The young man was glad that he had dealt with his opponent so easily. The peasants thanked him and asked how they could repay him. He replied that he did not need anything, thinking that the question of saving the family was now closed. The young man said he was glad they were saved, which touched the peasants. At that moment, someone noticed that the rain had stopped. The next day he returned, happy with the task he had completed. Lena greeted him by asking if he had been there long, and assumed that he had been praised. He cried out emotionally that he had been praised for an hour. The girl calmly noted that the king apparently liked him. The hero complained that the envoy called him a willing assistant, and an example for the aristocrats, scattering words of praise. Her Majesty was surprised and said that she had not even been praised so much. The guy didn't understand how they knew about his actions. He asked Lina if she had told them. She explained that after monsters are destroyed, traces are always left behind. The same was true for the Slime Lord. The princess said that this is why the capital knew whose work it was, and it was easy for them to guess that it was he who defeated Sandros. The heroine added that thanks to him, the inhabitants of Tolltree avoided starvation. And she even called him a smart guy. The protagonist asked where the volunteer assistant came from. Lena admitted that she told them. The young lady justified herself by saying that she had no choice. After all, even though he saw her naked, he still helped her. He thought that no one would have suspected anything if she hadn't called him a volunteer. And he resigned himself, saying that it was all for the sake of the Kano family. In despair, he concluded that he had once again committed a feat in the name of the kingdom out of panic. Lena philosophically noted that nothing could be done. The guy asked the girl what kind of outfit she was wearing, and if she was going to fight anyone again. She enthusiastically replied that she almost was. The girl explained that Mrs. Sora had told her about a certain Rotorodos in the town of Pindos. This guy was pestering girls, and she wanted to teach him a lesson. The young man understood the reason for her joy and allowed her to go, but asked her to be very careful. She replied that she followed Nanasu's teachings. The guy wished her luck and gave her a clay figure of a slime, calling it tasteless. He explained that he had placed magic into the figurine, making it an amulet. The young lady, calling it a gift from her mentor, thanked him and promised to return victorious. The character, observing the scene, noted that the girl was bubbling with energy. The boy's sister showed him some pills. She asked him to check if they were real. The relative said with a serious expression that, unfortunately, she could not explain everything without a biased attitude. The guy realized that the matter was serious. The protagonist examined the pills and concluded that they did not look like poison. He also did not sense any malicious intent from their creator. The brother explained that when a person creates something, he puts his emotions into it. As an example, he gave a sword that absorbed the souls of the creator or victims. The hero said that, on the contrary, he felt something like blessings from the pills, adding that this was proof of their authenticity. He ate a piece, confirming that it was not poison. Suddenly, strange changes began to happen to him. The sister screamed his name in horror, asking if he was okay. The boy, having turned into a child, did not recognize his sister. He asked if she was his father's guest, noting her resemblance to her mother. When asked about his age, he replied that he was 7. The girl realized that the pills rejuvenated not only the body, but also the mind, and she thought that in this world there would be 2 problems: fools and rejuvenating pills. The boy complimented her, saying that she was already beautiful and didn't need pills. She asked him if he had heard what she had said. The child replied that yes, he had good hearing. The young lady realized that in the form of a child, he was not hiding his true powers. He felt the effect of the medicine, although he was not sick. The nurse reassured him, saying that in an hour everything would pass, and understood that there was no time to delay. The heroine asked him to show her the city. He happily agreed. The character thought he was cute and said he needed to change. The man decided that since the pills rejuvenated the mind, they were useless, and threw them away. She asked him to show her his favorite places, and he said it was the flower market. The narrator reports that they managed to get out into the street without any problems. All that remains is to wait for an opportunity where Hermes can show his power. The girl asks him if something happened. The guy replies that he has a bad feeling. She, in turn, wonders what it could be. A large man mocks a crying girl in a cart. He asks if this is all she can do. The girl demands another fight. The character says that he doesn't mind if he wins again, and doesn't finish the story. The hero makes an indecent proposal to the girl, saying that she will spend the night with him and that he will show her what he is capable of. A passerby calls him a dirty pig. The heroine cries, thinking that she does not want to lose to him. Feeling helpless, she calls for her mentor. The man in the background laughs maliciously. The main characters appear, surprised by what is happening. The boy asks where the voice came from. Both he and the girl repeat in bewilderment about the mentor. Hermes blocks a sword strike from a large man who angrily calls him a devil. The man first screams in pain or surprise. Then he begins to laugh strangely, calling on everyone to look. The boy reportedly cut the man's clothes, humiliating him. The crowd begins to taunt him, talking about him. The crowd starts to cheer the young man up, calling him cool. He himself feels uncomfortable in the spotlight and doesn't understand what's going on. The rescued girl, Medea, thanks her mentor. At that moment, Hermes' sister runs up. He asks to explain to him what is happening here. Hermes recounts the events, blaming his sister for making him small because of her pills, and then defeating the bad guy. The girl justifies herself, saying that she was very worried about him. He wonders why she was worried, since she usually doesn't do that. The guy assumes that it's because he was little. The sister states that she has the right to worry about him at any age. Then she apologizes to Medea and her brother for what they had to endure. The young man breathes out in relief, then strokes the girls' heads. He announces that he is hungry and wants to eat. The relative suggests going to the establishment the maid recommended. Medea, in turn, enthusiastically asks the mentor to go eat meat. The brother replies that they are going there then, and that Mimisa should be warned that they will not be eating at home. The butler reports to his master that the shadow of the Dragon King has been spotted. This news seems to disturb the young man. The protagonist asks in surprise what it is. The employee explains that it is about a dragon, which in legends is called the strongest. He remembers his mother telling him stories about this dragon as a child. They said it was capable of destroying an entire country at once. The boy admits that he thought it was just a fairy tale and did not know about its real existence. The butler justifies himself by saying that its last appearance was before the birth of the owner. The man explains that the three-eyed black dragon is usually peaceful, but one impulse is enough to make it go berserk. So a law was passed about non-interference in its environment. The hero wonders if this means that the probability of the king ordering his destruction is 0. The character confirms that the law of non-interference has been observed for 200 years. Violation of this law could incur the wrath of all countries in the world. The guy says with a thoughtful look that everything is clear to him. The employee asks permission to leave. Hermes ponders the uneasy conversation and the order, feeling that not everything is so simple. He thinks that after the service, he could go with his sister to the tea shop for sweets and listen to her stories. He wonders where his sister is, and at that moment the throne beneath him begins to crack and crumble. The young man kneels down in confusion among the rubble. The young man does not understand why the throne has fallen apart. The hero sneezes, and this sneeze causes the wall to collapse. Stone blocks begin to fall down. The man looks at his hands in horror, not believing what is happening. He whispers that this cannot be happening. The butler and sister come running to the noise and ask what happened. They see massive destruction. The aristocrat reports that this day has come again, and he is a few kilometers from Pindos. He stands among the rocks, hoping that no one will be hurt. Hermes explains that every few years he loses control of his power for a while. According to him, the release of his power becomes random, and he cannot regulate it. He recalls how he once destroyed a mountain by simply licking his lips, and how a sigh caused a hurricane. The guy says that the only saving grace is that it only lasts an hour. So, just in case, he spends this time in a deserted place for one day. He analyzes that since the wall collapsed from a sneeze, it means it was 20% of the power. And he will say that it was training. Previously, monsters ran to his magic, but they were immediately swept away. The young man regretfully thinks that he planned to go to a tea shop today. The hero decides that as soon as he returns, he will immediately eat something. The character notices a three-eyed black dragon with an oppressive aura emanating from it. He realizes in horror that it is the shadow of the Dragon King. The young man dodges a dragon's attack, thinking how inopportune it was. While in the air, the hero panics because he has nowhere to land. He rejects the idea of taking down or taming the dragon, fearing the consequences or not knowing how to handle animals. The dragon grabs the young man and swallows him. The hero only has time to think that he's about to be eaten. The nobleman regrets that he accidentally damaged the dragon because he only wanted to open its mouth. Suddenly, the military appears, asking if he is okay and calling for a doctor. The young man asks the soldiers if they saw everything, to which they answer affirmatively. They say that they wanted to help and admire that he really is the one who defeated the dragon. Realizing that he can't get rid of the witnesses, the hero comes up with a plan. He decides to tell them that he is possessed by a demon. The Baron decides to blame it all on the demon who supposedly defeated the dragon. He also plans to say that he broke the walls while unconscious. Hermes decides that his plan will work, because these are ordinary soldiers. To be on the safe side, he decides to make a little more trouble so that they will believe in the possessed Baron. As the hero feigns madness, he is interrupted by a horseman. The soldiers call him Your Highness, and he introduces himself as Shah Ez Egina, the third prince of the kingdom. The prince turns to the young man, asking if he is the one who defeated the dragon. He recognizes him and asks if it is Hermes Kano in front of him. The young man is shocked that the prince himself has recognized him. The narrator explains that the protagonist, having defeated the shadow of the Dragon King with his uncontrollable power, decided to deceive the soldiers. However, their commander turned out to be the third prince of Aegina. The prince asks if this is Hermes Kano. The young man is surprised that his fame, albeit bad, has reached the level of the entire kingdom. His Majesty formally introduces himself as Shah Ez Egina and asks if he is the Baron. Hermes confirms his identity. He understands that he cannot deceive the prince, and he thinks that if he is discovered, it will be the end of his family. The young man asks the prince how he knows about him. The character explains that his younger sister told him about him. He recognized him by the description of his peculiar hairstyle, and he remembered how she explained that his hair resembled ears, so he had a very peculiar hairstyle. The prince adds that he heard about the youth's strength, and after defeating the dragon, he was completely convinced of it. The hero called Lena a big chatterbox. It is reported that inspections are useful, and so he met the Baron in his service. He asks if Hermes was inspecting a dragon. His Majesty laughs, saying that they made sure no one disturbed the dragon, but ultimately failed. The aristocrat asks with delight how he managed to deal with the dragon. The man marvels at the fact that he saw the young man strike just one blow. The prince is sure that there is some secret to the Baron's strength. The gentleman comes to his senses, realizing that he got carried away, because the hero from his sister's stories is standing in front of him. He notes to himself that perhaps he has an interest in him. Hermes calls this an unfortunate coincidence and asks the prince for advice. He guesses that the Baron is asking him to pretend they saw nothing. They retreat, and the protagonist admits that he was the one who defeated the dragon, but asks not to tell anyone about it. The soldiers wonder what their important conversation is about. The young man wonders why, since this way he will become a hero. The aristocrat bows and begs the prince. His Highness says that he is exactly as his sister described him. The character recalls his sister's words and says that he is very strong but tries to hide it, not telling the reason. The young man is angry that this girl managed to tell everything. The man calms him down, saying that most likely no one except him and Lena knows about his powers. He asks to forgive the heroine. The prince explains that his sister is a very secretive person, but anyone who sees something amazing will want to share it with someone. That's why she told him about the Baron, as a person with whom she had spent time since childhood and had shared secrets. His Highness adds that he has not seen her so animated for a long time. He asks Hermes, out of respect for him, to forgive her naivety. The young man thinks that nothing can be done, since he understands Lena. Besides, the prince himself asks for it. Shah Ezegina promises to keep his word and not tell anyone about what he saw, to which Hermes asks again with hope. The young man thanks him. The prince assures him that the royal family does not throw promises around. The boy thinks that he is an understanding man. The main character becomes uneasy because there are more people who know about his powers, especially since they are members of the royal family. The character reasons that the matter with the dragon is settled. Now it remains to deal with the destroyed office, and he decided to say that he was not there at the time of the explosion. The hero decides that upon his return he will bribe Orthia with wine. This will make people think that he left the office immediately. The prince announces that the conversation is over. He asks someone to prepare a horse for him. Suddenly, the Baron loses control of his power again. He grabs the prince and asks worriedly if he is hurt. Hermes thinks it's good that he was able to control the power. It would be bad if the prince was hurt by the dragon, but it would be worse if it happened because of him. One of the soldiers asks what it was. Another suggests that the soldiers fainted due to the dragon's magical power taking shape. The prince decides that the dragon is still alive. He decides to defeat it himself. The Baron thinks that if he interferes, there will be more problems and the prince may be hurt. Therefore, he decides to watch from afar and control the situation. The young man curses the situation, as he still cannot control his power. He desperately tries to stop. His Highness delightedly asks the aristocrat where he shot the amazing beam from. Hermes is tired and wants to go home. Shou Ezegina assures that he does not need to be told twice. He promises to remain silent about what happened until his grave. The hero is touched and calls the prince a real prince on a white horse, and mentally glorifies the kingdom of Aegina. The character states that he will not be worthy of being called a prince unless he thanks the Baron for saving his life. The young man tells Hermes with a smile to expect the gift. The protagonist is shocked. At the palace, the butler announces that the second order of Xiphos has arrived from the capital. The Baron is shocked, asking himself what he has done. Thus he was awarded a second order for defeating the Lord of the Slimes. The hero laments that rumors will spread about him again, and the butler is amazed, because in the history of the kingdom, there has never been such a thing as 2 orders of Xiphos. The hero, looking gloomy, receives 2 awards. He feels the situation is getting worse. He thinks that he was given 2 orders. Officially, both for defeating the Slime Lord, which only causes him trouble. The young man suspects 2 relatives of collusion. Suddenly, Medea and her sister appear. The girl addresses the hero as a mentor and asks for training. The student is delighted with the 2 orders. She praises the mentor, and the relative asks why he was given the new award. The protagonist panics when he realizes that he has not prepared a convincing lie about the reason for the reward. The girl with long hair suggests that this is for defeating the shadow of the Dragon King. The young man is shocked by her guess. She replies that it was just a guess. The character reproaches himself for letting it slip. The aristocrat thinks that it is necessary to reason logically. The problem is no longer in his sister, who knows about his powers, but in and does not finish the sentence. The student curiously asks what the shadow of the Dragon King is. The hero is amazed that she is not aware of this. The student assumes that it must be someone very powerful. Hermes is afraid that the student will tell everyone that he defeated the legendary monster playfully. The conversation attracts the attention of those around him. He tries to silence Medea. The protagonist insistently tells her that defeating the dragon is a secret. She objects that she won't be able to brag. The guy threatens that if she tells, she will be expelled from the students. Frightened by the threat, the student promises to remain silent. She runs off to practice so as not to hear their important conversations. The girl leaves, but the others sense a catch. The hero is still uneasy, although his companion considers the student obedient. Left alone, she suffers. Thoughts of expulsion and the need to keep a secret do not give her peace. Before she can even get away, she finds herself surrounded. The curious maids demand to know why the boss received the order. Under pressure, the girl breaks down. She screams that she knows absolutely nothing about defeating a superpowered monster. The hero bursts in shouting that she can't lie. The maids are outraged and ask if he was eavesdropping. The guy says that it's their fault because they were yelling at the whole estate. The girl breaks away and runs away. The maid screams that she cannot escape, and her companion orders the servants to catch the fugitive. The girls decide to join the chase. They say they will take a shortcut to intercept the girl. The young man catches one of the maids. Pinching her cheek, he asks why he doesn't find out everything himself. The maid answers that interrogating Medea is more fun. The hero and his companion note that the maids must have a lot of free time, since they are moving out in full force. The chase continues up the stairs. The maid pursues the student, demanding details, who in despair refuses. One of the characters makes an acrobatic jump. She flies towards the student, screaming that she can't get away. The chase continues along the stair railings. One of the maids notes that the granddaughter of the swordsman saint will not be taken so easily. The pursuit bursts into the hallway where an elderly butler is carrying papers. He contemplates finishing his work, while the student begs the pursuer to leave. Medea takes the documents and throws them around. The butler's papers scatter all over the floor, creating chaos. The maids and butler, who had fallen into a pile of papers, screamed in surprise and pain. The girls apologize to the butler. They promise to fix everything and hope that the important papers were not damaged. Taking advantage of the confusion, the student runs outside. The maid notices her escape and vows to catch the fugitive. The escape is interrupted by an unexpected undercut from another maid. She performs a move, knocking the student off her feet. The other employees gather together and jokingly surround their colleague. They playfully declare that now they will beat her. The student ends up cornered. The girls tell her that there is nowhere left to run. Surrounded by curious faces, she finds herself under pressure. The characters demand to know why the leader received the Order of Xiphos. The girl can't take it anymore and starts crying. She laments that if she tells, the mentor will disown her. The maids, seeing her tears, immediately apologize. They regret that they drove her to this without knowing the whole situation. While comforting a crying girl, one of the maids guesses. She asks if the leader is that Nanasu. Medea, in a panic, unconvincingly denies everything. Her confused reaction only confirms their guess. The main character and his companion appear from above. He shouts that his student is completely incapable of lying. The hero's sister finds the situation amusing. The guy laments that his student is too simple-minded. Sora notes that to keep a secret, it is enough to put pressure on its bearer. The maids, along with the student, bow and beg the master for mercy. She adds that this method works especially well with students and subordinates. The maids beg not to expel Medea, ready to take the punishment upon themselves. The companion predicts that he will forgive them. The young man agrees not to expel the student in exchange for silence. In his punishment, he assigns cleaning the estate. The sister wisely concludes that, by showing mercy, he has earned respect and love. She delightedly thinks that he is the best mentor and head of the family. The morning has arrived, which the main character calls the most dangerous time for himself. The guy thinks that the morning is dangerous because people do rash things while still half asleep. He gives examples of such mistakes as drinking coffee instead of tea, falling out of bed, or, worst of all, getting the wrong rooms. By mistake, the boy enters his sister's room. She shouts that he forgot himself here, and he makes excuses. The girl makes him quickly leave the room. Suddenly, they bump heads. The character panics and asks his sister if she is okay. The man, in turn, is worried about him. She asks if everything is okay with Hermes. They look at each other and realize something is wrong. In horror, they say each other's names. Brother and sister shout in unison that they have swapped bodies. The sister in his body panics. Hermes in her body remembers what he read about changing personalities from headbutting. He says it won't be long and suggests waiting. The girl in his body can't believe what's happening. Hermes notices that she has started to panic. The guy promises to quickly find a way to fix everything. The character is struck by an idea and considers this a great opportunity. She asks what he's up to, saying she doesn't like it. The sister, being in the body of Hermes, is delighted. She feels how his power overwhelms her. The girl declares that she will do good throughout the city and runs away. The brother in the body of the sister shouts at her to stop. He runs past the butler, who comments on the good mood of the master. The man asks to stop immediately. The butler stops her, wondering why the lady is naked. He tries to break free, shouting that he needs to catch up with him. The shocked employee asks where she is going looking like that. Hermes in her body naively asks if that is not possible. The man screams in despair. He asks if she would have gone if he had allowed her. Now dressed, the boy in his sister's body searches for her in the city, annoyed that he wasted time because of the butler. Meanwhile, the townspeople approach the sister in the protagonist's body with gifts. They ask her to deliver vegetables, flowers, and dorayaki to the Lord. People tell stories of her good deeds. She collected all the vegetables in a flash, saving them from falling, and drove away the monster bees. The child happily tells how Mr. Hermes caught his balloon that had flown away. He is afraid that he will not have time to catch up with her. The young man finally finds his sister, but sees that she has encountered a bully. The hero says that she won't get off so easily if she starts up again. The character looks angrily at his sister, who guiltily looks away. The townspeople ask the lady not to be angry with him. Grandma explains that some guy was loudly knocking down the price. Then Mr. Hermes appeared and chased him away. The man simply has 2 dorayaki, and contemptuously says that this is the Kano family. The stranger greeted the heroes joyfully, as if they had known each other for a long time. The brother in the girl's body replied that he was not doing so well, and reminded them that they were actually seeing each other for the first time. The hero cursed silently, realizing that he had forgotten about the change of bodies. Meanwhile, his companion was suspicious of the stranger's politeness, and the latter thanked them for the fame they had gained among the aristocrats. The man in the hat boasted that thanks to his intelligence he had no problems with work. This angered the sister in the brother's body, and she decided to leave, but the character asked him to stop. He announced that if Hermes had time, he would like to take revenge. To the girl's great surprise, the guy calmly agreed. Sora in his brother's body thought that he was still angry at this man. Out loud, he said that everything was fine and it would be impolite to refuse, for which he received a reproach for making independent decisions. Someone announced the rules of the duel, that it was necessary to do without magic and with only one weapon. It was also decided that the fight would last only 1 round. The opponent said that he had nothing against it. The enemy reproached Hermes for being stuck up as usual. The young man replied that he wanted to say the same thing. Watching the start of the fight, the brother in the female body mentally asked her not to do anything unnecessary. Those around him were delighted, and the young man, dodging the attack, thought it was great. He was surprised that he could not wield a sword, but his body moved on its own, and noted that he felt light. The enemy tried to group himself for a strike. The protagonist says that it's all over and that he can't win. Hermes praised his opponent for trying to regroup at the end. At the same time, he himself was surprised at what cool phrases he was able to come up with. The man got angry and said that was enough for today. The grandmother asked how his dorayaki was. The enemy replied that it was their prize, ordering it to be given to relatives. Hermes thought that he was not such a bad person, to which the girl added that she would not marry him. The brother demanded to stop saying such things in his body. The guy said that it was necessary to hurry to do good deeds, which greatly surprised his companion. The young man realized that he couldn't catch up with them in her body, and he desperately shouted after her. The girl cursed and said that he would look again, and did not finish. The hero in the girl's body smiled maliciously, saying that it was time for her sister to take revenge. He said that in the morning they returned to their bodies. His sister had earned a lot of merit, and he showed her the results of his eating sweets. The butler found the hero in the kitchen. The young man, without turning around, thought it was Mimas. The man who entered was surprised by the tomatoes. The young man explained that Medea had shared them with him, and asked if he had any business with them. The employee answered positively. He said that the merchant Dadius was asking for an audience. The boy asked again in surprise, recognizing him as the same merchant. He was reportedly the main supplier of the refiner mages, sending subordinates to them until they eventually left him. The young man wondered what this man could possibly need from him. The butler conveyed that the merchant wanted to give him something, which greatly surprised the young man. The man asked him what he thought about it. After thinking about it, the hero decided to meet him. The man said that he had been waiting for them, and that he was glad to meet them. Hermes replied that the feeling was mutual. The merchant introduced himself as Dadius Salamis. The protagonist noted that he did not act as arrogantly as he expected, and wondered about his true intentions. He asked what his business was. The man replied that he wanted to give him something. The character showed the gifts, the unshakable crown worn by a king called the Strongest several thousand years ago, a carved amulet doll figurine, and a mermaid pendant made of rare stones from a now-closed mine. In addition to this, he presented another gift, The guy noted that all these things cost a lot of money. Dadayas modestly said that it was just his courtesy. He asked him directly if he was trying to buy him or make him a debtor. The man insisted that this was not the case and said that he would be happy if the gifts were accepted. The man mentioned that he had heard rumors of Hermes receiving 2 orders of Xiphos. He added that the title of Viscount was now on the horizon. The hero was surprised, because the title of Viscount is higher than the title of Baron. The dais agreed that it was too early to talk about it, but he was sure of it. The young man looked at the gifts and understood everything. He realized that it was all a bribe. In reality, the 2 medals were for defeating the Slime Lord. It was obvious that this was due to the personal connections with Lena and Shaw. The guy noted that merchants are smart people and follow rumors. The hero thought that 2 orders for small work create the impression that he is loved in the royal family. He realized that the merchant had come to him for patronage and decided to play along. The young man thought it was a great opportunity to play the role of the unreliable leader. He accepted the bribe with a smile, saying that this was what he needed. He decided that since he had such a chance, he should demand even more to pass himself off as a greedy baron. And he thought it was worth a try. The protagonist thought with annoyance that, since he became the leader, his bad plans always turned into something good. Something told him that this time, too, everything would not go according to plan. And he decided that this time, he shouldn't get involved in anything. And that was the most important thing. He told the merchant that he understood everything and that he could leave if he had nothing to add, which left him puzzled. When the merchant tried to say something, the hero coldly interrupted him, asking if he had heard him. He repeated his demand to leave. The young man thought with relief that it was best to let go of the business, and that he had let the merchant go without much emotion, even though he had angered him. His companion praised him, saying that it was impeccable. The guy asked if she had been spying on him. The girl replied that she had been spying a little, but she did not say where exactly, calling it a secret. He didn't understand what she meant by perfect, because they were just things that Dies had brought. She replied that that was not what she was talking about. Sora explained that she was referring to his impeccable cold shoulder. She added that instead of directly demanding money, there was a more noble and humble way. She explained that it was necessary to show a lack of satisfaction. The interlocutor will try to understand what is going on and will even ask questions, but you need to remain silent in order to express your opinion. The sister concluded with admiration that it was flawless and that he now had the perfect aces up his sleeve. The boy objected that he had said nothing and considered it stupid that the merchant should think of bringing more gifts himself. That same evening, they received new gifts from an anonymous person, which greatly surprised both him and the girl. The butler suggested calling an appraiser. The girl agreed, noting that Dadias was a first-class merchant and would hardly send a fake, but it was worth checking. He offered to return the gifts, but she stopped her, noting that the merchant knew how to act quickly. The guy said that everything has its limits. She logically objected that gifts from an anonymous person could not be returned. The girl added that even if they had returned them, he would have sent even more, considering that they were unhappy, and called her plan flawless. The protagonist realized with despair that he had earned a fortune with just one facial expression, and was distressed, not knowing what to do. It was announced by the character that on the recommendation of Prince Shu and Princess Lena, the head of the Kano family, like his entire family, did not finish speaking. The man continued to report that the heroes were officially promoted to the title of Viscount. He realized with despair that everything had been decided for him. The boy suspected that this day would come, but he didn't think it would be so soon. The main character realized that the prince and princess would come up with something to prevent him from running away. It was revealed that Prince Shu and Princess Lena would be arriving for the ceremony the day after tomorrow. The characters began discussing what they would wear and decided to choose a formal uniform. The butler announced that Prime Minister Sakos Venice would be arriving to supervise the preparations for the ceremony. Hearing an unfamiliar name, the hero asked who it was. The clerk added that he was a competent person in practical matters. The next day they met. The Prime Minister asked directly if he was Baron Kano. Hermes briefly confirmed it. The man thought the boy had an unpleasant face and doubted the future of the country if people like him were made viscounts. The young man noted the insult to himself. Venus believed that it was impossible to receive 2 orders of Xiphos for defeating the Slime Lord. He asked the guy directly how much he paid them, which surprised him. However, Sakos immediately added that he didn't have to answer. because it wasn't that important right now. The young man realized that the Prime Minister was thus hinting at a bribe for himself as well. He realized that they were hinting at bribery, but he decided for himself that he was not going to do anything like that. The young man decided to change the subject and asked how the preparations for the ceremony were going, to which Venus considered it rude. Then the guy smiled and remarked that the minister seemed to be enjoying all of this, which caused him to chuckle in displeasure. The day of the ceremony arrived, which took place in the large arena. The hero asked why the arena was needed. He was told that in order to entertain the public and confirm his title, he needed to defeat the Slime Lord again. Prince Sho and Princess Lina arrived. The protagonist greeted the arrivals and asked if everything was okay, to which he answered affirmatively. The boy learned from the prince that the arena was Sakos's proposal. The princess told her brother to keep quiet and wished Hermes luck and be careful. The character warned that there were bad rumors about this, and that Venus had set it all up to catch him. The human was sure there was more to it. He thanked her, and the princess and prince once again wished him to be careful and good luck in the arena. Hermes sincerely thanked them for their support. The host asked the opponents to stand opposite each other. Slime did not understand what was happening. The Prime Minister addresses the young man, but he tells him to leave, saying that he is in the way. He, after clarifying his intentions, agrees. After the start, the guy feels his body suddenly become heavier. The man mentally curses the Baron for this. He realizes that there is a barrier set up in the arena that prevents anyone from entering or leaving, and also weakens the strength of the people inside by 10 times. At the same time, he realizes that the monsters inside the barrier are doubling in strength. He looks at his opponent, the Slime Lord. The young man notices that he does not feel his own strength, while his opponent, on the contrary, has become stronger. He is sure that the Prime Minister is involved in this. The man exclaims in bewilderment, and the main character says that now everything has become clear to him. The man thinks that when he was lifted, he saw the barrier and realized that it was the reason for what was happening. And he thinks that he is a very difficult man. The young man sarcastically notes that it is a pity that the enemy has become stronger than usual, and he himself is weaker. He calls it the perfect combination. With a confident look, he declares that he will now fix everything and proclaims that there will be equality. The protagonist decides to play around a little and activate some kind of spell, leaving the Prime Minister completely bewildered. The man is confused and does not understand why the Slime Lord suddenly took the form of Sakos. The young man jokes that the monster now looks like an outstanding Prime Minister, and that even the creature believed in his chance of winning. The guy asks Venus with a malicious grin how he feels now, looking at the boy with the stupid face. At this time, another character, on behalf of the third prince of Aegina, Shuzi Aegina, officially proclaims that Hermes Kano and his entire family are not telling the whole story. The royal adds that he was ceremoniously elevated to the high title of Viscount. People at the banquet approach the newly minted Viscount Hermes, congratulating him on his promotion to the title. A couple approaches him and tells him they are very impressed by his fight and that only he can control such flames. He wearily thanks them. He recalls that the battle in the arena ended, and the prince officially promoted him in title, after which this banquet began. The young man mentally lists the guests, among whom were Prince Shaw and Lina, his sister, Dadias, Mimis, and other important people of Pindos. The guy complains that it's all a waste of time, because he had to greet a bunch of people for 5 hours, who he doesn't even remember. He's really annoyed by this, and he just wants to sit down and enjoy the food and wine. The girl asks him how the holiday is going, to which he, clearly bored, sarcastically replies that it's great. The protagonist continues to be indignant, saying that this is not good, and she replies that this is just good. It is not like congratulations in which he is called a worthy head of the family. Lena says that it was obvious that such rumors and compliments would start, and she adds that no matter what they say, he should control himself, especially with such a title. The young man says that it will be impossible to get along with these people without forced greetings. The girl replies that today's ceremony was magnificent. He asks if Her Highness liked that fire. The princess says that it is not about that, but about Sakos. She is sure that he is planning something, judging by suspicious rumors. The heroine suggests that perhaps most of the guests are bribed by Venus, and they are plotting something together. The guy asks if he is really that dangerous. She explains that in magic he occupies first or second place among the courtiers, and no one knows what he is capable of, so there are almost no complaints about him. The young man laments this, calling him ruthless and adding that he is indeed an outstanding man, if only it were not for his character, and thinks that this is sad. Suddenly, the girl notices Sakos walking towards him and becomes indignant. She advises him with a smile to take care of himself. The Prime Minister approaches and once again congratulates him on his promotion to the rank of Viscount. The guy is thinking hard that something will happen, whether he shakes her hand or whether it will happen even if he doesn't shake it. And he decides to shake it. Hermes suddenly sees a monster in front of him and does not understand what kind of mannequin it is. He wonders what this dark space is and where the monster went, but immediately dismisses the idea of teleportation. He realizes that Sakos is controlling this monster and would not put himself in danger by standing nearby. The man asks with a grin if he thinks it's an illusion. The young man feels a strong pressure and realizes that Lena was right about the Prime Minister's strength. The Prime Minister thinks that the suppression magic worked. The other guests suddenly find themselves in an illusory space. The hero clarifies where he is now. Hermes understands Venice's plan. Sakos seems to be telling him that if he does not obey, his loved ones will suffer. The young man understands that this is a direct threat. He looks at him with hatred, calling him a bad person. The main character tries to pull himself together, mentally ordering himself to calm down. The young man realizes that this is an illusion and understands the Prime Minister's plan. He wants to make him look scared. However, he notes that this, on the contrary, will harm his reputation as a worthy leader, and he is not against it. Looking at the lifeless faces in the illusion, he thinks that the man is crossing all boundaries of cruelty. The Prime Minister screams in panic, not understanding how the guy was able to take control of his illusion. The guy, in turn, calmly asks him the same question. The young man explains that the man's weak magic is no match for his own. He reproaches him for being content with simple tricks and not even bothering to test his powers. The protagonist says with disdain that getting pleasure from such vile intimidation is too low. Prince Shaw suddenly appears and interrupts them, asking if they have finished their conversation. He adds that in that case he will take Viscount Kano with him. The royal looks reproachfully at the Prime Minister, saying that it is unfair to take all the attention of the king of the occasion for himself. He asks for forgiveness and says that he is leaving then. Hermes apologizes to him for almost causing trouble. However, he adds with a smile that the character did something himself. The prince tells him not to pretend because there is no point in hiding. The guests notice that Sakos left early and discuss his curse abilities. They say that he can cast a curse of instant harm on someone he doesn't like and think that he's a villain. The young man, listening to this, is horrified. The young man asks with interest what exactly he did, because he is the first one who made Sakos regret his actions, and says that he got angry. The exhausted young man in response thinks that he wants to end his life. The prince asks if he was angry, but he denies it. The prince then smirks and notes that he looks like a demon. He suggests that Sakos did something that made the young man lose his temper. The character insists, saying that it is clear from his face that he is hiding something, and asks to tell what happened. However, the young man replies that it will be difficult for him and leaves, declaring that it will remain a secret. The prince remains sitting on the floor in complete bewilderment. Orthia and Hermes stood side by side, gazing in fascination at the majestic waterfall, the noise of which filled the air with freshness and peace. This morning, as soon as the guy stepped over the threshold of the establishment, the girl rushed at him with her important request to go look at the autumn leaves. The Baron didn't think it was difficult for him, but her happy face alone, he thought, was worth it. Orthia thanked him for the service he had rendered. The young man wanted to find a place nearby where they sold wine. Suddenly, they heard the sound of approaching horses, and he asked his companion to step aside. A crowd of dashing riders rushed past them, raising a cloud of dust and leaving behind them a loud echo of the clatter of hooves. Orthia assumed that they were probably not being chased at all, but suddenly an unknown man called out to them. He asked if they were a couple or a client and a performer. Hermes confirmed that it was the latter, and both looked wary and tense. The rider offered to take his horse, while his partner wondered why he was doing this, because if he gave up the animal, he himself would remain on foot and would not be able to escape. The man grabbed his comrade by the collar and sternly told him that he was a fool, for he had forgotten what his brother had taught them. He urged the young people to immediately mount their horses and leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible. But in the end, while the guys were still confused, the The nimble partner deftly seated his friend back in the saddle and quickly rode away from the looming danger. Orthia anxiously asked what they had done, but Hermes himself did not know the answer. At that moment, hurried footsteps were heard in the distance. The young man realized that someone was approaching them. He assumed it was probably a monster, and he understood why those people had run away in such a hurry, but he was still unclear why they had been given a horse. Hermes asked the girl if it wouldn't be better to catch up with those horsemen and find out everything themselves, to which she agreed. The runners moved forward rapidly, desperately seeking shelter and salvation from danger. The boy called out loudly to the runners, but the man warned them not to come closer, otherwise they would be hit along with them. The young man asked in bewilderment why he had given them his horse, while Orthia looked closely at the clothes of the strangers and began to understand that they clearly belonged to a gang of robbers. The man said that this was the instruction of their brother. He was the leader of their gang and followed the rules. Steal and plunder, but do not kill people, and also to help those whose lives are under threat. Hermes expressed his agreement with this statement. The robber continued his story, explaining that their older comrade had died nearby, and advised the young men to quickly hide. The young man wondered why they themselves were in such a hurry to flee, and whether they did not intend to avenge their dead comrade. The man shouted that of course they were thirsty for revenge, but their leader's last order was that the squad must run and save their lives. Hermes realized that, despite their burning desire to take revenge on their offenders, they were running only to fulfill the last order of their senior comrade. The robber again insistently asked the boys to quickly disappear from here, because only thanks to their brother's teachings they remained alive. When he came close to them, he suddenly noticed that the young guy's gaze was strikingly similar to their leader's. Therefore, he resolutely demanded that they leave here immediately. The boys understood the meaning of the man's request. Orthia looked at him thoughtfully and noticed that she thought he was interested in this meeting and asked him to stop pretending to be indifferent. The girl believed that the expression on the guy's face immediately revealed what he was thinking, and she openly asked if the young man was going to save these bandits. Orthia firmly stated that although the bandits themselves were in mortal danger, they decided to fulfill their promise to the deceased leader of the group and come to their aid. She added that even if this man is a robber, he has a kind soul and a responsive heart. Hermes agreed with the girl, and therefore told her to pretend that she did not notice anything that he was about to do. Orthia, having thought about it, asked him to stop being so mysterious. The guy emphasized that this was extremely important to him, but his companion coldly interrupted the conversation, casting a contemptuous glance. The young man ordered the horse to stand still and silent, realizing that danger was very close. The monster quickly crushed everything around it, and rock fragments flew in all directions like projectiles of enormous force. Orthia became noticeably frightened. Her heart began to beat faster. Her breathing quickened. Her eyes widened in horror. The girl wondered how Hermes would be able to deal with the monster unarmed, when suddenly the stone rushed straight towards her, causing a strong attack of fear. However, the magician instantly threw the stone away with a powerful magical blow. Seeing the stone shatter against the nearby rock, Orthia realized how stupid a question she had asked. While the monster tried to strike again, Hermes erected a protective barrier and began to think about a strategy for victory. The magician activated the magic circle with a decisive movement. A huge hand suddenly appeared from the portal, shaking the ground heavily with every movement. Orthia stood there, stunned by the sight of the giant hand that had appeared out of nowhere, while the monster made another attempt at attack, trying to break through the defense. Hermes concentrated and began to energetically control the movements of the giant hand, directing it against the monster. He then directed his hand with a powerful blow straight into the monster's chest, trying to completely incapacitate the enemy. The monster instantly flew far back, crashing with its back into a massive rock. Orthia gasped in delight, amazed at the magician's abilities. Hermes admitted that this was the first time he had used such tactics, rejoicing at the successful outcome of the battle. In his opinion, such an attack leaves traces that perfectly imitate the claw strikes of another creature. Now no one will even think of looking for a human as the culprit. Deciding to remember such a clever trick, the young man mentally noted it for future battles. A confused bandit came out onto the battlefield, completely not understanding what had happened here recently, and how to understand it at all. Hermes asked the returning man with concern why he had violated his own orders and returned here. He replied that he felt on the young man's face the same steadfastness and will that distinguished their late brother. The guy was very embarrassed, realizing that his feelings were so obvious to a stranger. In addition, the robber added that he decided that it was impossible to leave the young people in danger. Hermes asked the girl what his face was like now, and in response he heard that it was so-so. Orthia answered the question of who this guy was and began to say that he was actually the son of God who came down to earth to eradicate evil, and his hobby was making musical instruments from the entrails of bad people. While the girl was trying to add something else, Hermes irritably asked her to stop talking nonsense and finally shut up. He remembered that he and she had gone to admire the autumn leaves, but accidentally had to save a group of bandits who had learned about his power. Hermes wondered how he could deceive them. And then, the guy carefully bent down, picked up a small red stone from the ground, and suddenly it flew up. The mysterious stone suddenly came to life in his hands, as if it had acquired a will of its own. Slowly turning, it pointed its sharp end straight at the bandit standing among his accomplices. Hermes felt strong magic from it, but it did not hide any danger. Besides, the stone is quite hard, but it can be broken. And then he suggested that it might be some kind of magical instrument or a kind of attribute for casting curses. The young man was well aware that he could have figured out the situation on his own, using his knowledge and skills. But now he had another task, to come up with something explanatory for the guys. He asked them to pretend they hadn't seen anything and offered to go in peace. And then he heard one of the bandits wondering what the man was doing and why he was preparing the horse, and whether something had happened. The robber confidently declared that nothing had happened and they were leaving. Then, turning sharply to his comrade, he added with special emphasis that nothing had happened here, and they were leaving, period. Hermes, noticing such a sharp reaction from the man, froze in complete confusion. He never expected that a simple offer to leave peacefully would cause such a violent reaction. The bandits, seeing the stone in the boy's hands, shouted in alarm, claiming that it was their property, and demanding that the relic be returned immediately. The young man himself, however, did not understand the significance of what was happening, and was perplexed as to why the discovery was causing such panic and anxiety among these people. They drew their weapons and quickly and threateningly demanded that the stone be handed over immediately. Their faces were stern. Their voices were harsh and decisive. Hermes looked at what was happening carefully, assessed the situation, and came to one important conclusion. He explained that the owner of the stone can control the person on whom his conspiracy fell, and this is what it is, this treasure. The man did not understand what was going on, because they accidentally found this stone in ancient ruins. The bandits themselves did not really understand the intricacies of curses, so they did not know exactly what to do with the stone they had found. While they were standing there in indecision, a huge monster suddenly appeared from somewhere to the side. The bandit continued his story, saying that the monster easily threw off their boss and quickly headed towards the rest of the gang, intending to take the stone. They found themselves face to face with a dangerous enemy, having lost the leader who had protected them before. The man loudly ordered the squad to prepare because he would be back soon. These words echoed through the camp, causing excitement among the soldiers. Hermes realized that the curse of the stone was exclusively for their leader. He understood that the man was the strongest on their team, and if he had perished in the hands of the monster, there would have been more than a few deaths. And then the guy came to the conclusion that, in this case, he had no choice but to become bait and give them time to escape. He asked if his arguments were correct. The bandits asked him to stop mentioning it, and said that even if he knew about everything, nothing would change. Hermes asked them if they were really going to continue arguing with each other in such a difficult situation, and added that if the squad truly respected their leader, then let them live. They stood in shock and stared at the young man. Although he himself understood that their comrade had recently died in battle, and they, in their haste, had not had time to realize anything, considering them rather noble robbers who did not commit murders. The young man grinned good-naturedly and threw the stone back, considering it fair thanks for the horse he had provided. The bandits were literally in shock and were incredibly happy that the stone had finally returned to them. Orthia sincerely believed him to be an extremely kind person, ready to help anyone in need. Her companion, on the contrary, constantly urged her to remain silent. The man came to the conclusion that he had caused him a lot of trouble. Hermes explained that he was returning the stone as a token of gratitude for the horse, and asked not to take his action the wrong way. The robber added dryly that he had no intention of thanking him. The words sounded sharp and frank, reflecting internal hostility and irritation. The young man politely asked him to break the stone, explaining that it would be better for everyone. The man replied that this was exactly what he was going to do and asked if there was a suitable cave nearby. The boy looked at him in bewilderment and asked why the cave was needed at all, suggesting that they simply break the stone here and now. However, the robber, hearing the young man's proposal, only snorted contemptuously and added that it was still a treasure. The man explained that it could take a month to dispel the curse and remove the seal, and during that time the cave would serve as a safe haven. So this was far from an ordinary treasure. One of the bandits reported that there was one cave, but there was a risk of meeting a strong monster there. The other caves were far away, and he would like to find something closer. Hermes believed that he would not be able to sleep if he allowed these people to die, and asked to give him the stone, and then broke it himself. The squad thought it was impossible, because the boss had told them that the stone was hard to break, and they wondered who he was. The guy asked them to forget everything that happened today, and if they found it hard to do, at least not to tell anyone. The man apologized, saying that they were not following anyone's orders, and added that they were not going to tell anyone on purpose, but they would not remain silent either. The young man asked him to simply say that they would not tell anyone, and to end the conversation there, the robber added that the only thing they wanted to see was their brother alive and well. Hermes made the important conclusion that this man was incredibly dear and important to them. The man suggested that if he agreed to become their brother, then perhaps they would change their minds. What he heard greatly surprised the guy. He continued that the young man strongly resembled a former leader and repeated his phrases. Hermes asked to wait, claiming that he had said nothing of the sort. But he was interrupted and informed that the last time their leader had said, "Run away from here. I will somehow deal with the monster and the stone myself." And instead of him, a young man did all this, as if he had become the leader himself. They thought that the spirit of the former leader had entered into him. The man continued that this guy seemed to him the only one they could trust with their destinies. Hermes considered it a difficult choice, and then thought that maybe becoming a bandit leader wouldn't be so bad. The young man understood that associating with bandits would be a disgrace to his reputation, and if people found out that he had connections with criminals, they would demand his resignation as head. Therefore, he had a condition, not to attack people or engage in reckless robberies, since he did not want trouble. The man thought that there would be no problems, because initially they were engaged in noble robberies, as their brother ordered. The young man took this into account and added that then everything would be fine. Hermes decided that so be it, and now he would become their brother. The robber thanked him and asked him to command as he wished, because they, the Ghost Squad, would always be with him. Just as the guy was about to say that it was nice to meet him, Orthia intervened in the conversation, surprised that it was the Ghost Squad. The man was surprised and asked if she knew anything about them. She answered that, of course she did. Hermes asked if they were the most terrible. The girl was surprised by this assumption and added that no way, and she knew so much about them. Orthia said that they would be more famous than many aristocrats, the most famous noble robbers on the entire continent. The guy was shocked. The girl continued that they were not just small-time bandits, but the real elite of the criminal world. Hermes was shocked, realizing that he was now their leader. The man realized that they hadn't even met yet and introduced himself as Kyros, the vice captain of the Ghost Squad. The girl introduced herself as Orthia, simply Orthia, and the young man as Hermes, also simply Hermes. The man, of course, understood her, but he believed that the guy was not just Hermes. The guy recalled that this was how their conversation began in this tea house. The squad asked for some wine, and their new leader came to the conclusion that the guys turned out to be quite decent, despite all their noisiness and apparent swagger, and even a little funny in their spontaneity. Hermes asked cautiously if he could ask just one question, to which Kyros good-naturedly replied that he could ask it boldly. The young man often wondered why they had chosen such a strange occupation, noble robbery, because it seemed a senseless and tedious undertaking, full of dangers and troubles. Orthia didn't understand where the importunity was, to which the boy said that he thought so. Kyros said that it was one thing to steal from the rich and give to the poor, but quite another to steal from the rich for one's own enrichment. And then he thought about something. He said that in order to answer this question, he himself would need to ask Hermes a question, and he asked what kind of question it was. The man was interested in, for example, what he would do for his people if he became king. He asked them not to bother too much with the answer. Hermes thought that if he said something stupid, he would fall in their eyes. Although it was not that he did not like them, he just did not know where to hide from their attention and their friendly relations with him. The boy considered telling them what he really did. He was not a king, but a viscount, a landowner, a smaller version of a monarch. If he told them what evil he was doing, they would probably get disillusioned and leave, which was ideal. The guy said that he would leave all the work to the officials and spend the state money on entertainment, thinking that they would show their disappointment. But Kuros understood and concluded that he would lead everyone, trusting his subordinates and not focusing on power. Hermes was shocked, but didn't show it. And the vice captain continued that there were a lot of aristocrats who saved money and didn't spend it. Because of this, the money circulating in the local economy was becoming scarce, which led to unemployment. But the other brother put the happiness of the people above his own. The young man said he would raise taxes higher than any country. The man assumed he was planning to create public institutions to reduce unemployment. The group added that their leader cared not only about money, but also about employment, helping those who had lost their jobs find them. The boy thought they had completely lost their minds and hearing. Kuros noticed that he really did look remarkably like their former boss, as if the soul of the old leader had found a new body. The man continued that their former boss also cared about the common people, believing that a ruler who forgot the people loses the future. That's when he took up noble robbery. Orthia thought they were working together from the start. The vice captain chuckled and explained that they were once poor vagabonds living in the filth until their previous leader saved them. They were real fools, and believed then that their salvation came from the aristocrats themselves. But the one they met turned out to be a brother. So they believed in him and continued his work with him. Kuros said, with feeling that they help others solely because they themselves were once saved, having experienced the joy of being freed from despair and poverty. Hermes sincerely believed that they looked quite impressive, and his subordinate authoritatively confirmed that the group was indeed famous for its courage and bravery, earning the respect of those around them. One of the robbers offered a drink, and the other asked to bring another mug. The guy wanted to say that he doesn't drink, but he was asked not to say that. However, he clarified that this was a tea shop, not a beer shop. The waitress said that sometimes you can drink beer, but the young man had no desire. The girl stopped and realized that she had seen him somewhere before. Hermes realized that they were here with the swordmaster Perseus. He was well aware of how bad things would get if the waitress suddenly remembered who he was. So he immediately decided to distract her attention and loudly demanded that the beer be brought immediately, causing everyone to turn around. The young man exhaled sharply, tensed his muscles, and quickly rose upward, followed by the entire squad, as if they were one whole. They all drank aromatic wine, joyfully danced to the cheerful melodies of music, enjoying every moment of fun and freedom, immersing themselves in the atmosphere of celebration and unity. In the morning, Hermes felt a severe headache. He tried to remember how they had spent the night happily sipping wine, and suddenly realized that this headache was the price he had to pay for yesterday's feast. Finally, Kuros showed kindness and decided to ease the suffering of his young friend by seating him next to him and taking him straight to the city. He could remember absolutely nothing else. Suddenly, the door of the room opened and Mimizu entered, whose voice seemed unbearably loud, harsh, and irritating to the young man after a hard morning. The chief sternly asked why he was making so much noise so early in the morning, but the butler objected that it was lunchtime, and the guy jokingly added that morning comes when you wake up. He understood that the Phantom Squad had appeared in Kano's domain, and if they were not dispersed now, serious problems would arise. Hermes confidently announced that he had already decided everything, and the butler froze in amazement, confusedly trying to understand what they were talking about and where the Baron got such sudden confidence from. The young man understood that now he would consider him the first one to learn about the incident and immediately take the necessary measures. And Mimizu was interested in how the chief had managed to guess about everything. The boy asked the assistant to leave him alone because he was tired and wanted to sleep all day. But the butler objected, saying that this was not possible, and asked to at least have lunch. Hermes called out to Kuros, who looked at him in surprise and realized that his boss was still in his pajamas. The young man asked him in bewilderment what he was doing in Pindos, to which he received a counter-question. Had he forgotten what happened yesterday? The man said that from now on they would keep in touch through a certain establishment, and he even granted permission to visit the establishment. Orthia cried out enthusiastically that she was a witness. The girl beamed with happiness, glad that her sisters now had regular customers, and thanked the young man heartily. He, however, could not grasp the meaning of what was happening. The people were discussing the appearance of the ghost squad, led by their leader, nearby. Hermes understood them and asked them not to rob anything or commit any bad deeds. To which Kiros replied that everything was fine. After all, they are noble robbers and do not harm ordinary people. The young man assumed that everything was fine then, and the man asked him not to worry in vain. He said that a brother's word is law. Everyone present turned their heads at once, fixing their gaze on the guy, catching him off guard and causing him real shock. The guys rushed to hug him, laughing, saying that he smelled of alcohol and that he was dressed in pajamas, offering to contact them if they needed help. The leader asked to leave him alone, quietly hoping that he would soon be able to forget about this morning's embarrassment. Suddenly, the girls pounced on him, joyfully screaming and clinging to him, and Hermes stood again in complete confusion, trying in vain to understand what had happened again. They found it charming to see the prince in his pajamas, and they warmly thanked him for the special atmosphere of life and fun that now reigned in their establishment, attracting visitors and filling their hearts with joy. The boys invited him to drop in if he was free, claiming that they had excellent wine and could continue the previous evening. Kiros called them fools and added that he would drink with him. The squad was indignant, declaring that it was unfair to sit alone in a corner, and suggested that he join them. While he was being dragged, rumors began to spread about Hermes, that he was allegedly the boss of the most famous ghost squad, endowed with mysterious powers and famous for his noble actions. It became clear to him that it was impossible to refuse, otherwise he would lose face. The Baron sat comfortably on the windowsill, carefully studying a fresh newspaper, which told about the new adventures of the famous Ghost Squad, which inspired fear and respect throughout the entire area. The newspaper reported that the Phantom Squad was a criminal organization on the mainland that specialized in robberies. They were called noble robbers because they stole the wealth of the rich and then distributed it to the poor. However, it would be difficult to call them noble. Usually, noble bandits rob the bad rich, but the Ghost Squad, ignoring the concept of bad, robs all rich people in a row. Among them are also traders who conduct legitimate activities. The Ghost Squad supports only a small part of the common people, and for the majority they are no different from ordinary bandits. Hermes realized that noble robbers were placed on commoners. Kiros told him that they used to be city trash, and he believes that the experiences they gained then continue to influence them today. The leader presented the image of the former boss of the squad, who had prepared a lot of problems for him now. Then curiosity took hold of him, and he became eager to see what the legendary leader, whose deeds had inspired many and left an indelible mark on the hearts of his comrades, looked like. When the young man first saw the face of the former leader, he literally broke out in a cold sweat. His heart began to pound wildly, and his consciousness became clouded with shock. So powerful was the impression. However, inside he doubted, considering it absurd to assume that he was like this powerful, warlike hero with the physique of a berserker, capable of striking terror into the hearts of his enemies with just one glance. The Baron came to the conclusion that the guy was obsessed with muscles, just like the members of his squad. The young man turned away decisively, feeling a strong desire to stop looking at this spectacle, which caused him a deep feeling of rejection and internal protest against the imposed image. Sora rushed into the room and asked excitedly if everything was okay, because she heard someone's desperate cry, which made her heart clench with anxiety. Suddenly, the girl turned her attention to the floor where she found a newspaper. The sister did not understand what was happening, noticing her brother's tired appearance and strange pose, and then, looking at the piece of paper, she saw an image of a half-naked man. A sharp, piercing scream erupted inside her head, and suddenly, the true meaning of what she had seen dawned on her. Sora addressed him, emphasizing that the world is full of different people, but he, being a Viscount, does not think about heirs. These words caused sincere surprise in the guy. The sister said questioningly that there was nothing wrong with girls. Hermes suddenly realized that she had come to a completely wrong conclusion and mentally ran through possible explanations, trying to avoid further misunderstandings and save face. He explained that this was information about the Phantom Squad that Mimizu had collected. The girl realized that this was the squad that was rumored to be their boss. The boy didn't want to admit that statement. He asked her, assuming that she knew that they had recently appeared in the city. The sister guessed that her brother was involved in this matter, but the result of her reflections was an unwillingness to believe in such a thing. She added that she would forgive him if he were a simple man, but he was a viscount and needed heirs, realizing that she had 48 PG to deal with. The head did not understand what was being discussed. Sora explained that this was a project to create a harem for Hermes from 48 young beauties, each of whom was preliminarily examined for the absence of possible problems during pregnancy and childbirth. The guy thought that this was too extravagant and excessive. He also realized that it was time to leave, because her ardent flow of thoughts could no longer be stopped. And he quickly said goodbye while the girl was reasoning that thanks to her efforts, the family line would continue for at least 3 more generations. Hermes decided to go to their establishment to Kuro's to remind them once again what they should not do. A stranger suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbing him by the clothes and begging for help, looking at him with eyes full of despair and hope. The boy did not understand what was happening, and the man asked for help, claiming that the Ghost Squad wanted to kill him. Kuro's insistently asked him to come outside, calling him a damn swindler. Hearing such accusations, Hermes fell into a state of deep confusion. Struck by the frankness of the situation and not knowing how to react to such a harsh statement, the man admitted his mistake and promised to behave calmly and discreetly in the future. After all, the guys from the squad don't care whether he surrenders or not. They intend to kill him, and he categorically does not want to die. The young man asked him to listen to him carefully. He looked seriously at the swindler and asked him clearly if he had honestly admitted his actions, wanting to make sure that he understood the consequences of what he had done. The deceiver confirmed that he had honestly confessed to his misdeed. The team noticed him, and he turned to the gentleman with a request for help. And the guy stopped in confusion. Chiros repeated the phrase again, and Hermes became wary, realizing that he had been exposed. The vice captain asked whether their leader was the owner of these lands, and received an affirmative answer. Hermes had expected to be discovered, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Plus, there would be a problem if they turned against him, and he wondered if he should defeat them all at once. Replaying the joyful events of the past in his mind, the Baron said that this swindler had surrendered without resistance, and, being responsible for him, he would arrest him. The boy then turned to the Ghost Squad, thanking them for finding the criminal, but asked them not to go overboard with catching criminals anymore, explaining that this merchant was a simple resident of these places, and asked them not to disturb the other merchants and townspeople. Otherwise, he would be forced to take strict measures and warned them to keep a low profile in order to avoid unpleasant consequences. The squad took his words seriously and asked him to remain calm, assuring them that they had recently seen his true strength. They had no one who could withstand his impressive strength. The guy thought that he was too carried away by such details. Kiro said that in pursuit of the ideals of good, the squad made mistakes that led to problems. He hopes that the trust of the owner will improve the situation. Hermes would prefer that they behave more modestly and disappear faster. The boys humbly asked for forgiveness, bowing their heads low, expressing deep submission in recognition of their own guilt, before the young master of the land. The villagers were shocked that the boys bowed down and wondered if the boy was so powerful that he could make the real members of the Ghost Squad do this, even though he looked slightly different. Hermes forgave them, and they expressed great gratitude to their new leader. Kuro said that even among the aristocrats he was special and asked not to worry. The young man agreed, but did not understand how to remain calm in such a situation. The soldiers asked if the man was a fraud and ordered him not to move. Hermes asked why she was with the police, and Sora replied that she'd been looking for him for a long time and knew she would find him here, so the search did not take long. The young man added that he'd run away from her. People are curious about the relationship between the Master and the Ghost Squad, as there were rumors that the latter had appointed him as its commander-in-chief. The sister asks if he has encountered the Ghost Squad again, but he asks her to keep quiet. The young man openly admitted that he sincerely loves girls. Sora sighed, decided to believe him, and showed him a list with images of all 48 candidates for Hermes' harem. Suddenly, Medea quickly pounced on him, energetically insisting that he begin training immediately. Sora asked to give her at least 3 years, since the girl was too young to participate in the project. The guy shouted that he was not going to include her in the number of participants, and when she asked about the purpose of the project, he answered that it was better for her not to know. A girl walking along the city streets noticed a strange man. With the gun firmly pointed at his throat, she coldly asked who he was. As the townspeople watched the battle begin, this strange man grinned. Medea wondered if he was really going to defend himself with this sleeper. The stranger said that he expected nothing less from his brother's ward. The man attacked her and proclaimed that he was the local ruler. The girl was incredibly interested in the stranger's story, and she demanded to know how he knew that this young man was her teacher, experiencing a mixture of delight and disbelief. The man replied that he had seen them talking before, and Medea was surprised that he was peeping. The enemy noted that he forgot to introduce himself, and said that he was the deputy head of the Dream Squad, Cumus. Maphnis. And the girl introduced herself as one of the granddaughters of Perseus' swordmaster, Medea. Mukanai. While the stranger politely introduced himself and expressed pleasure at meeting her, Medea quickly struck, proving that manners are good only to a certain extent. The man was amazed by the girl's quick reaction. She asked if it was true that her teacher was the boss of the Dream Squad. Kairos confirmed it and wanted to learn a lot from her, suggesting that they find a quiet place, since they were too conspicuous here. Medea looked around and declared that if it came to a fight, she would still win, but she agreed to the enemy's terms. The boys started drinking to the bottom. The visitor wondered if this was the same Medea and the man from the Dream Squad who were clinking glasses for the 5th time. The girl asked the commander to bring more milk. Kuros came to the conclusion that Hermes' choice of a student is connected to the fact that he adheres to a sober lifestyle. Medea confirmed this, adding that if the mentor drinks, nothing will stop him, and this is terribly frightening. The man confirmed that indeed, the last time they drank, it was difficult to stop the leader because he was enthusiastically telling how he was arm wrestling and broke a table, which meant he had to compensate for the damage. The student said that he was only allowed to drink at home. The very fact that the young man had sent her grandfather into a well-deserved retirement was further proof of his outstanding abilities. The vice captain had heard of the swordmaster Perseus and could hardly imagine the level of superior strength. They came to the conclusion that these were the characteristics of their brother, but the girl still remained dissatisfied with something. She stated that she was unhappy with the fact that her mentor forbade her to use her real name. So now she is officially considered a student of a certain Nanasu. Kuros began to understand that Hermes was hiding his true identity and true power for some reason, although why exactly remained unclear. The girl concluded that her interlocutor had come to the same conclusion. The man asked if this Nanasu was a real person or something else. Medea knew that the whole story was fictitious. She uses the name Nanasu when defeating opponents in the dojo, or must introduce herself as a swordswoman, but is forbidden from using her real name in public by Hermes. Kuros paused and asked the girl to listen, reminding her that he had not forbidden her to mention the name Nanasu, and then suggested that this name be glorified throughout the country. Medea was shocked, and the man continued that they would announce to the world that their Dream Squad boss was Nanasu. They would do good for the common good, and the brother's name would become known everywhere. The girl did not object. She was curious whether the teacher would be angry at such an idea, and received the answer that, of course, he would be angry. But the vice captain still intended to achieve wide recognition of this name. He had seen many noble families rotten to the core, but his brother was different. He was able to rule while remaining close to the people. However, the man could not go against his will, so glorifying the name of Nanasu was a way to satisfy his own ambition. Kuros understood that this was certainly selfish, but asked his interlocutor not to be indignant, because if she agreed, he would keep the secret that Nanasu was their leader. True, he would need her help for this. The visitor was interested in what they were talking about, and the bartender thought that this was not good. The man emphasized that he was not insisting on making a decision, but Medea firmly stated that she was ready to support his adventure, having sensed the excitement. She stated that as his student, she would be happy if many people knew about him and asked him to stop making such faces. The man called her a tsundere, believing that it was inherited from the master. The girl was indignant, claiming that he smelled of alcohol. Medea asked him to move away, unsure how to convince people to admit that Hermes was the boss of the Dream Squad, while remaining anonymous. Kuros said that was where her talent would come in handy. The man asked his sister to listen if she was free. She answered negatively. Then he invited her to have a drink, and advised her to perceive it as helping her neighbor. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. The man was surprised that the Dream Squad was so close, and Kuros said that he would be even more surprised to find out who was in front of him. Medea introduced herself as the boss of the Dream Squad, Nanasu's brother, and wondered if it would even work. When discussing the plan, Medea was surprised that she was chosen as the main character. The man replied that her demonstration of skill would prove her leadership. Additionally, they planned to spread the rumor that the brother was not Nanasu. The girl agreed. She agreed to participate in this plan. The man realized that this was Midea's teacher and stated that he was even providing a service to the swordmaster. Kuros asked if the girl knew him. The student remembered that this was the same man who had recently been rioting in the tavern and closely interrogating every visitor. The man assured that he had been misunderstood. He was merely giving friendly instructions to the staff who did not know how to greet guests properly. Kuros reconciled himself to this impression of the character. The man himself grumbled that after this girl intervened, she constantly interfered with him. He thought that the man was slacking off, and Nanasu seemed to have forgotten to teach her good manners and then attacked him. The vice captain thought that this time they would give the Dream Squad boss a grand show, and it was time for him to leave. The man added that he had defeated that same girl last time and remembered that she had mentioned her leader. He wanted to find out if he really was the one standing in front of him, because if the teacher was weaker than his student, he would not be spared. Medea grinned when she heard that her rival considered her mentor weak. After all, he was stronger than everyone, stronger even than her grandfather, strong in body and spirit. Master Hermes, that is, Nanasu, is second to none, and he trains her every day. The girl thought she was getting stronger every day. Kuros noticed that she had split someone else's sword, no, not even cut it. The man did not understand what was happening. He believed that her masterful swordsmanship and incredible strength clearly confirmed that she was Nanasu. The vice captain called on those gathered to pay close attention, preparing to tell important news that would capture the imagination and turn conventional ideas upside down. He solemnly announced that under Nanasu's leadership, the Dream Squad had reached unprecedented power, and added that good deeds in the lands of Kano should not be hindered. Kuros loudly and confidently declared that anyone who dared to stand in the way of goodness would be immediately and openly challenged by the Dream Squad, defending truth and justice. In addition, he counted on the support of his brother, expecting him to join the common cause and support the initiative. Medea confidently offered to rely on her, promising to become a reliable stronghold, ready to overcome any obstacles and prove that faith in her was justified. Kuros said goodbye to the people. The girl realized that now the general public would know about Hermes, and the man approved of her conclusions. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting real brother was reading a complete collection of Orthia's latest works, and asking her not to relax too much. In the cafe, the customers were actively discussing how Nanasu had performed wonderfully that time, and Hermes, hearing this in passing, was suddenly confused by the unexpected news. Mimizu said that it looks like the Baron is in trouble. The chief did not understand what was in front of him, and heard the answer that it seemed to be a tax. He was surprised that the tax was muddy water, and assumed it was sake. However, it was explained to him that it was salt water used as a kind of tax. Hermes did not understand where the salt water could come from, since there was no sea in Kano's lands. The butler asked him if he was familiar with a city called Heir, to which he replied that he had heard of it. He suggested that he show more interest in the people and events around him. Mimizu then explained that Heir was one of the towns that the Kano family collected taxes from. It was a provincial town with stone houses and a large lake in the center, and since their debts had been piling up lately, he decided to find out the reason, and they told him about it. Hermes came to the conclusion that they had offered to wait, promising to pay immediately after the production of salt, and the assistant confirmed this. The head agreed, since salt is of great importance from an economic point of view. If its production can be established, it will become not just a tax, but a basic element of trade. He became curious about what she looked like and used magic to find out. The young man saw that it was quite a lot and thought that this could successfully solve the issue of tax debt. The butler was shocked to see the result, and the Baron, noticing his reaction, was also perplexed. Both tried to comprehend the scale of what had happened and assess the consequences of the unexpected success. He asked him if something was wrong. The assistant continued, saying that salt had long been known in Karasasuke Lake, but due to the large number of impurities, salt production was a difficult task, so difficult that many generations refused to do it. And now it turns out the guy has solved this problem. Hermes refused to believe it, because he had done this a long time ago when he purified silver, separating it from impurities. He said that he only slightly processed the water. The assistant was shocked that he managed to achieve such a result with such a small intervention. The young man believed that he became helpless when it came to magic. Numizu immediately went to gather the wizards about the production of salt. The chief considered him too enterprising and asked him to wait. Then he looked at the plate of salt and suddenly realized something. A few days later in this country, the residents were sincerely grateful to the gentleman for the fact that now Heirs could sleep peacefully. He was happy for them. Now, thanks to the production of salt, agriculture in Heirs has become unnecessary. People said that they do catch fish, but year after year the catch is getting worse and worse. All the young people have left to earn money, to somehow survive. The man kept thinking about how to live on, but thanks to the gentleman finding a way to produce salt, it looks like they will now be able to buy vegetables and meat from others, and the young people say they will return. The people thanked him warmly. Hermes accepted the thanks, but despite his success, he was unable to fully rejoice. People were saying that it was time for them to go and cook dinner, and inviting them to join later if they wanted to. Sora thought he was a real good boy. The girl didn't think he would take up land development, but here he was. The boy replied that he had only done so because Mimizu and the others had egged him on, saying that they would make trouble until he went. The sister thought they had grown stronger. She was surprised that her brother had come up with the idea of salt production. The boy was surprised that no one had thought of it before. Sarah thought that the idea might have been there, but they hadn't been able to create their own production model. And he decided this question. Hermes thought that it was all a coincidence. The girl thought that it didn't matter whether it was a coincidence or not. Besides, the smiles on their faces were his merit, and his sister added that she had sent Harsov salt throughout the kingdom, which shocked the young man. Hermes knew that by using magic that extracted only salt from salt water, he could create a salt of the purest quality, unrivaled by any other salt that was boiled in the usual way. It would be disrespectful not to bring salt of such quality to His Majesty. He was interested in what he had said. Sora showed him a letter from the prince, which said that His Majesty had been extremely pleased with his gift. As a reward, His Excellency had allowed him to choose a name for the new salt. While the young man was thinking about the name, his sister explained that they were allowed to choose between the names Kano Salt and Hermes Salt. The boy shouted that the name would only be Kano Salt, but Sora had already answered that they had chosen Hermes Salt. He didn't understand why. She thought that his name would be no less recognizable than the name of salt anyway, and she did not understand what the difference was. The young man shouted that he did not want this because the fame of his name could have consequences. The sister asked if there was a reason for her brother to react this way, or if he had something to hide. The brother was confused, not knowing how to explain his feelings. He was afraid that fame and attention would attract unwanted attention and cause problems. While the young man was trying to justify himself, he began to stutter. The girl concluded that Orthia was right. The conclusion was this. What was in his heart was also shown on his face. Hermes asked if she knew that girl. She answered that she did, and even went shopping together, which her brother could not imagine. Sora asked him not to beat around the bush and asked what he was hiding. The guy thought that things were bad, and he would be lost if she found out. On the day he was making salt, the young man discovered something unusual in the grains of salt. It was mithril. This mineral can only be found in certain mines and is on the verge of extinction. It is necessary for the creation of magical items and is much more expensive than the salt itself. Suspecting that if something like this were discovered, all the furor created by the production of salt would come to naught. Hermes hid it in a drawer. Sora showed the bag with the contents, assuming that this was the mineral. The young man was shocked that where did she get it from, and she began to tell that Mimizu ran out of the room somehow agitated, and decided to see what happened there. He was hiding something there, and she was curious about what it was, so she asked him to tell her if there was any mithril in that bag. The guy was screaming that she had seen it or something. He also asked about the contents. Sora explained that it went with the salt to the kingdom. She felt that not sending it would be no less rude, especially since it was a mineral whose deposits were almost exhausted. To this, they replied that the news of the discovery of mithril, a deposit of which had hitherto been unknown outside the mines, in the water was priceless, and they were glad to hear it. It seems that they gave the method of extracting salt and mithril a name, and the name, apparently, was given by His Majesty the Prince. They called it Hermes' Way. Sora responded that she agreed with each of them, since she couldn't refuse His Majesty's offer. Hermes believed that the decision was probably made in two answers. He demanded that next time, before sending letters to the kingdom, He'd be allowed to read them at least once. The man came in and said that dinner was ready. While his sister was asking him to go faster, Hermes was asking if she had understood exactly what he had just said. And then someone got busy. An unknown person pierced the Baron's photograph. The decor in the room made it clear that he was doing something dubious. The walls were decorated with photographs and strange information. All this created an atmosphere of mystery and danger. Amond asked his assistant to be silent, for a paper had been delivered stating that Hermes Kano had discovered the mithril, and this was bad news for him. He was horrified that he had managed to do it. Hermes tried to come up with a name and wanted his sister's opinion. Sarah thought it was terrible and asked to leave it as Hermes' Way, because there were 2 whole pages of names. During the training, the teacher noticed that Medea had finally learned to keep her balance. The girl was happy with her achievement. He called a break and asked her to drink some water. The girl brought him some water too, and the teacher thanked her warmly. Hermes realized that it seemed like everyone had become aware of the possibility that the endangered mithril he had recently discovered was present in ordinary drinking water. That the same mithril, mined in mountain mines for hundreds of years, flows in ordinary continental rivers. The royal nobility and other aristocracy, aware of the current state of affairs, spread a rumor throughout the lands of Kano that a new mining site had been discovered thanks to the method of Hermes. Personally, he would like to avoid further spreading the fame of the Hermes method. But for the leader not to do so is an even more active measure, increasing the spread of rumors. Hermes thought it would be easier to forget about it, hoping that someone would invent something more outstanding and steal the public's attention. Suddenly, Sarah walked in. The young man thought that she was not doing very well by calling him brother. The girl said that a merchant named Gon Amond demanded an audience with him, and she explained that he was a major merchant who owned mithril mines throughout the kingdom. The desire of the mithril mine monopolist to talk to the one who had discovered a new method of mining it was quite obvious, in her opinion. Hermes was not happy with this turn of events. He came at his sister's request so that the conversation would end faster, because he would not leave him alone and noticed that the guest was standing, waiting for him. Amon bowed and added that he was pleased to meet him. The Viscount thought that he looked so gloomy because he was dressed in black. The merchant had heard that the gentleman did not like unnecessary fuss, so he decided to get straight to the point. He wanted the leader to revoke the Hermes method. The young man thought so. Amon continued, Hermes method was taking over all the income from the mines. He couldn't sit back and let that happen. Of course, he didn't ask to refuse just like that, because if he agreed, he would pay him 500,000 gold coins. Hermes was shocked by the amount because, having become the head of the family, he inherited a debt of 50,000, and the guest offered him 10 times more. It turned out that there was a chance of getting a benefit in the future, so he decided to play the role of a dissolute host. The Baron refused the offer. Amand came to the conclusion that such a sum was not enough to open the century, and considered it fair, so he offered 700,000. The Viscount said that it was not about money, because there was already talk throughout the country about using this method for mining, and he could no longer stop this process alone, because even the royals already knew about it. He could stop the process by force, using his right, but then the Kano family's relationship with the kingdom would deteriorate significantly, and it would become a problem, especially Lena and Shu. They would definitely not remain silent. The guest decided to offer 1 million, but the boss stopped him and asked him not to repeat it twice. Amond came to the conclusion that nothing could be done. Hermes noticed that something had changed in him, and the merchant placed a familiar bandage on the table, Orthia's bandage. The guy thought it was permanent because she always wore it, and he wanted to ask where the monopolist got it from. Amon chuckled, knowing that the nobility was hanging out with a girl like that, and he realized that the chief had never been in business solely for the money. He showed Hermes a glass marble and explained that he could break it and give orders to his subordinates, and then who knows what will happen to that girl. Amond was interested in what the Baron would tell him now, but suddenly his glass marble disappeared from his hands. Hermes abruptly ordered the man to disappear. Before the guest had time to realize what had happened, the young man immediately launched an attack. The maid knocked carefully on the door of the master's room and announced that his tea was ready. Amond flew headlong into a table of sweets and tea. The table tilted, scattering treats and spilling hot drink. All the workers came running to the noise, not understanding what had happened. The room was in chaos. Broken dishes were scattered on the floor. Sweet syrup was spreading in puddles, and the smell of hot tea was mixed with the aroma of baking. Everyone stood there in confusion, trying to figure out what had happened. The merchant added that he would not be able to get off so easily after such an act. Mie and Sora hurried. Not understanding what was happening, the master quickly ordered that the man be thrown out, and the girl quickly began to carry out the order. Hermes quickly knocked out the window. Glass shards flew in all directions, filling the room with ringing and sparkling. Sora asked where he was going, to which he replied that he was going for a walk. While his sister screamed his name, Media sternly ordered Ammon to leave. The voices were insistent, the emotions were running high, and the tension was at its peak. Orthia was very afraid of what was happening to her. She did not understand where she was and wanted to just walk around, but she was captured. The kidnappers thought that their master was delayed with instructions and assumed that Hermes had hit him. They made it clear that if Amund gave the order, they could have fun with the girl, and noticed that it had become suspiciously quiet. Had the others really left their posts? Suddenly the others were defeated and the kidnappers were left alone, not understanding what was happening here, their faces expressing a mixture of alarm and disbelief. Orthia announced that Hermes had arrived. The man heard her words and exclaimed that he could not defeat 20 men, so she should shut up and stop talking nonsense. The girl believed that it did not matter how many there were. She screamed that the boy would never give in to them. While the kidnapper tried to hit her, he suddenly found himself defeated. Orthia triumphantly declared that she had said exactly that. The victory was complete, and the girl felt an incredible relief, feeling free and safe again. Orthia knew he would come. Hermes asked for forgiveness for dragging her into this adventure. The rescued one understood that something bad would be done to her and thanked him heartily, saying that she adored him. As she hugged him, these words warmed the boy's soul, and he felt happy, despite the recent stress and danger. The young man hugged the girl tightly, and she, burying her face in his shoulder, began to cry silently. Tears of relief and joy rolled down her cheeks, dissolving the remnants of fear and anxiety. Hermes gently stroked her hair, glad that he could protect her. Kuros flew into this place, loudly calling for his brother. The young man did not understand what he was doing there and was very scared. The man explained that the lady was worried about Hermes and asked him to follow him. The boy resigned himself to this because he left so suddenly. The vice commander was interested in what his superior was doing in these ruins and among the people lying everywhere. While his brother was explaining the situation, Kuros asked if he should kill the enemies, to which he received an affirmative answer. Orthia was shocked. The girl screamed that they were real thugs, and of course she was glad that they were acting for her sake. But she begged them not to kill anyone, because it was completely pointless to commit a massacre because of these people. She asked the young man to take the form of a Slav again. The guy was indignant at such words. Hermes admitted that it was true. It really was like him. Orthia continued to reason, believing that they wanted to pay back those who had offended them. She suggested doing it her way. Her gaze lit up with determination, and a sly smile touched her lips. Medea was interested in what the lady was doing. Sora thought the girl was very soft, laughing merrily. Kuros asked his sister if she had any ideas, and she replied that she might. Hermes asked them to wait. He was interested in what little sister meant. The vice captain explained that all the girls would be like newbies compared to her, and asked not to be offended. Hermes added that he did not need such explanations, and asked him to simply stop calling her that. The girl thought that he was jealous because they had become close, but the young man sharply added that he was beginning to think that they were related, so he should stop doing that. Kuros decided to return to the topic and asked how they could teach Ganamond a lesson. The brother added that he had kidnapped Orthia and threatened him. He wanted to catch him so that such a thing would not happen again. The girl asked not to make such a stern face because she was scared, and she had a great idea. A smile lit up her face, giving confidence and optimism to the whole situation. The guys started discussing her idea. A customer came into the store and said that he had recently bought a mithril tool from them, but it was completely broken and he wanted to exchange it. The seller was sorry to inform him, but they do not exchange goods. The customer was surprised because the warranty card stated a period of 6 days. The ticket instantly burned in the man's hands. The worker asked to remind him what was written on the ticket, but the buyer called them scammers and began to threaten him. Suddenly people appeared and concluded that Ammon himself was selling mithril tools at exorbitant prices in this shop. The scammers asked who they were. The men called themselves the Dream Squad and asked if that meant anything to them. The situation immediately became tense. The atmosphere in the room became tense, and they headed inside. The girl was knocked down, but someone helped her up, and she sincerely thanked her savior. The rest of the squad picked up the fallen flowers, and the girl realized who they were. The hooligans decided that they had already fallen behind, and laughed at the Dream Squad itself, considering them to be a bunch of amateurs. Medea attacked them. Quickly and decisively, she delivered a series of blows, leaving the opponents in complete confusion. The rest started running, hurrying to hide as far away as possible from the scene of the incident. But Medea instantly threw one of the runners into a wooden box. The box cracked, making a dull creaking sound, and the hooligan's body fell heavily to the ground. One of the hooligans saw the leader of the Dream Squad, Nanasu, pointing his weapon in front of him, while the rest of the squad members sneered contemptuously. Medea explained that Kuros told her about a very profitable business that they were involved in. But since Viscount Kano took on this matter, it can be said that their earnings came to an end. The girl thought that now they would pay for everything they had done so far, and a scream was heard throughout the area. Amen didn't understand how this could happen. A subordinate reported that all their stores had been attacked by a squad of dreams, and it seemed they were going to distribute all their property among the population. The monopolist believed that the Baron, who was obsessed with that girl, had certainly had a hand in this, and wanted to meet him as soon as possible to come to some kind of agreement. But a newspaper with evidence of his crimes flew into his face. He was in shock, not understanding what it was and who did it. A picture opened up before him of Kuros and Medea handing out newspapers to people containing this very news. The crowd greedily grabbed the publications, discussing and marveling at the revelations. On Amond that the Dream Squad was to blame for everything. As he realized this, he felt angry and frustrated, realizing that he had lost control of the situation. The vice captain pointed his finger at Gon Amand. A low murmur ran through the crowd, people looking warily at the man accused of so many crimes. And then the boys started running while the criminal asked them to stop. Journalists asked to tell details of a recent incident. A man said that the atrocities highlighted in the special edition should be addressed to his subordinates. People instantly surrounded him in a dense crowd, blocking him from prying eyes. He did not understand where so many people had gathered around him from. Orticia said that she thought they had come to the establishment to relax, but he had forcibly dragged her somewhere. She believed that there were too many human intentions that people could not fully comprehend, and she felt sorry for the master. The people began to discuss his behavior, and then, when he began to run away, they rushed after him. Kuros understood that they were required to surround each of his points and take all his property. Orthia summed it up and added that if they caught Amond in atrocities, so much the better. The man confirmed that they would do so, and if the Dream Squad took up the task, they would reach their destination faster than horses could gallop. Hermes asked what he would need to do, to which he received the answer that he did not need to do anything. Orthia explained that he needed to act as usual, as if everything was just a problem for him. Amand asked the Viscount to forgive his stupidity and promised that in future he would no longer interfere in matters related to the method of Hermes, appealing to his mercy. The young man added that he did not understand what he was talking about, and the merchant, pleading, shouted out his title. Hermes had enough of the rumors about his connections with the Dream Squad, and this time he did nothing. He emphasized that he could talk to someone who was capable of such a thing. But even if he did not think it would change anything. Even if he could influence it, he would not, since for him it was all one big problem. The Baron said that if he understood everything, he could go. Amon shouted his name in anger and rushed at him. Suddenly, Sora entered the room and apologized for the suddenness. She said that she had recently sent a letter to the kingdom in her name, expressing her doubts about this monopolist. The sister added that a response had recently arrived, and it seemed that they were conducting an investigation related to the false reports of mithril reserves from Mr. Amon. The boys were both shocked. The girl quickly added that there were probably rumors about this merchant that had caught their attention, and she didn't know how he had managed to deceive everyone up until that moment. But now the kingdom is determined not to tolerate wrongdoing, because only His Majesty can be trusted. After this, the kingdom quickly conducted an investigation and discovered a discrepancy regarding the current stock of mithril. After Gonamon lost all of his possessions, no one heard anything about him again. Orthia thought everything had gone well. Hermes admitted that her strategy in this matter had been a winning one, and that this was a great victory. The girl did not understand what he was saying because it was his merit, but he did not understand what he was talking about. The girl explained that it was thanks to him that the others agreed to help, and she could not have done it alone. The young man believed that it was only thanks to her. Orthia thought that he was again belittling himself and did not even realize how much they loved and appreciated him. She admitted that he was a good boy and asked him to buy her a drink. The guy asked her not to get carried away. Then he casually scratched the top of her head, and Orthia was so shocked that her emotions overflowed. Her cheeks turned red, her eyes widened, and her heart began to pound wildly. Hermes asked Lena, knowing that she had come because of the Mithril story. The girl was surprised that this was the first thing he told her. Mithril is an extremely rare ore that can only be mined in certain mines. Recently, a guy invented a way to extract this very ore from ordinary water. Of course, Her Highness came to him to ask about all this. Hermes thought that Shaw would come too, since they wanted to hear a story. Lena explained that he had business today, so he couldn't come when he left 3 times, and repeated that she should ask him questions. The young man thought that it must be difficult to have a younger sister. The girl asked if she alone wasn't enough. The guy thought she was angry and asked her not to say that. Lena believed that he was right, and she came because of the Mithril incident, since rumors about his merits being recognized were not dying down in the palace. She added that, of course, she could have reported it by letter, but she wanted to see his reaction in person. Hermes asked if this confession could be stopped. The girl wondered why he made such a decision. The guy thought that he actually considered getting the Mithril a nuisance, since it immediately attracted a bunch of bad people to him, and he ended up putting Orthia in danger. All this reminded him once again that it is better to live wisely, without attracting unnecessary attention to yourself. He said that the reason is unnecessary troubles, and he does not need them, since all this is just continuous problems. Lena explained that since this was a major discovery, he could be promoted to Count or even Prince, but the young man did not want this. Then the girl added that if he did not want the promotion, then nothing could be done, and then there would be no official statement that the discovery belonged to him, and accordingly, no recognition. Hermes was surprised that she gave in so quickly, and thought that he would be stubborn, and he was surprised that she was already leaving. Lena noted that that was enough for today and ended the conversation. Hermes asked to forgive him. Her Highness asked him not to worry so much, because she would hold this title for him long before he decided to join the council, and asked him to be ready when this happened. The guy agreed and asked to be gentle with him when this happened. Lena realized that things were bad and she was lost. When she and Viscount Kano parted ways, she decided to walk alone, and everything was fine until she slipped away from the supervision of her subordinates. It seems she overdid it, and now she will have to ask people for directions. A child appeared nearby, looking for his mother, and then became noticeably frightened. The girl started crying. Lena thought she had scared her because she looked at her strangely. She didn't know how to get along with children, and had no idea what to do now. Suddenly, Orthia appeared and realized that the child was lost and saved Her Majesty with her appearance. She asked the girl not to cry because it did not suit her sweet face. The girl explained that since she was with her, she had nothing to be afraid of, and if she was no longer afraid, then let her smile with her. Lena did not understand how she managed to smile so carefree, and Orthia asked her not to despair, because there was still a playoff for 3rd place. Her Highness smiled, but the savior thought that with such a smile she would definitely fail the selection. While she was thinking about what was so terrible, Orthia decided to wait here until her mother came, because at such moments parents themselves are looking for their children, so it is better to stay in the same place. Lena also decided to stay with them, because the girl initially approached her, counting on help, and it would be better if she stayed with her until the end. The girls both introduced themselves by giving their names, and the girl introduced herself as Anzu. Orthia brought hot sandwiches and Lena accidentally burned her tongue on them. Anzu enthusiastically told stories about her parents, and then the girls danced to the music near the fountain. The sun's rays played on the surface of the water, casting glare on the dancing girls. Joy and happiness filled their hearts, creating unforgettable memories. Lena saw that it was getting dark and her mother was running late, and she assumed that maybe something had happened. The girl started crying and Orthia calmed her down. She said that no matter what happened, she would always be there, and that her mother would definitely be found. Her Highness thought that she was doing a good job. Orthia's face, her brows were furrowed, and the corners of her lips were slightly lowered, betraying her inner unease. Suddenly, a woman called out to the girl, and she ran to hug her. Joy and relief were reflected on the child's face when she pressed herself against her mother, and the mother hugged her daughter tightly, pressing her to her chest. Mom didn't know how to thank the girls who helped her daughter and were with her all this time. Anju thanked the sisters, and they were glad that Mom was finally found. Lena thought that everything was fine now, and the girl confirmed this, and then they said goodbye. Orthia noted that this smile was charming, and her friend asked not to make fun of her. Lena thought the second one did a great job too. Orthia laughed, not understanding why she was being praised, and her friend asked her to simply accept it silently. The subordinate was surprised that his mistress was pleased, and she asked him not to play around. Orthia was shocked to hear this, and the girl decided to introduce herself again as the princess of the kingdom of Aegina, Lena me Aegina. The acquaintance was shocked again when she heard this. Her eyes widened. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. An inner voice told her that this information changed a lot, but she didn't know how to react correctly. The girl apologized for not recognizing her, but Lena thought it was okay, since she hadn't introduced herself. And then she added that there was no need for formalities except in places where they had to be observed, and asked to call her simply Lena. The princess did not know how to propose and began to stutter. Orthia asked her if she wanted to be friends. Lena trembled slightly when she heard this, and thought that since the girl understood, they would be friends outside the castle. She herself, perhaps, would go and ask what Momo was worth, since they had to go. Orthia suggested that next time we have fun as friends. The princess happily agreed to do so. Her face lit up with a happy smile, her eyes sparkled, and her heart filled with a warm feeling of anticipation of future fun. A few days later, Mimisu reported to his owner that he had received a package. It contained the Order of the Third Xiphos. Hermes guessed about it. The butler assumed he was not surprised. The chief realized that this must be the Lord of the Slugs, and the worker noted that the young man was as perceptive as ever. Hermes knew that everyone in the castle had learned of his discovery of Mithril, so the lack of any reaction would seem strange. He was convinced that sooner or later the leadership would react accordingly. Well, in any case, in his opinion, compared to being promoted to Marquis, at least being awarded the order wouldn't attract as much attention, especially since the guy had already received several awards before. Hermes wondered why the assistant was smirking. The butler clarified that he was not smirking but smiling. And besides, there were rumors that the Third Order was awarded for significant contributions to the discovery of Mithril. The leader was interested in what he was trying to hide. Mimizu continued, explaining that the castle had believed from the very beginning that the last two orders that remained unidentified were of the Mithril rank. The young man was in shock, and the assistant suggested that he seemed speechless. The boy began to talk about the past. He thought it obvious that these were baseless rumors. The girls laughed merrily as they talked. Momo asked the lady, hiding behind the building, to please not do anything stupid. Humming a tune to herself, Sora was glad that people had recently begun to trust Hermes more. Walking along the corridor, the girl thought with a satisfied smile about the fact that now there should be fewer people like this fox who enjoy the authority of her brother, or, to be more correct, the fourth brother, and other despicable individuals. Stopping at the door, the lady wanted to share these amazing feelings with someone. With these thoughts, she knocked on the door, mentally wondering if the main character was in his office. The girl opened the door with a joyful smile and wished her brother good morning. However, Sora was met with a surprising sight. Only someone's boots were sticking out from under the pile of books. His sister, screaming loudly, wondered what kind of evil spirit was coming from the book stacks. Shaking the books off his face, Hermes, to the girl's surprise, revealed that it was he. Sora asked what had happened. The aristocrat explained that he had simply entered the office, lost in thought, and had collided with a bookshelf, which is why he had ended up on the floor under a pile of books. His sister listened to the story with excitement. Bending over her brother with concern and picking up the scattered books, she replied that he needed to be careful and asked if he was hurt. He answered in the negative. While the guy was sullenly staring at the ceiling, the girl decided to find out what he was thinking about. It turned out that the protagonist was worried about his own value. Sora, standing up with books in her hands, looked at him questioningly, with a tired expression on his face, burying his face in a one-eyed ottoman. He reached out for the book, sharing his worries with his sister. Lately, according to Hermes, he couldn't stop thinking about why he was rising higher and higher. Although he was doing absolutely nothing, Recalling his previous opponents, the Viscount noted that, for better or worse, he was always the center of attention, which is why so many worries fell on him. The boy, having started to kick the floor, continued to complain that he was fed up with all this and wanted to live in a world where no one judged anyone. His sister noted his childish behavior. While her brother continued his admonitions, the girl twisted her mouth and thought, "It seems the lady got an idea." This distracted the protagonist from his occupation. Sora, to the aristocrat's surprise, enthusiastically promised to share with him a way to lower his grade. The Viscount, turning to his beaming sister, opened his mouth in surprise. With disbelief, Hermes asked if she had something in mind. Leaning over her brother, Sora responded by calling him a rude man. With an air of importance, the lady declared that she, of course, did not really want to do this, but that it affected the health of the main character in such a way suited her even less, so she would only tell him this time. Then the aristocrat gave in and, standing up, asked what kind of method it was. To this, the girl grinned. And then, with a serious look, she made it clear that this method was bad. This statement stunned the Viscount. Sora, with her hands on her hips, said that she was serious, while her brother cowered in surprise. She said that among famous and great people, there are many whose merits were not appreciated due to their inclination to do bad things. Therefore, in her opinion, this is the fastest and easiest way, among others. With an expert lift of her finger, the girl continued that, of course, since this was unacceptable for many, it would be enough to feel someone's ass as a joke. Hermes listened attentively to his sister. The lady asked what the main character thought about this and whether he agreed to it. The guy thought about it. He agreed that his sister was probably right, and there was no simpler or faster way. After that, the aristocrat stood up and enthusiastically decided that he was ready to do anything to reduce his value. Folding her arms, Sora smiled and rejoiced at her brother's correct attitude. Then Hermes rushed away, thanking the girl in parting. She wished him to be more careful, waving her handkerchief after him. She mentally noted that, as a sister, she would keep her fingers crossed for him. 3 happy maids were walking in the corridor, and the little girl was barely keeping up with them. They thanked Mide because, thanks to her, they got the job done so quickly. The girl, blushing and bragging, declared that for her it was as easy as pie. Suddenly, someone behind her, under her embarrassed cries, began to grope her. Midi ran away, hiding behind the amazed maids, who saw their maddened master in front of them. With an impudent grin, under the general awkwardness, he ordered them to present their asses. Recalling the other fans of the main character, one of them sadly assumed that since the guy laid his hand on them, being surrounded by such cute girls, it meant that he was rejected. Another was concerned about whether they would be an itch after this. But then, amid the screams of the maids, the aristocrat ordered them to stop talking and jumped on them. The 2 girls were already lying exhausted. To the Viscount's surprise, a figure at the end of the corridor laughed maliciously. It was one of the maids who motioned for him to come over. She declared herself the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, doubting that he could handle a fight with her and shouting for the boy to attack. Hermes decided not to hesitate and quickly moved to her, smiling from ear to ear. Under the groan and tears of joy in her eyes, the maid was also amazed. Laughing, under the stunned gaze of the girls, he ran away, saying at the end that they should try harder. Mighty and the maids were amazed and tried to get up, looking after their master in surprise. In the house, there was a girl with a short, fluffy skirt. Into Orthia, abruptly opening the door and frightening the girl. She, frightened, rose from the floor, not understanding what Hermes needed. He asked her, with a crazy expression on his face, to let him rub his ass, holding out his hand for this. Orthia thought with a smile about what kind of stupid things the gentleman was doing this time. Meanwhile, the guy, moving his hands, said that he would touch it anyway, to which he was indignantly called sick. Then, the girl, to the aristocrat's surprise, declared that he could touch her at any time. Orthia asked with embarrassment if he would mind if they chose another place. The main character blushed and was stunned by such a proposal. Having fallen to the floor, Hermes began to quickly crawl away from the pressing girl. She reminded him that they had never done this with him. While the guy did not understand the behavior of the mistress, she, putting her hand to her chest, declared that she was ready. Orthia awkwardly extended her hand to the gentleman, despite his bewilderment and attempts to stop it. The boy continued his hesitant exhortations as the girl continued to approach. Suddenly, at that moment, the door swung open and an inspired princess appeared in the doorway. She began his sentence, but suddenly fell silent, seeing the sight that opened up before her. Lena concluded that it turned out they were familiar, looking stupidly at this couple. After which she quickly left and slammed the door, hastily apologizing for disturbing them. Viscount Kano, meanwhile, recognized her and tried to stop her with shouts. Orthia sat in front of him, happy that the prank had worked. Hermes asked from behind the door in surprise what the girl was doing there. The princess, having caught her breath in confusion, replied that she had business with her mistress. Flustered, Lena explained that the woman downstairs had said that they were probably having fun, but it wasn't what she had imagined. After which the girl, again asking for forgiveness, ran away. The main character, opening the door, shouted for her to wait. The boy shouted after the princess to no avail. Orthia, sitting on the floor and despite the successful prank, scratched the back of her head, noting that it hadn't worked out very well. Soon the Viscount came outside. Walking down the street, Hermes could not even imagine that these two knew each other, and it would be good if they had something in mind. He remembered the happy Orthia, who was surprised that they all knew each other, and the princess, who was confused by the whole situation. The main character was thinking about whether he should pull himself together and continue the operation. The guy was trying to remember who else was left. At that moment, someone saw him. It was a squad of dreams. Heroes greeted his brother warmly. But Viscount Kano shuddered for some reason. He shuddered and had an idea about the people who were walking towards him with a swagger. Hermes realized with horror that their asses also fell into the familiar category. However, he began to argue with himself mentally, because this was too much. While the guys were chatting, the main character had far from good thoughts. He thought that he would undoubtedly like to reduce the degree of obsession with me and these guys. With excitement, the aristocrat mentally noted that this was in order to lower his price. With a crazy expression on his face, the guy raised his hand and finished the sentence that he was ready to do anything for this. The Dream Squad looked at him questioningly. Rare clouds floated over the roof. It was daytime, and Hermes was already very tired. However, with a satisfied smile, the main character noted that he had followed the plan, and now he had probably lowered his price at least a little. Passing by the door, he heard the voices of Medea and the maids. The guy leaned against the door, thinking that they were 100% sharing with each other how he had fallen in their eyes. But the Viscount was immediately embarrassed by the phrase that this was the master's whole point. The aristocrat did not understand what was happening, and Medea continued behind the door, claiming that the master was not himself. One of the maids shared her thoughts with the others, that she thought the gentleman was having fun, but he wasn't even drunk. To this, the girl, putting books on the shelves, replied that she was sure that Viscount Kano was only trying to protect them from something terrible, and that was why he was pushing them away in this way. The maids realized this idea and agreed with Medea. Hermes was clearly not pleased. The maids noted that the main character cares about his family, even if it costs him his relationship with them. Standing outside the door, the guy didn't understand where this was all going. The girls, with joyful smiles, came to the conclusion that the gentleman was, after all, an amazing host. These results darkened the aristocrat, and he felt guilty for the bad, and also realized that his actions led to even greater exaltation in the eyes of others. Because of this, Viscount Kano slid down the door, complaining of his heart. At that moment, his sister appeared behind him, worried about his brother's condition, after which the first thing he and his sister did was apologize. Orthia playfully remarked that it was the first time she had seen such a face on Lena. The latter, embarrassed, asked her to shut up. Some people were enjoying the blue sky and white sandy beach. Medea, with a fish-shaped circle above her head and a bathing suit, was happy with the sea, which she loudly declared. Hermes did not share her enthusiasm, but his sister looked much more pleased. The heroes frolicked on the beach. The aristocrat on the shore reflected on how he had screwed up. It turned out that a few days ago, Viscount Kano received a letter from Lena. It said that there was a problem at sea, which was in the possession of the kingdom of Aegina. They have been short of workers lately, so the princess asked the guy to help. The protagonist didn't really pay attention to the details because he was drunk, and he agreed. And now, he was on the shore, watching the happy Medea cut through the waves on her fish circle. Sister got dressed for the swimming season. Hermes, meanwhile, was in a bad mood, regretting that he had agreed. He even had the idea to swear off drinking again. Sora just sighed. Sitting down next to her brother, who was leaning over in sadness, she tried to calm him down. The lady made it clear that this was a great opportunity to take a break from all the evil spirits, and he should take full advantage of it. The sister reminded him that preparations for his treatment had already been made. He asked again, puzzled. At that moment, someone appeared behind him. There were 3 beautiful girls in bathing suits who greeted the gentleman. The main character turned to the crowd of girls in surprise, guessing who it was. Then Sora confidently confirmed his guess. These young ladies, according to the girl, had undergone a rigorous selection to form HHM 48, Hermes' Harem, and this was one of its parts. About 10 different girls stood before the guy with embarrassment. The Viscount awkwardly responded to the compliments of the girls who approached him, but suddenly Medea jumped up between them. The girl blocked the aristocrat with her hands, calling the surprised girls to their conscience and ordering them not to approach the master. However, they clearly did not give the reaction she expected. The harem was enchanted by how pretty Medea was. She responded with cries of fear and called them demons. The 3 chased after her, asking her to play with them. The girl ran away indignantly. The sister, returning to the rest, asked her brother to try to get better. The guy agreed with excitement, looking at the beauties in front of him. He then asked Sora about the problem she was talking about. At that moment, Medea shouted at the master about the monster. After which, the Viscount turned and asked her to stop, because it was rude to call girls that. But the girl, her eyes wide with fear, objected, trying to explain. It turned out that it wasn't about them, but about a giant monster, a starfish that emerged from the water. The girls ran away in horror, while Medea stood in a stupor. Hermes didn't understand what kind of crap it was. His sister was also surprised. Meanwhile, the star threateningly stretched out its tentacles. Then Sora clarified that this was the problem she was talking about. The girl clarified that evil spirits had appeared in this part of the sea. The demon, meanwhile, attacked Medea, who was running away in fear. The lady explained that these monsters appear every year, but this year, for some reason, the largest one. It was precisely these kinds of things that she asked him to cleanse. While the star extended a slimy tentacle to Medea, the protagonist was amazed by his sister's calm tone, because she spoke as if defeating them was no more difficult than picking vegetables. But the girl was successfully saved by her master. The aristocrat jumped and struck hard right into the center of the monster, under the surprised looks of the others. However, he then splashed noisily into the water and emerged wet from head to toe, after which the girls from the harem immediately began to stick to him, admiring the incredible sight. Medea stood behind him, her eyes wide open. Hermes, completely drenched, gloomily asked that no one spread the word about today. The girls kindly agreed. Then he turned to Sora and tiredly clarified his guess whether there were others here, to which she answered affirmatively, reminding him that this was a cleanup. The upset protagonist had a fleeting thought about how fed up he was with everything. At that moment, one of the girls ran up to him and threw a towel over his head. She asked the gentleman not to make such a scary face, and she would wipe his head. He hesitantly agreed, after which they led him to a sun lounger with an umbrella, offering to rest there until the evil spirits appeared. One of the harem offered to rub him with oil. The aristocrat was embarrassed and surprised. The girls fed and watered him, cooled him from the heat, and anointed his feet. Viscount Kano was mentally glad that he could finally do nothing. Surrounded by care, Hermes stretched out on a chaise lounge, with a happy smile because everything was as he dreamed. The protagonist dreamed that this would last forever, but his expectations were not met. At that very moment, he was informed about the approach of demons from 2 fronts at once. A giant amorphous jellyfish, a whale, and a starfish emerged from the water. Then screams about another monster were heard. After that, the guy stood up in irritation. Then he slammed his right into one, jumped on another, and slammed his foot into a third, all while screaming furiously in his head for them to shut up. Grabbing the bulky tentacle, the aristocrat easily tore it in half in a fit of anger. After his victories, he lay back down in irritation, indignant at why this evil spirit always crawls out. Viscount Kano came to the disappointing conclusion that being a master was a loss after all. One of the girls leaned towards him with concern, while Hermes, from the mere mention of the word master, was prompted to think about a whole heap of work. At this moment, his sister approached him, declaring that she had finished all the work. The protagonist stood up in surprise. not believing that she could have finished everything because there was quite a bit there. Sora answered affirmatively, reassuring her brother that he could not worry and enjoy his rest to the fullest. The guy realized how much the girl had to do. Suddenly, someone called him. Medea ran up to him happily with a stick in her hands, announcing that she had defeated the monster alone, while the others were wondering whether it was a mushroom. The girl approached the aristocrat and gratefully accepted the praise that she had become stronger. When Medea ran away, Hermes was called out by his sister, who had sat down next to him. When Medea ran away, Hermes was called out by his sister, who had sat down next to him. Sora thanked him for everything with a happy smile. The protagonist did not understand why she was so formal, asking if she'd eaten something bad. But the girl answered negatively and explained that now was just a great opportunity, so she decided to say it. The rest were examining the defeated monster, thinking about its origin. The lady recalled that she was constantly burdening her brother with something, and that time he also looked unwell. Bowing her head, she continued that she understood this, but they were still too weak, so they had to rely on the strength and goodness of the Viscount. Putting her hand to her chest, her sister said that she wanted to be someone he could rely on someday. This thought helps her try harder every day. However, this time, Sora asked to let them rely on Hermes once more. The protagonist responded with silence. But then, he realized what his sister was talking about. The girl asked him if he was angry. The guy lay back down and phlegmatically explained that it didn't matter whether they were strong or weak, they should just count on him. The noble then noted with a smile that, to tell the truth, he hadn't really gotten down to business this time. Sora responded with a smile that that was just him. Medea had already announced a whole bunch, waving her arms and asking for help. Under his sister's watchful gaze, Hermes stood up with a sigh. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist slowly walked towards the threat, shouting that he was already running. Sora remained sitting on the sand, watching him go. After a hot day, Medea was sunburned to the point of burning, and sunscreen did not help at all, to the sadness of carrying Sora. Viscount Kano phlegmatically watched this scene. The aristocrat, after a successful cleanup, ran his hand over his t-shirt in surprise. It seemed he was hungry. Hermes, stopping with the papers, asked his sister again about the Princess Kick Festival. The protagonist asked, displeased, "What the hell was that?" Sora explained that it was a competition to see who could kick a pumpkin the farthest. According to the girl, the event dates back to ancient times, when a wayward queen, if she didn't like something, kicked the servants. And over time, it turned into a tradition to hold this festival. Viscount Kano asked gloomily whether it was obligatory to participate in this event. The sister answered positively, because it was the duty of an aristocrat. The guy scratched his head and agreed, since it was his duty. Then he asked where the competition was taking place. The venue turned out to be the capital of Ledum. While the aristocrat was looking at the castle with displeasure, he was thanked for the journey he had made. Hermes thought that he had somehow managed to avoid this kind of thing before. But now he had arrived at the palace. Approaching the guards in the huge space of the building, the brother and sister finished registering for the festival. While Sora looked around with a smile, the protagonist did not share her joy and thought about how he wanted to return home. At this moment, formal issues were being resolved about the fact that since he was right-handed, he needed to prepare a pumpkin for his right foot. Viscount Kano took this information questioningly. Bending over to his sister, he asked about the pumpkin for his right leg. The girl eagerly told that for the Princess Kick Festival, a pumpkin is prepared according to your dominant leg. This was done because if you kick the pumpkin with your dominant leg, it will fly well, but if you kick it with the other leg, the flight distance will be 10 times less. While the aristocrat was wondering why all this was necessary, the sister answered that since it was a special holiday, the owner wanted to celebrate it in style. After which, Sora decided to go ahead to the stadium, offering her brother a walk around the palace before the festival began. He agreed, since there was nothing else to do anyway. Hermes said goodbye to the girl, staying with the guards. This made him think that he would hardly be able to walk around the palace in peace accompanied by these guards. The main character, walking along the corridors, accompanied by guards, thought about how lucky he was, because he would be the last one to kick the pumpkin, which would allow him to assess the situation before that. But then his guards shuddered and began to lower him to his knees, and someone's cloak appeared in front of them. The guy continued walking, lost in thought and thinking that he could finally relax. Then he noticed that a tall man surrounded by guards appeared in front of him. Viscount Kano paused, looking at the frowning expression of the man in front of him with the decoration on his forehead. He wondered who it was, but the guards behind the nobleman made this point clear. Bowing and throwing down their spears, they placed their hands on their chests and wished His Majesty long life. Then Hermes realized that it was the king and hastened to kneel before him, apologizing for his rudeness. Then he introduced himself, and the king stepped towards him. The boy said that it was a great honor for him to meet His Majesty in person. However, the monarch's approach raised questions in the young man. The protagonist, despite his head bowed, felt the king's piercing gaze. He did not understand such an attitude. The king said that Lord Kano had been getting along well with his children lately. The nobleman immediately thought of Lena and Shaw, and then responded in the affirmative, expressing gratitude for being able to meet their highnesses. The monarch chuckled and repeated his words. Recalling his daughter and son, he said that he trusted his children because they were very perceptive. However, the king made it clear that they had been acting strangely lately. For example, they had filed a petition to award him 3 rewards for pacifying the Slime Lord. The mithril that Hermes had discovered also aroused His Majesty's suspicions. Then the protagonist understood what was being discussed. The boy, his face darkening, came to the conclusion that the king thought he was bribing their highnesses. The aristocrat decided that there was nothing strange about this, since the public only attributed to him the pacification of the Slime Lord. With something like this, naturally one could not claim orders. Then the monarch switched gears, saying that it was unimportant and that the awarding was a formality, so he would not interfere anymore. However, he wanted to say something else. Raising his hand, His Majesty sternly ordered that Viscount Kano should not dare to do anything that would discredit the reputation of these children. Hermes replied that he would obey, after which the king turned around, announcing that that was all. Only then did the protagonist and his guards rise from their knees. Watching the departing monarch, the boy came to the conclusion that the king, as expected, had the worst impression of him. So, to the surprise of the guards, the nobleman gave him a thumbs up, approving of his actions. After all, this was a great opportunity for Viscount Kano to show himself as a dissolute head of the house. In his mind, he asked His Majesty to remain like this for the rest of his life. Then a sleek man appeared behind Hermes, saying that His Majesty hated the boy, calling this sight pathetic. When he called him Viscount Kano, the protagonist turned around, thinking that he often met strangers today. The boy wondered who this guy was. The man who addressed him introduced himself, and it turned out that his name was Nexant. However, he added that how could a now prosperous Viscount know a man like him? He took this address thoughtfully. Next crossed his arms and asked what it was like to go so far as to adopt his own older sister in order to gain a title. Hermes looked at him blankly. The man sighed and mockingly smiled, asking the protagonist not to play the fool because, according to him, the Viscount begged his sister for this. But in fact, it was she who was supposed to become the head of the house. Then the aristocrat understood what he was talking about. Hesitantly, aristocrat understood what he was talking about, hesitantly agreeing. Next asked if he had obtained the Order of Xiphos in the same way. Hermes looked at the man questioningly in response. According to the man, as His Majesty recently said, the merits and awards of the main character do not correspond to each other at all. Next accused the guy of bribes and other vile means that he used. Here the man crossed all boundaries and considered that the young man offered his sister in exchange. Hermes immediately darkened from such impudence. Next continued that he had recently seen Sora, and she was indeed a beauty, but inside, she was a real bitch. He suggested that they had won the prince and princess in similar ways, and they had fallen for her because they couldn't see beyond their noses. After that, one of the guards was indignant, reminding them that even if his family was famous and had deep relations with the Aegina family, they were making fun of their highnesses. However, he was interrupted, and next stood there with a smug grin. The protagonist became furious and ordered him to take back his words. Seeing this, the man shuddered. Next laughed excitedly that it was very scary, then reminded him that the boy was also participating in the festival, and his policies and tricks would not work there. However, he quickly left, saying at the end that he would take back his words if the aristocrat did not get caught in the deception. Viscount Kano looked after him with irritation. Soon, an announcement was made on the field where the participants had gathered that the Princess Kick Festival was about to begin. A small participant with a servant bending over her opened this event to the delight of the crowd. All this was shown to people at a distance by a sorcerer with the help of magic. Then the next one kicked the pumpkin a much greater distance than the little girl, after which he bowed towards the balcony from which someone was watching the competition. It was the king who looked down sternly. Next, the brightest participant of the day was announced. Then next confidently walked out onto the field. He turned to look at Viscount Kano with disdain. Sora looked back at him questioningly, while the man chuckled to himself, bragging that he would show the boy what he was capable of. Next accelerated towards the pumpkin. The announcer shouted as the aristocrat lifted his right leg with a light step. Next, sweating profusely, swung his leg to strike with a broad smile. The pumpkin quickly flew up to the exclamations of the presenter. It turned out that the man had managed to set a new record today. The crowd behind him stared open-mouthed at the grinning Nexair. Next up was the last contestant, Hermes. The host wondered if he would be able to beat the record. After the guard called him over, the main character resolutely approached the pumpkin. The boy stood right next to the pumpkin. Next wondered why he was standing so close to it. The man thought with disdain that the aristocrat really hoped to get away with it if he struck without a running start. He came to the conclusion that he really was the head of the family, only in words. However, the Viscount's subsequent actions shocked Nex. The aristocrat was puzzled by what Hermes was doing, deciding that he had gone completely mad. It turned out that this pumpkin was for right-handed people, and the main character swung his left leg to strike. Even though he kicked with his left foot and without a running start, the pumpkin shot up towards the sun at high speed. Nex gaped in shock, while Sora watched in awe. The pumpkin, meanwhile, jumped away from the previous participant's pumpkin. The host commented with surprise that somehow the Viscount had managed to catch up with Nex and share first place. Hermes was proud of himself, and then bowed to the bewildered king on the balcony. Nex, meanwhile, clenched his fists in furious embarrassment. Listened to the crowd's admiring discussions about the main character. The man blushed and gritting his teeth, mentally getting angry, thinking that the guy was making fun of him. Seeing this, the young man whispered that he was a fool, sticking his tongue out at Nex. This made the aristocrat incredibly angry, he yelled, trying to get his attention. However, he pretended not to hear, and began to leisurely move away from the field. Soon, the people who won first place in the Princess Kick competition were invited onto the platform to be rewarded. Nex listened with embarrassment and irritation to the gossip of the crowd behind him, who were mocking him. The man bowed and accepted the paper from the king, saying that it was a great honor for him. Then the king looked at the castle. It turned out that Hermes had refused the reward, which surprised the monarch. His Majesty, seeing Lord Kano through the window, who was watching the ceremony, was worried about what this young man was planning. Then someone called out to the aristocrat. Prince Shaw greeted him with a joyful smile, and then approached him and suggested that since he was here, the competition had probably already ended. He answered in the affirmative, saying that His Majesty was now rewarding the winners. The prince was upset that he had not seen Hermes' performance. The guy in turn drew attention to the wounds that His Highness was covered with from head to toe. The young man replied that he was engaged in the removal of a stone meteorite. The protagonist waited in surprise for the continuation. Recalling the giant black monster, the prince explained that recently quite a lot of them had been falling all over the country of Aegina, and demons were crawling out of them, so it was necessary to act immediately. At that moment, one of the knights ran up to him, interrupting their conversation with an important message. It turned out that meteorites had fallen again. Shaw took this news with concern. His Highness specified where exactly they had fallen. There were 2 meteorites near a mountain range in the vicinity of Latim. Having immediately gathered himself, the young man immediately announced that they were moving out to eliminate them. After which, with tears in his eyes, the prince took Viscount Kano's hands in his own. He apologized, since it was so difficult for him to meet him. The aristocrat inquired in response if they knew the reason, to which Shaw replied that if something had happened during the festival, it was a serious matter. The young man clutched his wounded hand in frustration and noted that anyway, they were falling over and over again. Hermes listened to him in gloomy thoughtfulness. Following the prince, the protagonist suggested to interrupt the event, because if His Highness does not rest. However, the prince interrupted him, assuring that everything is fine. And besides, it turned out that it was he and Lena who said that they wanted to hold a celebration. So now they must bear responsibility. Shaw was only sorry that his comrades had to take part in this. The knight who came with the message, clenching his fist, said with a smile that they would follow the young man to the ends of the earth. His Highness added that whatever the situation, it was important that the people could rest. Lord Kano considered his words, after which he suggested dealing with the meteorites. The prince stopped in surprise. Shaw remembered with some concern that Hermes didn't like to be seen. The protagonist answered affirmatively, making it clear that this was why all the credit should go to His Highness. The prince did not object, but he had his doubts. However, the boy immediately interrupted him. The aristocrat smiled and suggested that, after all, if another meteorite fell, Shaw would collapse from exhaustion. The young man laughed at this and agreed that perhaps it was true. However, His Highness enthusiastically decided to go anyway, because together they would manage faster. Hermes was confused by this behavior of the prince. The prince explained that right now, Lena and his comrades were fighting and getting hurt, so he couldn't rest. Smiling, raising his fist, Sho added that it was a matter of his pride as an older brother and a man, asking if the protagonist understood him. He raised his fist in response, doubtfully. Then they punched each other, and the aristocrat asked His Highness not to overwork himself. The prince responded, emboldened, and said that Hermes should also watch over the distribution of forces. After which the Viscount told his sister about the situation, who was concerned about his trip. Because of this, the guy became embarrassed. Soon, they found themselves in a mountainous area and split up. The protagonist wanted to go alone, and Shaw let him go, worrying the other knights. His Highness and the aristocrat went in opposite directions, confidently making his way forward between the rocks. The boy thought that, if the knights were to be believed, the meteorite should be somewhere here. Peeking out from behind the boulder, Hermes actually found something. Standing in front of a giant crater, the protagonist realized that he had found the problem. The aristocrat decided that he could do what he had done when he met the old man, the sword master. That is, cut the meteorite and deal with what was inside. Viscount Kano wanted to finish quickly and help Shaw, but then armed men appeared behind him. They asked the guy what he was doing in such a remote place. The mercenary said that just following him had been a difficult job. His group complained of fatigue until Hermes reluctantly turned to them and asked who they were. Pointing their swords at him, their leader apologized with a grin, saying that they would cause him some pain. Hermes gloomily asked if the mercenaries wanted to introduce themselves. However, they, standing with swords at the ready, were only amazed at his naivety. Pointing their black blades towards the protagonist, they made it clear that there was work involved. It is for this reason that they, in their opinion, are not obliged to introduce themselves. After this phrase, the men, waving their swords, rushed at the guy. The aristocrat, in response, grabbed his sword, answering that he understood them. With shouts of, "Get it?" the three mercenaries tried to hit him with their weapons. However, they failed. Viscount Kano caught 3 sharp swords with one hand. Then, with a grim grin, he replied that then they should remain nameless. He then tore out half the blades with one right hand. The mercenaries looked in horror at the black stumps that remained of their weapons. In the blink of an eye, Hermes was behind the attackers and, striking them on the neck with a powerful blow of his hand, knocked out all 3. The defeated ones fell to the ground with a noise. However, then the main character heard some noise behind a nearby rock. Viscount Kano angrily called someone an idiot. He mentally noted that if you're going to hide, do it to the end. The aristocrat turned angrily to the man standing behind the boulder, ordering him to come out. The man behind the stone shuddered with fear. Next came out from behind the rock, shyly. Hermes frowned and recognized him. Nexav, having scolded the main character, was indignant at what he had done. The guy phlegmatically replied that nothing special, asking what the man was planning. Nex asked him again, but at that moment, a viscous black liquid appeared from behind his back. It also flowed from his eyes. Calling Viscount Kano pathetic, he said that he was mocking him, and a dark something began to flow from the man's hand, while he stuttered and complained that the guy had beaten him. Hermes, watching his transformations, recognized this aura. 2 clawed black paws emerged from Nex's own hands, and more nestled behind him as he shouted about being the eldest son of a famous family. The protagonist realized that he was a demon. Having finished the changes, the monster laughed under the surprised gaze of the aristocrat. The monster now stood on black, viscous 6 limbs. The same liquid flowed from its eyes, and its nose and ears were elongated, like an elf's. The demon said in a frightening voice that this body had adapted perfectly without preparation. Meanwhile, the guy, reaching for his sword, mentally noted the disgustingness of this sight. The monster said that this power was not inferior even to divine power, noting that choosing this body was the right decision. Looking back on the competition, Hermes realized that Nex thought that with his influence he would have easily taken first place if he had not been there. The demon addressed the protagonist, making it clear that he was in a good mood at the moment. For this reason, he graciously allowed him to draw his sword and strike him 3 times. The aristocrat actually pulled out the blade. However, the guy objected, saying that it was not necessary. The monster thought that Hermes was afraid. At that moment, he smelled other people nearby. It was Shaw and his knights, who were also fighting the evil spirits. The monster noted with a smile that there were many of them, so it would be possible to kill so many. The spider-like giant decided that as soon as he dealt with the main character, he would immediately go to them. The demon made a gesture with his hand and asked the boy not to hold back an attack. Then he would take the boy's life. However, the aristocrat interrupted him and asked him defiantly if he could. Approaching the grinning, transformed Nextak. In one movement, Viscount Kano slipped under the evil spirits and dealt multiple blows, after which a dark liquid with an eye began to come out of the man's mouth. And Hermes noted that with such a force of the blow, he was not even serious. With a quick jerk, the protagonist pulled the surprised demon out of Nex's mouth. Then the guy, under the apologetic cries of the evil spirit, who asked for mercy, sealed the monster with a magic spell, after which he burned the demon. In front of him stood Nex, who had regained his body. The man was very surprised. From what he had experienced, Nex fainted, and the aristocrat said that his left hand was quite enough. At this time, he remembered how he had parried the prince's fist with his injured hand. Shaw winced in pain, while Lord Kano wondered why he had struck with that hand. Grim Shaw, with half a sword, all wounded and tired, stood before the giant gaping mouth of the evil spirit. The monster, grinning, noted that for a human he had done well, stretching out his hands to him. Behind him were the fallen knights, who tried to rise and save their master, but they failed. Meanwhile, the monster continued that it seemed that His Majesty could do nothing more, calling the young man a poor man. Then, grabbing Shaw by the arm, the demon pushed him towards its mouth with sharp fangs, making it clear that this was an act of mercy. Here, to the prince's surprise, the monster dispersed from Hermes jumping on it. The protagonist, holding Nex on his shoulders, phlegmatically declared that he was finished. His Majesty was surprised to see Lord Kano and Nex unconscious. The aristocrat, in turn, was surprised that they knew each other. After examining the picture before him, Hermes promised to tell later how Nexexa ended up here, since first it was necessary to take care of Shaw's wounds. And indeed, the prince in a torn waistcoat was bleeding profusely. It got dark, and the group set up camp. The prince and the protagonist sat down on the next bed, looking at Nex, who was still unconscious. Lord Kano seemed to have told the whole story to His Highness. The young man thought about what had happened, asking the nobleman if he was injured. The boy answered in the affirmative and, looking skeptically at Shaw, who was bandaged from head to toe, advised him to worry about himself. The prince laughed nervously, saying that he was sorry. Nex lying there with a sorrowful expression on his face. His Majesty sighed. He was upset that the man had caused Lord Kano trouble. He replied that he was used to being disliked, so it was no big deal. The prince grinned and singled out Hermes' strength. The protagonist met the praise with silence. Then the boy asked how His Highness had met Nexeps. Shaw, looking down, replied that he was his friend. Recalling how little Nex brought him more books when he was an avid reader, the young man clarified. According to the prince, the Nex family and the Agan family had long been connected, so they often played together in the past. Shaw continued the story, noting that his friend was capable and hardworking, but clumsy and insulted other people, which irritated everyone. Then, naturally, those around him stopped taking him seriously. His Highness's mind flashed with how his attempts to calm the boy down had failed, and the boy had only pushed him away angrily and yelled. The young man understood that Nex himself was to blame, but he was his friend. After which the prince carefully straightened the blanket on the man's bed, causing him to toss and turn with a groan. After some thought, Shaw extended his hand to Lord Kano in gratitude, explaining that if the noble had not stopped his friend, His Highness would have been forced to kill Nextex. Hermes narrowed his eyes, smiled broadly, and shook the prince's outstretched hand. He replied that it was no problem. However, the protagonist suddenly pulled the young man's hand, remembering something. His Highness was naturally surprised by such behavior. Without letting go of Shaw's hand, the aristocrat pulled it up. Lord Kano sternly reminded him of his promise to take all the credit for today's incident. The prince, of course, agreed. Continuing to extend His Highness's hand, the boy gloomily specified that the order should not be awarded again either. Sweating in excitement from how close Hermes was to him, the young man quickly replied that he understood. In despair, the prince, as Shuzi Agina, swore on his own name not to divulge the protagonist's involvement in today's incident. The aristocrat, smiling, thanked him and finally let go of his hand. Lord Kano concluded that since a member of the royal family had sworn on his name, he could trust him. The boy then stood up and asked what to do with the meteorites he had not destroyed. His Highness suggested that they deal with it early in the morning, but Hermes interrupted him, deciding to deal with them himself. While the main character was about to leave the tent, the prince anxiously asked if Tom was sure. However, the aristocrat replied with a smile that if it would be Shaw's merit, he would do anything. He also noted that if he did it, they would cope faster. Then, respectfully placing his hand on his chest, the aristocrat wished the prince good dreams. The happy Shaw thanked the boy in return. His Highness also wished the Lord good night. Meanwhile, the night was already showing Hermes the way. The sky above the roof brightened. Sora was happily humming a melody to herself. The main character, sitting at the table, looked at his sister skeptically. Taking a break from his written work, the boy inquired about the reasons for his good mood. With a satisfied smile, the girl said that she was glad that her brother took an active part in the Princess Kick Festival, and nothing could please her more. Hearing the answer, Lord Kano returned to business with a smile. Frustrated, the boy rethought what had happened and came to the conclusion that he had unwittingly angered Nexix enough to do such a thing. Now looking back, the young man believed that he should have acted differently. Softening, Hermes turned to the glowing girl, explaining that it was an accident. Sora noted that it was a good accident. However, the protagonist thought that everything went relatively well, and Shu did nothing after the meteorite incident. Recalling the Princess Kick Festival and his successful kick, the nobleman continued to think. The nobles in this competition were only performing in front of the king, demonstrating their strength. So even if rumors spread, nothing more happened. After which the boy calmed down, having decided something. But then his sister told him the news, from which he immediately broke his pen. Sora said that rumors about this incident were spreading around the castle, asking his opinion on this matter. The brother looked at the girl with silent fury, perplexed. The sister clarified that for his information, it was not she who had blabbed. It turned out to be Baron Nexsex. This made Hermes very angry. Sora continued, saying that he returned battered, so that the household began to ask what had happened to him, and he said that he had dealt with the meteorite instead of the cowardly Prince Shu. The fact that the man added that the protagonist at that moment turned into a demon and attacked him greatly angered the guy. Subsequently, to verify the veracity of the story, a reconnaissance team went to the scene and found out that a battle had indeed taken place there. The sister continued that they also followed his tracks and found 2 destroyed meteorites. The boy covered his face with his hands in irritation, mentally noting that their discovery was understandable since he had dealt with them, but was encouraged by the fact that he had not been discovered. To her brother's interest, the girl continued that His Highness, who was involved in all this, insisted that it was he who had dealt with the meteorites. Sweating with excitement, the prince sat on the bed in front of the king. His father demanded that he answer him and not lie. Looking sternly at his son, the monarch asked him directly if it was really he who had destroyed the meteorites. Shaw answered hesitantly. Then the king furiously forced him to swear on the name of the royal family. His Highness hesitated and began to answer evasively, after which the king leaned towards him with a frightening face and asked again. The young man, shedding tears, asked his father for mercy, because he had given his word as a man. Sora came to the conclusion that the prince, apparently, decided to remain silent. Hermes admired this touching act because Shaw kept the promise he made to him. For this reason, when the prince recovered, the protagonist wanted to take him to a tea house. Then the sister announced that, having put all this together, one rumor had appeared, after which the guy immediately became upset because he had forgotten about the rumors. It turned out that this rumor was based on the fact that Baron next told everything exactly the opposite. In this case, people began to say that the prince and Next found themselves in a difficult situation, and Lord Kano came to their aid. The guy thought with irritation that it was not true, but for some reason, he had the feeling that everything was embellished. Sora said that since His Highness, who knew the truth, remained silent, the rumors hung in the air. Then someone called out to Lena. The girl turned around phlegmatically. To her concern because he needed peace, her elder brother ran to her, asking her not to ask anything, to hide him from their father. The girl tried to clarify, but he bowed and begged his sister. Realizing her anxiety, the princess believed that something serious had happened. His Highness announced that if he was captured, which upset Lena, who thought that he would be deprived of his life. It turned out that the father was simply very angry with his son. The girl responded with irritation that, well, let him be angry. The prince, in despair, said that he could not explain everything in detail, but would do anything. The princess only turned away from him, refusing, citing laziness. However, the mention that the young man would then not be able to keep Lord Kano's promise interested Lena. When the sister learned that Hermes was also involved, she became thoughtful. Then, for the sake of the main character, she decided to help her brother. Shaw, not believing his luck, thanked his sister with delight, but he was worried that even though he had asked her, he did not know how to escape. The girl, smiling in response, said to leave it to her. The princess proudly asked her brother how many times he thought she had escaped from the estate, boasting that she was good at tricking people. Lena declared herself a pro at running away from home. Shaw looked at her with admiration, thinking that his little sister could be relied upon. Then guards appeared from around the corner and discovered the prince, after which Lena immediately reacted, showing the way. His Highness followed his sister. While the prince and princess were happily running away from the guards, Lord Kano was upset. After all, according to the giggling Sora, the more Shaw remained silent, the more everyone began to believe the rumors. In the end, Hermes was the one to blame for this, who came to the disappointing conclusion that there was nothing to be done about it. The prince also scolded his friend, who argued furiously that it was none of his business. One of the knights, watching their squabbles, decided with a smile that they were both fine, in front of the surprised Hermes and Orthia, her hands on her hips. She said that her name was Daphne and that she was pleased to meet the head of the family. To the horror of the protagonist about the girl being a courtesan at such a young age, Orthia only laughed. The girl explained that Sister Daphne was half elf and half dwarf, so she was over 100 years old. The girl silently confirmed this. However, Orthia added that by elven standards, she was about 10 years old. This confused the guy, and he decided that this was still a crime. With a smile, the aristocrat's friend switched gears, telling him that the girl had much more experience as a courtesan than she did. When the gentleman questioned the normality of this, Orthia continued that Daphne had been away on business until now, and had returned yesterday evening, after which the girl apologized and said that due to old agreements, she would not be able to join her today. The girl was upset by this news. The aristocrat, standing at a distance and watching the girl's dialogue, regretted it. But to be honest, he was even glad. Recalling recent events, the young man came to the conclusion that due to the fact that both the Princess Kick Festival and the meteorite incident had piled up at the same time, he was very tired. Today, Hermes came to have fun. The main character's mouth began to water as he imagined the various sweets, and he thought he might eat some of them. Or he might want to indulge in a brothel so Orthia could clean his ear. However, the guy decided that food came first. Imagining these blissful moments, Lord Kano drooled and giggled behind the courtesans. Meanwhile, Orthia asked Daphne when her client would arrive. She replied that he should be here any minute. At that moment, a man appeared on the road who was glad to see Daphne, complaining that he had been bored. The aristocrat, watching their graces, noted with a smile that he seemed to be a fan of the girl, and also paid attention to the gentle voice of the man. However, here the amazed Hermes looked with fear at the man who, in a surge of tenderness, lifted Daphne into his arms, praising her. To his horror, the protagonist, happily pressing the girl to his face, recognized his majesty. Here, the king turns attention to the boy. The monarch recognized Lord Kano with the same fear. Meanwhile, Daphne, sitting in his arms, tried to push his face away so that he would finally stop. Then the king and the aristocrat began to understand each other without words. His Majesty, clenching his teeth with excitement, asked what Hermes was doing here. He, awkwardly bowing his head, mentally answered that these were his lands, after all, and that he needed to shout it anyway. The protagonist hoped that he had confused him with someone else and asked Orthia to introduce the client, after which the girl, with a joyful smile pointing at the monarch standing in a stupor, explained that this was Mr. King, a regular client of Sister Daphne. The guy, covering his face with his hands, was mentally outraged that the man even had a fictitious name, King. The aristocrat realized that since the king never showed himself anywhere except at important state events, Orthia and the others did not recognize him. Daphne asked the king about this reaction, and he responded excitedly that nothing. However, Orthia then noticed the resemblance of the client to Lena. This frightened Lord Kano. The courtesan whispered that Sister Daphne was very popular, so to become her regular client, one had to have enough money. Her thoughts alarmed Hermes, who thought she had exposed him. However, the girl with a smile suggested that the man was some relative of Lena. The main character hesitantly answered her that it was possible, and in his thoughts the answer was spinning that he was the princess's father. Suddenly, the king began to approach the Viscount, who put Daphne down, because of which the guy involuntarily took a step back. Frightened, looking into each other's eyes, they silently agreed to keep it a secret. The aristocrat replied that he couldn't tell, because there was nothing worse than meeting a friend's father in a brothel. This thought prompted the guy to think about the possible reaction of the monarch's family. They then sealed their agreement with a handshake. After this, His Majesty and Hermes played out an unexpected meeting in front of the courtesans. The girls were surprised that the two of them knew each other. When enough actions had been done, the main character tried to leave, thinking that they needed to separate as soon as possible. But the king asked him to wait. The man became serious and asked the Viscount for a sword fight. The monarch explained that he had seen the boy perform at the Princess Kick Festival, so he took the liberty of asking about him. The king continued that there were many mysteries surrounding the nobleman's merits, but it seemed that the information about the swordsman's talent was true. Mr. King explained that since the time of Queen Selene, who restored the dynasty, the future king of Aegina was required to master the art of the sword. For this reason, the monarch wanted to fight Lord Kano at least once. The monarch condescendingly explained that it was not at all necessary to arrange a duel right now, because Hermes was also resting today. Meanwhile, the girls in the distance were perplexed as to what they were talking about. After this, the king finally let the main character go. However, the guy thought about it. Since it was a personal request of the monarch, he cannot refuse, and sooner or later he will have to cross swords with him. Watching the girls' cheerful conversations, the aristocrat thought that he really had planned to have fun with Orthia today. As the king lovingly headed toward Daphne, Lord Kano thought that it would be a hassle to go back to this later. Then the Viscount turned to Lord King, expressing his readiness to leave right now, if the men did not mind. His Majesty took it with displeasure, thanking him for the quick response. But he seemed to want to rest with Daphne. The girl, seeing his doubts, immediately dispelled them, saying that she would be here for some time, so they could first sort out this matter. The king received this news with gratitude and began, to the courtesan's chagrin, to lovingly rub his stubble against her. Meanwhile, Orthia asked Hermes if they would go together. He answered in the affirmative, apologizing for challenging the girl. Then the courtesan kissed the main character on the cheek, after which she winked coquettishly and wished him luck. The embarrassed guy decided to go. Fencers settled down on the area between the houses. The king announced the star while Hermes thought about what to do. While the monarch pounced on the protagonist with a blade, he tried to assess the strength of his Majesty, assuming that he was probably a little weaker than his grandfather, the swordmaster. Calmly parrying the man's fierce blow, the boy thought that he could win, but his opponent did not seem like someone who could tolerate such a thing. Then the nobleman, to the king's surprise, swung his sword and struck so hard that the man barely had time to parry it. The Viscount continued to think, trying to figure out if he could win, Lord Kano did not understand whether he should give in to His Majesty and lose. Meanwhile, the monarch barely had time to cross swords, and then he received 2 sharp blows to the legs and back with the training weapon. The king jumped back from this. Hermes, meanwhile, continued to think about how he was the father of the princess and prince, and if he found out that they were hiding something, then they would be in trouble. At this moment, his opponent excitedly aimed his weapon for a blow, while the protagonist was unsure what to choose. While the boy thought he would be correct and normal, the monarch did not even have time to touch the aristocrat. The Viscount chopped him in the stomach, and then bending down, kicked the king's leg so that he fell. Then he kicked the blade out of the king's hands with his boot. The king flew into the air, but Lord Kano, thinking about what was normal, wanted to continue the blow. Here, His Majesty called out to him in fear. Only then did Hermes emerge from his reverie and discover the monarch raising his hand in concern. Crawling away from the main character's pointed sword, the king said that he surrendered. At that moment, the boy, to his horror, realized what he had done. The aristocrat fell to his knees in front of the king with apologies, realizing that he had been too lost in his thoughts. The Viscount, frightened, depressingly came to the conclusion that since His Majesty had already treated him badly, he could now completely destroy the Kano house. However, the monarch calmed Hermes, making it clear that he could not allow the man who had defeated him to kneel with his head bowed, after which the king smiled sadly, remembering something. The monarch said that he was taking back the words he had spoken to the protagonist in the past. The boy was surprised. Then the king hastened to explain that during the Princess Kick festival, he had been strict with the Viscount, and because of his difficult character, he had said all sorts of things. His Majesty was sorry for his behavior. Lord Kano replied that the monarch had said everything correctly, so he was not worried about it. This calmed the king. However, to Hermes' worry, he said that he had heard that the protagonist had saved Shaw that same day. The king made it clear that his son, to his father's annoyance, was still keeping his mouth shut. However, after crossing swords with the boy today, he realized that this was most likely true. Lena and the monarch's memories surprisingly continued to protect her brother. The Tsar sadly shared his worries with the aristocrat. His Majesty did not know why his children were hiding the truth, and they probably had plenty of other secrets anyway. But he did not even know that. Recalling his estranged daughter and son, the king said that although he should be a father to them, he knows nothing about his own children. Under the Viscount's watchful gaze, the monarch had a request for his opponent. He explained that since he was the king, he did not take them into account. Therefore, he bowed his head and asked Lord Kano, as an honest and strong man, to take care of his children from now on. He bowed his head in response, said that he understood the king. After which the monarch sighed with relief. However, Hermes asked to be allowed to notice something. The protagonist assumed that the two were hiding something so as not to disturb His Majesty. Remembering his own sister who was worried about him, the guy said with a slight smile that he often did the same, so he could understand Shu and Lena. Smiling softly, the monarch chuckled and suggested that it was tormenting. The aristocrat answered in the affirmative, after which the king stood up and dusted himself off, offering to finish for today and reminding them that they were guilty before the courtesans too. The Viscount, still sitting on the ground, carefully inquired about this duel. Then the monarch understood what Lord Kano meant and reassured him that he was not against his victory, so there would be no bad consequences. He, inspired, thanked him. Then, getting ready to leave, His Majesty said goodbye. After some time, the maids greeted the master with delight. It turned out they were congratulating him on his new position as the king's fencing teacher. The butler and Sora were happy, clapping their hands, but Hermes did not share their delight. Old Mimas was happy, because the family had not been honored like this since the time of the founder, and his sister said that she had not expected anything less from the main character. The maids at the set festive table were thinking about how to cut the cake for 7. The guy, meanwhile, recalled how this terrible news came to him, thinking about how the king made this decision, not knowing that he was hiding his true strength, and promised to turn a blind eye to victory in the duel if he became his teacher, thereby leaving the aristocrat with no choice. While the monarch came to see Daphne again, the Viscount understood his actions, because the number of demons was growing throughout the kingdom, so His Majesty wanted to become stronger. But this thought did not calm Lord Kano. Hermes, meanwhile, gloomily listened to the butler's joyful words about how all this brought back memories of the founder of the family, hoping that rumors about the reincarnation of the god of the sword would soon begin. At this moment, a happy Midia shoved a cut piece of cake into the master's mouth. Then the girl asked excitedly about the taste of the candy. The chewing protagonist smiled, after which the guy declared that it was delicious, and to Midia's joyful cheers he patted her on the head. Behind him, Mimis praised the maid for how well she cut the cake. A happy Sora stood nearby. To the admiration of the other maids, one of them managed to find the perfect rounded way of cutting. Lord Kano was diligently writing something at the table. Then his sister came to him, worried that her brother was working. However, the Viscount answered negatively. It turns out that Hermes wrote a petition to the king, asking for his dismissal from the post of fencing teacher. Hearing this, the girl ran up and tore out the piece of paper in horror, protesting. The main character only managed to open his mouth. The boy stood up, wondering what his sister was doing. Sora, still holding the paper in her hands, objected, saying that these were her words. Then she slammed the petition on the table and angrily asked if he hadn't even taught properly yet. Lord Kano guiltily made it clear that he wanted to leave before he started. The girl furiously asked the reason. Hermes turned away in shame. Seeing this, his sister softened. Sora agreed to help if her brother explained the reason, deciding that they could probably find a compromise. First of all, the girl explained that being fired from a position in such a short time was the same as asking to start exaggerating rumors even more. The main character could not help but agree with this with annoyance. Then he asked gloomily if his sister would really help him. She confidently answered in the affirmative, and the guy thought about it, after which the Viscount gave in and began to tell Sora what was going on. Lena was sulking about something. Lord Kano asked her to listen, but she only asked offendedly what was the matter. Sitting in the offendedly. What was the matter? Sitting in the ottoman. Hermes was perplexed by such behavior. The protagonist asked her not to whine, recalling the suddenness of the princess's arrival and her sullenness, asking what had happened. It turned out that the girl really had, dispersing the maids, walked into his office with irritation, and simply sat down on the chair under the surprised gaze of the Viscount. Lena, measuring the guy with a cold look, told him that she heard about him receiving the position of the royal fencing teacher. Lord Kano sincerely did not understand what the problem was. Realizing this, the princess became furious and began crawling towards Hermes, who raised his hands in defense. The girl reminded him of how many times he told her that he did not want to become serious. The protagonist was forced to agree, pointing her finger at him fiercely. Lena told him she thought the boy didn't want titles or prestige, but now that didn't fit with his easy acceptance of such a position. The Viscount tried to justify himself. However, he suddenly made the bold suggestion that the princess was jealous. This sent her into a rage, causing Lord Kano to immediately apologize. Cursing, the girl fell onto the ottoman. Hermes looked at her with disappointment, realizing that Lena retreated every time he refused to show his seriousness. According to the protagonist, the princess puts other people above herself. Then he thought about how it might look like the boy had betrayed her, but had given in to the king. He imagined the analogy of the second child, who he allowed sweets to, despite the prohibition for the first, who had to endure until dinner. This explained the girl's anger. Realizing this, the guy waved his hands in apology, apologizing and trying to justify himself that he had reasons. Lena, her face in the pillow, listened to him. Lord Kano tried to assure her that he would refuse, but His Majesty was serious, and a simple feudal lord cannot oppose the will of the king. Hermes knew it sounded like an excuse, but he had nothing else to say. He hoped the princess would understand and forgive him. Then the girl asked if he was only acting as a fencing teacher for the monarch. He, anxiously stretching out his hands to her, answered in the affirmative. Lena took note of this. The protagonist, however, awkwardly recalling it, decided that everything else was probably not worth talking about. After that, the princess, to the guy's surprise, perked up and accepted it, explaining that it was not necessary to become serious for this training. Then he asked if she had come here just for this and, having received a phlegmatic affirmative answer, inquired about work. It turned out that the girl had entrusted everything to her older brother, promising to repay the debt, to which the Viscount mentally noted that Shaw was also having a hard time. Then Lena had an idea. She thoughtfully repeated his words about the feudal lord's duty. Lord Kano confirmed it with a questioning look. The girl continued that Hermes had to save face in front of the king, and as a fencing teacher, he could not possibly lose to a mid-level swordsman. Without thinking about her words, the protagonist answered positively. Suddenly, the double meaning dawned on him. Looking at the princess's evil grin, the guy was horrified. The aristocrat asked her with concern what she had in mind. The girl, with a calm smile, headed for the exit, explaining that she would go find her master. Lena decided to demand a title for her master from the monarch, and since her teacher was ultra-strong, she would have to receive it. The Viscount stood with his mouth open. After this, according to the princess's plan, the king will demand that his teacher fight Lena's teacher. Lord Kano came to the unsatisfactory conclusion that by shaking identical toys, father and daughter would boast that their teacher was stronger, infuriating Hermes. A picture of a mocking Lena and an irritated king appeared in his head. The princess then enthusiastically proclaimed that she could not wait to see the main character serious. At this point, the boy finished his explanation to his sister, indicating that this was the very reason he wanted to quit. Sora became worried. The nobleman declared that he never wanted to get serious in a sword fight, which made the girl thoughtful. However, to her brother's surprise, the sister quickly came up with a solution. Taking the dolls of all three, Sora offered to make Princess Lena her apprentice. The girl reminded him that the king's daughter also could not go against his will, so he simply had to submit a petition to make Her Highness his student. The plan pleased the Viscount, and he even stood up, listening attentively. The sister finished her explanation by saying that if they had one teacher, then her brother would not have to fight with anyone. Lord Kano, astonishing Sora, pounced on her with hugs and thanked her. While the girl was in shock, a pleased Hermes hurried to write a letter to the king. The sister, confused, mentally decided that her brother had definitely stopped remembering about personal space after the influence of Medea, who immediately hugs, and Kuros, who immediately grabs by the shoulders. Soon, the happy Shah and the king, with Hermes standing smugly in the middle, handed the princess over to his protection. The girl received this news with bewilderment. Standing on the training field, Lena didn't understand what this meant. Then her father explained that the teacher had made an offer for the princess to become his student. The girl was indignant in response. While the main character whistled cheerfully, pretending that he had nothing to do with it, Lena glared at him with an irritated expression. The monarch asked if she agreed. The princess hesitated. Then her brother asked enthusiastically why hesitate, because training under Lord Kano was great. The prince was even envious, but his sister did not share his enthusiasm, becoming angry. In a rage, she grabbed his mouth, shutting him up. Meanwhile, the Viscount and the king were calmly discussing how Lena's skills were on the same level as his. In confirmation of his father's words, the prince said that his sister really beat him every time. In his memories, the princess explained the reason for his defeat, that he always sits at home. The girl got angry and told him to stop talking nonsense. But Hermes believed him, and the monarch added that his daughter was stronger than an ordinary person. After which the king asked if his daughter didn't like his teacher. She just sighed with irritation. Then Lena bowed, saying that she gladly and gratefully entered under his guidance, and the pleased king entrusted the nobleman with a member of his family from that moment on. However, the princess raised her head and, apologizing for the suddenness to her new teacher, fiercely drew her sword, asking for a single duel. The Viscount realized that she was very angry, so he agreed with concern. With her hands confidently placed on the hilt of her blade, the girl reassured her teacher that there was no need to be so nervous, as they would simply warm up. Lord Kano mentally noted the change in his tone. The king and his son, meanwhile, decided to step away. Lady Lena was wished good luck. The monarch expected a good fight. Shaw, reassured by his squire, was upset, because he wanted to somehow preserve this moment as a memory. The princess, with a sly grin, suggested that Hermes strike occasionally. He, smiling calmly, agreed. The main character began the fight by raising his sword forward. However, his blow did not go through. The girl jumped high, and he got behind the guy. Then, the aristocrat realized that Lena belonged to this type. Breaking with her hand on the ground, the girl quickly rushed to attack, but the Viscount dodged, responding with an equally sharp blow. The princess also managed to jump back. Together, they smiled, heated by the fight. The swords of the mentor and his student crossed, and then they moved aside, standing in a stance. Father, smiling, called it not a fight but a dance, while his brother opened his mouth in admiration. As they moved, they looked at each other with grins. After a while, the sword fell, and Lena, trying to catch her breath, fell to the ground. Hermes, sitting down next to her, thanked the girl. The princess noticed with a smile that despite the protagonist's movements, he was not out of breath at all. The guy confirmed that he really had such a skill. Then the audience came up to them. The Tsar clapped his hands, saying that they were both inimitable and had shown themselves amazingly. Lena's brother leaned over and praised his sister, adding that she had done an excellent job. With his kind smile, Shaw gave the princess an idea. Then the girl grabbed him by the tie and sarcastically suggested that he join their warm-up. The brother was perplexed by this news. The Viscount looked at him sympathetically from behind. Under the young man's protests, the knights began to bustle about getting everything ready. Meanwhile, the monarch was surprised that Lord Kano could dance. He scratched his head and replied that he could dance only a little. Hermes noted that he was amazed at how easily the princess moved. It turned out that she had mastered this skill well during her escapes. One of the observers noted with admiration that she also had many different places to escape. The protagonist, looking skeptically at the man, mentally noted that he should not let her escape. The man then rushed to the lady, reminding her that she needed a drink. The king said at this time that no matter how he moved, he still moved awkwardly. The boy stared at him in surprise. Introducing his wounded daughter, the monarch said that powerful demons were appearing everywhere that they didn't know about, so if they encountered them now, they could suffer great damage. The father shared with the nobleman that he was worried that sooner or later an obstacle would arise that Lena would not be able to overcome on her own. Therefore, the monarch considered it a great success that the Viscount had offered the princess to become his apprentice. Then, giving Lord Kano a strong, friendly slap on the back, he asked him with a smile to lead them well, and the latter, wincing in pain, agreed, after which, raising his eyebrows, Hermes wondered whether everything had worked out for the best. Watching the siblings fencing, the protagonist thought. Even though the number of burdensome things had increased, he was able to avoid showing his seriousness. That was what was truly burdensome. Meanwhile, the girl deftly dodged her brother's blow and, smiling, went behind him, hitting him with the handle. The boy continued to think that after he became His Majesty's teacher, the princess's training became just a bonus to the rumors. Here, the aristocrat realized that a teacher was a profitable position, allowing him to gain the trust of the royal family, and if he suddenly screwed up, he could not be reproached. The Viscount tried to drive away these thoughts, telling himself that this was not the way to teach, and that it was necessary. Lord Kano came to the pleasant conclusion that no one would be angry in this case, even if he abandoned his duties as the head of the family. Hermes chuckled evilly, noting that he had never even suspected such a title existed before. At that moment, the monarch turned to his daughter. The pleased king, to the horror of the protagonist, declared to Lena that from now on, everyone would learn from them how well their mentor teaches. Alarmed, the guy had a flash of thought that this was already too much. The princess, sword in hand, was distracted from beating her older brother, who was waving his sword crying, showing that he had surrendered. The nobleman tried to convince the princess, but she only smiled grimly. To the Viscount's disappointment, Lena placed her hand on her chest, willingly obeying His Majesty and promising to do everything in her power. This time, Lord Kano came to the disappointing conclusion that this position would bring even more problems than he could have imagined. Meanwhile, the brother and sister continued their training. The princess, relaxing after the fight, lay in the splits. While the clothes were lying on the bed, the sister hurried Hermes. He, cursing, asked her to wait in response. She was wearing a bag and a dress for going out. Sora asked if he had forgotten anything, to which her brother noted that she was asking for the third time, and at this rate he would forget something. Pointing to his hair, the girl asked if it was tangled like that since he slept. He answered with irritation that it was always like that. Taking Lord Kano's hand, the sister said that everyone seemed to have gone ahead. The nobleman confirmed this, saying that Medea had been pushing him since early morning. Sora, meanwhile, was anticipating the upcoming fun. The Viscount could not help but notice her good mood. The girl, beaming, replied that she was, of course, glad, clarifying the reason. It turned out that there would be a festival today. A garland of flags had already been strung between the houses. People sold food, danced to music, and drank. Sora said with admiration that Pindos was always bustling with life, but today it was even more lively. Her brother agreed with her, looking around at the large crowd. Then someone called them. It was Mimi with her festive mask askew, along with her maids in pretty dresses. The maids approached and thanked him for the day off. The Viscount replied that there was nothing to thank him for. The butler noted that the festival was being held on a grand scale. Lord Kano replied that there was money. As it turned out, Hermes was recently informed that the Kano clan had received double taxes. The protagonist assumed that the reason was the salt tax. It seemed that the purification method he had discovered had increased efficiency, and one after another, wizards who knew how to extract salt were found, so the prices suddenly jumped. Then the aristocrat faced the problem of what to do with such large funds. The Viscount thought that the more money, the more problems, and one of the problems was precisely the poorer people who sought to take from the rich. One way or another, the first thing he wanted to do was give away all this money. Looking over the documents, Hermes came to the conclusion that the taxes in the Kano family's domains had been balanced for a long time, so it was very difficult to reduce them. The guy did not want to bother with this even a little, because then the problems would become even bigger. Reading the papers with irritation, he noted with irony that Brother Milos had a good policy. So the main character went through one thing after another. He needed to figure out what he could spend the money on without much fuss. One of the maids was enjoying the festival and asked the master to have fun. The maid, pushing Mimis, suggested a place where they could go. He agreed, but asked not to push him. The aristocrat also wished them a good time. While the maid was hurrying the butler, her friend remembered something. To the surprise of the lady and the Viscount, she said that Medea had gone to an eating competition. A lively presenter, who decided to announce the participants, was speaking on a special platform. The first was a fat, bald man, Tabelsky. The second one, skinny and gloomy, with a nest on his head from which chicks were squeaking, was Kuchiro. The third was an old man, Mochikui. The fourth was young Medea. After that, the host introduced herself, the daughter of the tea shop owner, who had come here on business. Seeing her on stage, Lord Kano was surprised that she was really here, and his sister mentally wished the girl good luck. After that, the host announced that today the participants would challenge the burrito buns brought from an overseas country. There were dozens of them on the plate. Hermes was horrified by their number. The crowd excitedly wished good luck in this difficult duel. The rules were as follows. The first one to finish the meal wins. Raising her hand, the girl announced the beginning. The participants quickly grabbed the food. The protagonist and Sora cheered Medea on. Tabelsky, meanwhile, gobbled up two at once. It turned out that the bald man's physique was not deceiving. At that moment, Kuchiro put his hands on the table, declaring that he was giving up. The host was puzzled as to why he had come at all. Here, Manchuki, under the surprised gaze of Medea, who was sitting and gobbling up food, collapsed onto the table. He seemed to have fainted. The old man noticed with pain that the strength of the stomach and the adaptation to oil were two different things. There were only two participants left, Tabelsky and Medea. Resolutely devouring buns one after another, the girl thought that she could not lose. Medea was attracted by the prize. For a year, she would be able to eat as many sweets as she wanted. She wanted to win this gift for the master and the others to make them happy. Meanwhile, the presenter noticed that both of the remaining ones were determined to win, but something made her doubt. The girl noted that there was still a difference in the strength of the body. Tabelsky had only 2 pieces left to eat. Holding the remaining burrito to his mouth, the man apologized to the little girl and said that his pride was also at stake. He was about to put it in his mouth, while Medea, flushed from the effort, stuffed the food into herself, to Sora's worried cries. However, the table leg gave way under Tabelsky's weight. He fell with a scream and dropped the buns. Everyone was surprised by the developments. The girl, however, did not pay attention and continued the test. The presenter announced that the man had lost consciousness. The girl stated the expected result. Suddenly, Medea held out the last burrito from her plate, after which I barely forced myself to shove it into my mouth. The host announced Medea as the winner. The crowd roared with joy. Tired, she found the strength to raise her fist and say that it was delicious. However, her condition worried people and friends. The main character and his sister approached Medea, who was sprawled on the table. When the girl turned to them, the gentleman only sighed with concern, and Sora asked with a smile what was the matter. Flushing and feeling ill from how full she had been, Medea asked them to help themselves to their heart's content. The aristocrat, stroking the tired girl on the head, explained that he would not be able to eat as much as she did. Hermes was left alone, as his sister volunteered to stay with Medea, suggesting that her brother look around the festival for now. The girl awkwardly apologized for the inconvenience. Kuros attacked the main character from behind, joyfully hugging him. The aristocrat asked what he was doing there. The man cleared his throat and proudly replied that he was patrolling the festival. Scratching his nose, Kuros explained that there might be a lot of criminals on such a day. However, a member of the Dream Squad ran up to them, smiling and telling the boss that there were great prizes at the shooting gallery. But when he saw the Viscount, he immediately became worried. The two quickly made excuses that it was not what the Lord had in mind and that they were doing their job diligently. The boy replied that it was nothing to worry about. Lord Kano, to the delight and amusement of the men, explained that this festival was being held especially for the subjects of the Kano clan, so they could have a good time too. Then the men happily decided to drag Hermes along with them, but he protested because he had to go somewhere. Kuros asked where, and the main character answered that he was going to Orthia. The guy tried to find the place she was talking about. This place turned out to be a stage. A crowd of people had already gathered near it. The aristocrat considered that there was a little time left before the performance, and then noticed people's admiring glances riveted on someone. It was a prince and princess with food in their hands, which, in the Viscount's opinion, did not suit their appearance, and they stood out. Shaw was upset that he was eating spicy food, when his sister reminded him that she had warned him that they were being watched by people who decided that they were some kind of nobility because of their pretentious outfits. Then Lord Kano approached them. Hermes asked what they were eating, drooling. Lena explained that they were treats from the festival. She had snow dragon fruit taffy, and her brother had fried kraken. The girl thanked him for the invitation and assumed that the main character had come here to watch Orthia's performance. Then the beginning of the performance was announced, and they turned their gazes to the stage. To the admiration of the boys, Orthia came out in an open, light oriental costume, together with other girls. The courtesan danced together with large tattooed men. As she twirled, she combined different facial expressions, from a captivating one to a simple and easy smile. After the show, she ran up to Hermes and Lena, thanking them for their presence with a tight hug. They, embarrassed, tried to break away, but they were saved by the fact that Orthia noticed the princess's brother, to whom he politely said that he was glad to meet her. While Shaw and the girl were getting acquainted, the princess and Lord Kano discussed the courtesan's strong grip. Suddenly their friend, spreading her arms, suggested that they all dance together. The guys were amazed. Orthia said that there would be another performance in the evening, and now she could practice with them. The embarrassed nobleman and her highness refused immediately. The courtesan was upset, wondering why. Shaw watched with excitement. Then Lord Kano reminded her that the girl was doing belly dancing, and it was not so easy to dance. However, Orthia replied that it was okay, because there were elements for beginners, and they would enjoy it themselves. Their friend asked if they didn't like dancing, which made Lena and Hermes embarrassed. The protagonist tried to clarify, but stumbled. It was all about the revealing outfits, which is why they didn't want to dance in front of everyone. The princess and the aristocrat replied that they were embarrassed, and Orthia continued to try to persuade them. At this time, the prince was thinking with embarrassment, after which he decisively declared that he would dance. This amazed Lena and Lord Kano, while the courtesan asked again in delight, not believing that it was true. The girl was happy, and the other guys stared at Shaw. Then the young man, remembering their duel, recalled that Hermes and the princess had already learned to dance and were not at all embarrassed. However, the sister, pulling her brother by the cheek, answered in unison with the main character that this was not the case. Having learned that the boy and girl were dancing together, Orthia took them by the hands, which frightened her friends. Then the courtesan with a sweet expression asked them once more for her sake. The aristocrat and the princess could not help but succumb to this look and agreed. The girl was happy. Soon after, the sister found her brother sitting on a rock as night fell over the city. Looking down at the houses, Lord Kano made it clear that the entire city was clearly visible from here. Sora, narrowing her eyes, replied that she could not see in such detail. Sitting next to Hermes, the girl was even sad that it was all over. Sora said, with an innocent smile, that she was sure that since the guy had organized the festival with his own money, his authority would skyrocket. He groaned and grimaced in response, noticing that she had hit a sore spot. The sister asked if the Viscount understood what he was talking about. He tried to clarify, but did not finish. Fireworks exploded in the night sky. Medea, heroes, Orthia, ordinary residents, and a brother and sister gazed with admiring eyes at the bright spectacle. Continuing to enjoy the show, Sora shared her thoughts on why Hermes had arranged such a celebration. The girl thought that the guy wanted to please his loved ones, caring, wayward, and reckless. This statement threw the main character into a stupor, and then made him blush. The aristocrat tried to protest, but Sora stopped him with a gesture, saying that he didn't have to say anything, because she understood everything. When the embarrassed Viscount calmed down, the sister turned to her brother again. The girl suggested that they join everyone else in having fun at the festival again. Lord Kano just smiled silently at the thought. And then, continuing to watch the fireworks, he agreed. After the belly dance, Orthia asked Hermes for his opinion, who leaned towards her as if in supplication. The guy was overwhelmed with emotions. Medea loomed over the prostrate Hermes and asked indignantly if the master thought it was strange. The protagonist looked up from his reading and asked what she meant. The girl said that she, of course, shouldn't talk like that about herself, but she had her merits, and if we were talking about those who showed promise, then she wouldn't lose to anyone in this. The guy, not understanding, asked again, leaning over the sofa. Medea continued to resentfully bombard the master with questions about whether she was underage. He only groaned in response. Suddenly, Sora burst into the room, having finally found the girl. The aristocrat's sister began to irritably pull Medea away by the cheeks, saying that she had warned her that it was useless to approach Lord Kano with this. The girl was still trying to break free from the tenacious grip, while the girl was still trying to stop her. Watching this, Hermes asked with concern what they were arguing about. Letting go of the struggling girl for a second, Sora tried to change the subject. However, at that very second, Medea turned around and ran up to the main character, asking to be added to the team of beauties. He asked again, uncomprehendingly. With fatigue, the sister replied that this was one of the groups of the Harem of Hermes, 48. Mim, 48. Then the boy remembered the girls from the sea. The girl decided to introduce them to the Harem groups, explaining that the 48 GM are those who pay attention to their abilities, truth, who value comfort and peace, kindness, as an example she gave Daphne, and who value beauty, like Princess Lena. Her listeners got bored while Sora continued that there are many more sections in the three categories. Those girls, according to the sister, fit the beauty category. After which the gentleman patted the girl on the head and said that he was surprised that Medea ended up in this harem, asking what the criteria were. This alarmed the girl. Then Sora clarified that it had to be a virgin with no criminal record. The girls were selected after some examinations, for which the sister herself was responsible. Sora made it clear that if all the criteria were met, she didn't look at age. When her brother suggested creating Orthia's team, her sister started arguing with him. Meanwhile, Medea pouted in embarrassment, after which, to general laughter, she blushed and pushed the arguing people apart, asking them to change the subject. The girl waved her arms and said she was serious. The brother and sister laughed and apologized. Medea was upset and awkwardly stated that she wanted to become the master's pride. Trying to hold back his laughter, the aristocrat remembered that the girl was now about 14 years old. This is exactly the age when she is interested in this kind of thing. The Lord Kano said that Medea was already his pride. The girl immediately stopped, staring at him, and his sister covered her mouth with her hands. After watching their reactions, Hermes came to the conclusion that he seemed to have just caused problems for himself. Jumping up to the master and grabbing the chair, she delightedly asked the dumbfounded protagonist again. The girl asked if she was great. The guy hesitantly agreed. Medea's face lit up with a smile at the new title, Great Pride. She walked away humming. The aristocrat asked Sora what was wrong with the girl, but she just laughed in response. In the city, Medea was helping the locals. A woman with a cart of flowers thanked the girl, to which she replied that this was part of the teachings of Master Nanasu, so there was nothing to thank her for. The woman assumed that if such a wonderful girl became a student, then this Nanasu must be a wonderful person. Medea began to praise him with a smile. To the girl's delight, the vendor handed her a cookie in gratitude. Then Sora, with a sword on her back, called out to Medea. It turns out that the lady brought the sword she had forgotten. The girl asked what the girl was doing here, to which Medea replied that she was helping people. The girl, since she's the pride of the master, naturally follows his instructions every day, which she wrote herself. The list included 3 points of Nanasu's teaching. Do everything for people. Beat all the nonsense out of the bad ones. And if you come across a shop with tasty treats, be sure to go on reconnaissance. Sora called Medea reliable with a smile. Then someone called the girl. But the lady asked her to wait. The girl wanted to join Medea's work. The girl was surprised that Sora would go with her. The lady said that she didn't know much, but she would keep her company. After which Medea announced that today the girl would become Nanasu's student. She said with delight that she was counting on her older sister's help. The girl's eyes widened in surprise at this kind of treatment. Laughing, she invited her younger sister to go. The girl and Sora happily set off to help. The boards needed to be painted, and the students did not hesitate to get to work. At this point, they simultaneously reached for the bucket of paint and stepped on the painted board with their hands. The girls looked at each other, raising their painted palms in surprise. Then they laughed merrily, after which they cheerfully helped with planting flowers, and they even got treats, and Sora got a whole bouquet. Medea and Sora stood on the wall, looking at the clear sky. The student was happy about how everyone was praising them. Then the children ran up to the girls screaming. The lady looked at this with surprise. Medea, pushing away the children who were clinging to her, who were happy to have found her, asked them not to hug her so harshly. Sora asked about them, to which the girl replied that they were from the flower market, but the boys did not let her tell the story of how they met, asking her to tell about the teachings of Nanasu. The student irritably told them to let her go while the girl was thinking about this teachings of surprise. Watching the children pull Medea along, Sora imagined the girl pulling the main character along. It left her speechless. The girl, darkening, thought that for her, Hermes had always been the same as her younger brother in childhood. However, she had not noticed at all how Medea had grown up and become an excellent student. This brought a warm smile to her face. Standing with the bouquet, she thought about what would happen even if Lord Kano left. The girl decided that Mada would definitely be able to become Hermes' heir. Realizing what she was thinking, the lady burst into tears and mentally said that no matter what happened, she did not want to let her brother go. Then the boys called her, and she smiled at them affectionately. After that, she hurried after the others. The aristocrat looked at the returnees with surprise. The girls were disheveled, but happy. Medea was holding a bouquet in her hands and Sora a bag. The Viscount noted that they were completely grimy, surprised that his sister had also been with Medea. The girls, looking at each other, noticed how much had happened. Hermes hoped they weren't doing anything weird. Sora sighed with inspiration and replied that they weren't doing anything weird. The sister explained that they were offering so much to the delighted children, using the name Nanasu, preaching the art of the sword of the Nanasu style. But the brother was amazed that the girl classified it as nothing strange. Then Medea stepped forward, reassuring the master that she did not fight with anyone except him at full strength, and she only showed basic techniques, but this was not what confused the Viscount. Sora then suggested that the little girl take a shower. However, she wanted to make an announcement first. The girl and the boy looked at the girl questioningly. Then Medea cleared her throat. Declaring herself the #1 disciple of Master #1, Medea Moikanai declared with determination, holding up the bouquet, that she wanted to become the master's pride, so she would become the best in the categories of truth, kindness, and beauty. She ended up overthrowing Game 48, becoming the best girl. Hermes was confused by this, while Sora was delighted. For this reason, the student turned to the main character. Handing him a bouquet of flowers, Medea asked the master with a smile to wait. The aristocrat looked at the gift with embarrassment, but he still accepted it and agreed, patting the smiling girl on the head. The girls headed to the shower, and the Viscount, looking at the bouquet, thought about the fact that they were at a flower market and thought that it was great. Then he heard a terrible roar. Lord Kano didn't understand what had happened. A plume of smoke rose from the roof. Residents stopped in front of the scene. A mother hugged her frightened daughter in fear. And some man fell down and said that this couldn't happen. It turned out that the meteorite and the demons from it were destroyed in the blink of an eye by a stranger, which scared the passers-by. The girl decided to pay the shop owner by destroying these meteorites. The old man sighed, but agreed, and the girl replied that it was very tasty, so she would come again. While the stranger was leaving, the owner helped the man, who was perplexed about who it was, to stand up. The old man made it clear that she was the demon queen. The main character pulled up his hands, thinking that the work for today was finished. He redid a lot of things, including listening to the problems of the residents and solving them, and I think that he was excellent in Lord. Hermes thought and stocked himself on the thought that he should play the role of a depraved lord for the sake of a carefree, fun life, and should not forget about his original goal. Walking along the streets forward, the guy's mind went black and he felt a strong aura from the shop that stood in front, where he saw a girl in a kimono sitting on a bench. The protagonist's hands were shaking. A girl with 2 ponytails and butterfly-shaped hairpins was sitting in slippers with a large sole on the protagonist's back and eating food on a stick. Hermes quickly closed the distance between him and the girl, grabbing her by the throat. The girl did not lose her head and noticed how the guy approached her. The dark-haired girl asked who he was while she pointed a chopstick at the guy's throat and ordered him to quickly apologize for his behavior. The guy just watched her actions in silence. Hermes replied that it was his question and asked what kind of magic it was and who she was. The girl got angry and directed her smiting gaze at the guy, saying that they were not obliged to answer because he was vile and ordered to remove his hands. The main character with a serious face, I answered that he is the lord of these lands and cannot allow the presence of such dangerous creatures as her. The girl widened her gaze and asked the guy again. The shop owner came out of the awning and asked what they were doing, and shouted that a crowd of people would come running because of them. The guy, smiling confusedly, asked what the man was talking about. The people passing by stopped, watching the hero's discussions. The guy thought about the owner wanting them to leave there as soon as possible, while the girl asked if it was true that this man was a lord. The owner of the establishment answered positively and said that Hermes Kano was the owner of these lands. The girl thought about it and remembered that he was the 4th brother of Miros, to which the main character confusedly agreed. The guy asked if the girl knew Miros, to which the girl sat back down on the bench and answered positively, saying that the demon queen knows everything. The protagonist asked the owner what she was talking about, to which he replied that it was true, and she was the queen of the neighboring country of Kotoria. The girl smiled wickedly as the owner said that she was the queen of demons, Lady Kaori from the kingdom of Katori. Hermes still could not believe what was happening and spoke to the girl, asking her to clarify, once again bringing 2 fingers to his temple on his head. The guy asked what the queen of Komotria meant. Kaori answered that it meant exactly that, because the kingdom of Komotria was a great power located next to the kingdom of Aegina, and she was its current ruler. Hermes asked what the demon queen meant, to which you replied that although that's what he called her, she wasn't literally a demon. She just belonged to a species with a long lifespan, while the guy was recalling a list of species of elves, trolls, and werewolves. Kaori added, by the way, that he should call her aunt, since he was her nephew. The girl smiled and replied that he must be from the 10th generation of the Kano family, while she comes to the grandfather of his grandfather, and trying to explain more simply, she was the only sister of Kano in the 2nd generation. The protagonist was confused and asked how old she was. A friend appeared a bunch of raging fire, which broke the roof of the mansion. The girl angrily replied that a real gentleman does not ask a noble lady about her age. The guy sadly turned around on the roof of his house and asked who was the noble lady here with some sarcasm. Suddenly, a girl ran out of the estate screaming for the master, to which Hermes turned around and saw Medea. Medea ran up and said that he had promised her training, asking what the guy had been doing. The girl looked questioningly at Kaori, to which she asked what was wrong. Medea smiled, patting the girl on the head in front of her, and apologized because the master promised to train her. Kaori did not understand the girl's actions, asked about something, said something, and asked what she allowed herself while pointing her palm at Medea. The protagonist's face became serious, and he shouted for the girl to stop. Medea didn't understand what was happening, but the main character managed to react with both his palm and magic, reflecting the blow, which Kaori was very surprised at. Hermes was able to reflect his aunt's blow into the sky, thereby managing to protect his student standing behind him from the attack. Kaori was surprised by her nephew's strength. Hermes was tense from the current situation, and while Medea opened her mouth in fear, She began to sweat. Medea collapsed down onto the slabs while the protagonist was asking if she was okay. The girl answered her master that she felt like she was reliving everything from the moment of birth to today, while he was shouting that her life flashed before her eyes. The girl replied in confusion that this was what the battle of equal masters meant. The girl lost consciousness while the protagonist was trying to bring her to her senses, and Kaori was laughing in the background. Kaori laughed even louder with joy and jumped on him, grabbing the guy with both hands, holding his left hand and his right hand by the face, while he looked at her with a confused look, holding Medea with his hand. The girl happily declared, rushing at the main character, that she had finally found him, crossing their arms. The guy looked at the girl in confusion and became alarmed by her behavior. While Medea lay unconscious on the ground, the Demon Queen said that she had been waiting for someone who could resist her power and had finally found a person as strong as him. Kaori blushed and rejoiced, saying that she finally didn't have to wait any longer and hold back her power. The girl knelt down on one knee, spreading her arms out to the sides, and joyfully told her nephew that she couldn't stand it any longer and suggested that he come to her quickly and fight. The main character took Medea on his back and, waving her off, refused to fight. The girl was upset and asked why he was refusing, because she had waited and endured for so long. The guy, carrying the student, said that it was only his aunt's decision, and he did not want to do anything that could interrupt his peace. Kaori pointed at herself and asked, even if it was his aunt's request, he agreed to something, and the girl almost burst into tears, said that she was so sorry, which the guy apologized for. Kaori decisively answered the guy. The Demon Queen's face darkened and she declared war on the kingdom of Aegean. The boy asked her in confusion what she was talking about, and was confused with fear. The girl replied that in that case her nephew would have to fight to protect the country, and then the first thing she should do would be to kill someone from the royal family, so that he would definitely not be able to avoid it. While the girl was finishing the phrase that it would be safest this way, the main character turned around and grabbed the girl with a sharp movement, ordering her to stop saying that. The Demon Queen stared at the guy in anticipation. The main character replied that there were people dear to him in this country, and he would not allow her to lay a finger on them. Kaori thought about it and asked about his dear people. The guy was determined. The girl smiled and waved his grip away with her hand. They say that she was joking, and she herself, like everyone else, was not burning with the desire to kill anyone. But she was going to declare war in any case, and walked away from her nephew. As she was leaving, the girl turned around, smiling, and told the guy that she would always like to declare war on someone once, singing a song and covering her mouth. The main character is oppressive, asked if people were toys for her, to which the girl replied that he should not worry, because she would not touch people dear to him, affectionately calling the interlocutor nephew, waving goodbye. Hermes, looking after his departing aunt and lost in thought, remained silent, thinking about what had happened while the student lay on his back. The next day, a man with a monocle on his right eye and a gray mustache named Mimisu conveyed the news that in the morning the kingdom of Komotori had declared war on the kingdom of Aegina. Hermes replied that he knew about it, and added that the girl had been quicker and had not thrown words to the wind. The man with a piece of paper in his hands asked the boy what he meant, to which he asked not to think about it. The man added that Komotori had not entered the war for a long time. This was more than the previous ruler indicated in his will, to which the boy asked about the will. The gray-haired man replied that the will had written that if an equal creature did not appear, nothing should be done, and the guy, reasoning, replied that, most likely, this equal creature had been found, which is why such measures were taken. The protagonist thought that the previous ruler was also thinking about how to keep the wild general in check, but he couldn't just forbid her because sooner or later she would explode, and so the former ruler put this issue aside for a while, and as a result, the protagonist ran into her, which led to a person equal to her in strength being found. The guys distracted him from his thoughts and said that as the head of the Kano house, he had one problem. Hermes asked what the old man meant. The man replied that someone had noticed him talking to the Demon Queen recently, and that someone had turned out to be members of the royal family, which had resulted in rumors spreading throughout the country that they were suspected of being involved with Kaori. The protagonist was surprised by such a rumor, to which the man replied that some of the aristocrats intended to impose certain restrictions on him. The guy thought that the feudal lord was already suspected of him, and could not even imagine what damage this would cause to the Kano family. A friend from the door was heard the voice of the girl, so that they do not pretend to be fools. If you trust your master, then you should calmly let them in. The girl asked, "Was the lord in the office?" To which the man answered, "Positively." And the servant said that he was behind this door. And the girl, "I apologize," burst into the office. Lena, entering, addressed the head of the Kano family, Vice Count Hermes. They say that there is a conversation about the incident with the Comtoria. The man addressed the owner while he looked at the girl with a serious face. Lena sat opposite the guy and said that as a representative of His Majesty, all her words are considered the words of the king, and asked to answer honestly, because all the words will be recorded on paper. The main character looked at the girl with a serious expression of bewitchment, and agreed with her. The girl replied that this morning the kingdom of Aegina had received the declaration of war from the state of Komotoria, to which the boy replied that he already knew that. The girl added that Komotoria had been inactive for several hundred years and had now suddenly pointed its sword at them. The boy recalled his meeting with Kaori, while the girl said that there was only one reason why the demon queen Komotoria could be awakened to act, and that was the appearance of a person of equal strength. That's what the girl was able to find out. The boy remained silent while the girl looked at him suspiciously. Lena replied that she would speak frankly and stated that the kingdom of Aegina suspected the protagonist of everything, because they had heard that he and Kaori were seen chatting carefree, and they suspected that there was a special relationship between him and the demon queen. The main character wanted to object, but the girl interrupted him and menacingly replied that he would answer only when she asked him a question. The guy tensed up and fell silent after apologizing for the argument. The girl exhaled. But she didn't hold a grudge against Hermes, which she informed him about and then asked the decisive question, asking why they were together with the demon queen that day. Hermes replied that while patrolling the city, he felt a dangerous aura and resorted to a surprise attack. Recalling past events, the guy told everything as it was. Lena asked what connected him with Kaori, to which the guy replied that according to the words of the demon queen, she was the only younger sister of the head of the Kano clan in the second generation, and there was no other connection between them. The girl asked, assuming that they were relatives, and the main character, not believing until the end, answered in the affirmative, and added that before the story of the Queen of Demons and had no idea about the existence of his aunt, not to mention any communication. The girl again continued the interrogation, asking what the guy wanted to say, that he had no reason to unite with her, to which the guy agreed. The protagonist calmly explained to Her Highness that she should already know him well and understand that uniting with the demon queen carries nothing but risks. The girl asked her guard Moro what he thought about what was said. The man standing behind her answered Her Majesty that she had already made a decision for herself. The girl standing behind the main character called out to Hermes, and the guy raised his hand in an attempt to stop her. Lena, slightly squinting, asked the guy with a serious expression on his face whether they could trust him. The guy clearly and honestly answered the girl's consent. The heroes were silent and sat at the table. The girl thought and watched the main character's reaction, while Hermes did the same. Lena leaned back in her chair and lifted her head up, breathing out all the anxiety that was troubling her. Hermes and the girl behind him were shocked by Her Highness's behavior. The protagonist and the girl next to him exchanged glances, while Lena replied that she didn't think he was lying to her. The girl replied that she understood them and believed them, and ordered Moro to free the estate workers. The man bowed and began to carry out the order, and then left with the girl who stood behind the main character, laughing, and went to the workers. Lena was still sitting at the table with Hermes and asked for forgiveness for her forced rudeness. Lena deliberately reminds the hero that their country has never participated in a war of such a scale before, and the entire palace, including His Majesty, is in an uproar. Hermes replies that this power was indeed accumulating strength, and he understood that caution is above all else. The girl was glad that they quickly came to an understanding, because she was afraid that he could say something wrong, because the guy was always digging his own grave, and smiled. The main character smiled back and noted that Her Majesty actually knew him well. Hermes remembered the serious face of the girl when she ordered him to be silent, and the guy admitted that her actions even helped him. The girl enthusiastically responded with agreement, that this was exactly why she came to him. The guy turned to the girl again and clarified her last phrase, and the girl sheepishly sipped her tea with agreement. The girl replied that in any case, the king would call a meeting today or tomorrow to discuss everything in detail. The boy asked how the preparations for the war were going. Lena replied that everything was going at full speed, and that the population was being urgently evacuated from the villages near the areas bordering Komotoria. Lina did not understand why, despite the declaration of war, Komotori did nothing, and replied that as soon as she passed all the information to His Majesty and asked for an investigation, the sound of shoes was suddenly heard at the entrance to Hermes' office. The door swung open and Kaori appeared on the threshold, smiling and declaring that she had arrived, raising her hands up. The heroes were surprised by the unexpected guest and froze in shock. The Demon Queen smiled as the protagonist called out to his aunt and asked what she was doing there. The girl began to hug her nephew and replied that she had made an important statement, after which she rushed to report to him, affectionately calling him nephew. Hermes, not understanding what his relative was doing, told her that she should not come to him and report. The girl smiled and asked him not to be embarrassed and said that they were mortal enemies. While the girl hugged him, the guy replied that he had never seen anyone say such a thing with a smile on their face. Lina called out to Viscount Kano and asked in confusion about his aunt. And looking at the girl, she asked if the child next to him was the Demon Queen, while Kaori herself looked at the girl in front of her. Kaori walked away from the guy's embrace while he started to panic and call out to his aunt and went to Lina. Her Highness started to worry and stuttered asking the girl who she was, after which Kaori grabbed the girl's hand. The Demon Queen smiled and asked the confused girl who she was while she remained silent. Kaori held the girl's hand with one hand, while she felt her body in the stomach area with the other. Kaori said that, judging by her clothes, she was an aristocrat and her features were noble. The Demon Queen felt the girl up, wondering if she could be the daughter of a lord or higher up from the royal family, and after she understood, she was very pleased. Kaori realized that the girl in front of her was the Princess of Aegina, which made her expression disgusted and asked what difference it made. The Demon Queen asked if the people of Aegina were taught to respect the strongest with some reproach, and then resigned herself. Justifying the girl that she was too young, Kaori approached the girl with a sly smile and promised to personally teach her body all this, which made the princess look at the Demon Queen in confusion, gritting her teeth, unable to move. The protagonist grabbed the princess by the hand, thus creating distance between the girls, and ordered his aunt to stop. Lina was shocked by such an action from Hermes, while the Demon Queen watched them with her mouth open. The guy asked to just talk without hitting. Kaori chuckled and, walking away from the couple, said that she was just joking, asking her nephew not to be angry with her. The couple stood nearby, and the guy continued to hold the girl by the shoulder. The Demon Queen remembered her mother and obeying her mother's will. She never killed anyone outside of the battlefield. The girl proudly stated that her special talent was that whoever her opponent was, they had to undergo 3 months of careful treatment after the battle to recover. The boy exclaimed that it did not mean that she did not try to kill them. Kaori remembered that she promised the main character that she would not touch his dear people, and realized that the girl could be closer to him than she thought. Repeating the words about a dear person, the girl began to look at the couple with a scream, while they stood next to each other and the guy covered the princess with one hand. The Demon Queen enthusiastically declared that she understood everything and, blushing, was pleased with her guesses. Kaori pointed at the couple and reminded them that the guy was talking about someone dear to him and made a verdict that this person was this girl. The heroes stood silently and looked at the girl. The Demon Queen snapped her fingers, asking if she was right, causing the heroes to look at each other with uncomprehending eyes. Afterwards, the guy was horrified and Lina was embarrassed, from which they cried out in unison, asking what the Demon Queen Kaori was talking about. The protagonist asked his aunt in confusion what she was talking about, and she answered that nothing could be hidden from her, adding that the girl's origins were noble, her face beautiful, and her figure wonderful, saying that she had time to appreciate it when she touched her, and it was clear to her why she had charmed her. Lina was embarrassed and blushed from such an assessment. Lina couldn't resist and asked the guy what it meant, but he replied that he himself had no idea. Kaori approached her nephew and asked, whispering in his ear, if he had unrequited love, from which the guy cried out that everything was wrong. The Demon Queen replied that she couldn't leave it like that, and reminded her of how her father had told her a story a long time ago about how he had stood up to the Demon King to protect his beloved princess, and that she could do the same to the couple. Kaori began to act out a scene and ordered her nephew to attack, calling him a stupid man. The guy tried to stop her, asking her to listen to him. The girl stopped and thought that the decisive battle should take place in the castle of the Demon King, and the guy became embarrassed. The girl, leaving, answered that the place was an important point. Kaori stood at the door and told her nephew that she would wait for him later with a determined look on her face. The guy didn't have time to say anything and was reaching out to her until the door to his office slammed shut. Hermes resigned himself and already looked back at the princess standing behind him with only his eyes. The main character decided that the girl was furious and was a little scared, which caused the guy's hair to go down and the guy's face to change. After which, Lena called out to the guy, and he immediately turned around at her call. The princess became embarrassed and, avoiding the guy's gaze, replied that it was not unpleasant for her at all, and, stumbling over her words, asked him to wait a little, asking him to allow her to think it over a little. The main character was shocked by this statement and stood in a stupor, as if he had turned white from shock. The girl, despite Hermes, asked to turn aside and, leaving the room, met Moreau. The man called out to his mistress and said that he had just come for her, but the girl ordered to return without looking back and went forward. The main character did not move from his place and agreed to her leaving, and was shocked that his hair fell down, and the guy thought about it. Hermes recalled the past events with Lena and Kaori, thinking that he needed to get himself and his thoughts in order. Prince Shaw and Hermes met at the entrance and greeted each other. The prince was kindly disposed towards the hero, asking why he had come after all. The protagonist asked the prince about his majesty, and him called, to which he responded positively and said that he rushed as soon as he could. Hermes suggested entering the hall together. The king sat on the throne until one of his subjects informed him that Shah Aigen and Hermes Kano had arrived at the request of his highness, but the boys bowed their heads before the monarch. The king turned to the young men and apologized for calling them, asking them to raise their heads so suddenly. King Aegina said that today they would discuss the situation with the demon kingdom of Kamotria, and said that she had recently received information from the princess. Asked if it was all true. Hermes knew that he was standing in front of the king, and that he had to tell only the truth, so he agreed with what had been said earlier. The people around him began to whisper, realizing that they would not be able to defeat her. The protagonist understood that everyone was afraid of the demon queen when suddenly the prince turned to his father, apologizing in advance for interfering, but he explained that the demon queen was not a creature with which a person could fight and suggested surrender instead of resistance. The king replied that unfortunately they could not do that, because the message from the demon queen was that if they tried to capitulate without a fight, she would kill 30 million subjects of the kingdom of Aegina. The monarch said she was kind, adding that she was speaking literally and people around her were scared. The king turned to Shaw, who looked at his father. The prince replied that the entire battalion, including himself, was on alert. Hermes looked at the boy with confusion, and the king thanked his son for the job he had done so quickly and closed his eyes. The monarch approached Viscount Kano and asked if he was related to the demon queen, to which he agreed. Hermes added that she was the only sister of the main Kano family in the second generation, and ordered the estate to verify the information, which turned out to be true. The king replied that he knew the boy was involved in what was happening, and he was not going to pretend that he knew nothing, warning that Hermes would also be held responsible. The boy obediently agreed, and thinking that he would be thrown into prison or sent to an island, the monarch again turned to Hermes. The king said, extending his hand to the protagonist, that from now on he appoints Viscount Kano as the commander-in-chief of the campaign against the demons. This statement shocked the guy, and the prince only smiled, knowing that this would happen. The main character rose from his knees, asking the king's decision again, to which he replied that the guy would have to play a vital role in the battle with the demon queen, and therefore he was giving him all the necessary, mainly military powers. The guy was shocked. The people in the hall became alarmed and reproached the king that it did not look like a punishment. The king replied that no one was going to punish him because he said that he would appoint him to the position. The man also added that if they judged and sent the Viscount to the island, it was clear what the Queen of Demons would do. The king replied that 30 million Aeginians would be brutally killed to the last one. The men from the crowd tried to object, saying that the position of general was the highest in the army, and the Viscount was not suitable for this role, having little experience. The king interrupted him and asked him to name someone who was suitable for this role, because no one was able to stand up to the Queen of Demons. That even a dialogue could not be built, being not on equal terms with her even in strength. Everyone present in the hall fell silent and thoughtful, while the king sighed wearily. The monarch replied that he understood them and said that the Viscount had no experience in commanding troops, and as an aristocrat he might have his own thoughts on the matter. But this time the battle was different from a normal war because the enemy was a demon queen who had gone crazy, and therefore he thought that what was needed first of all was not a commander, but someone who could resist the demon queen. The man added that this did not mean that everything would be entrusted to the Viscount alone, and therefore Shaw's detachment was designated as a corps under the direct command of the commander-in-chief. The king added that Shaw's squad had many merits and had plenty of combat experience, so he would calmly entrust them with the care of Viscount Kano. The king's son accepted the order, answering that he would consider it an honor. But the boy could not accept it, and Hermes called out to his highness, answering that he did not want to attract attention. The prince, asking for forgiveness, told Hermes that everything had already been decided, and when he learned of this, all he could do was declare that his squad would be subordinate to Kano in a support role in the military operation. The prince raised his fist, saying that everything was fine, and that his subordinates were also aware of the boy's situation, and that they would support him with all their might. The king asked if Kano accepted his punishment as commander-in-chief. The boy agreed, thinking that he had no other choice. Hermes thought about how Shaw and the others had voluntarily come under his command and were ready to sacrifice their own lives, just as His Majesty wanted to protect his own people with all his heart, and he could not refuse this offer. The guy was dejected when suddenly an idea was born in his head. Hermes replied that he accepted the appointment of commander-in-chief with honor, to which the king responded with admiration for the boy's determination. Hermes declared that he would like to tell the king about his plan right away. The king happily asked what the Viscount had come up with. The protagonist joyfully asked His Majesty why they didn't turn the war into a martial arts competition between the demon queen and himself. The king and prince were shocked and asked what the guy was talking about. But Hermes replied that he and the demon queen would fight as two generals, and in that case both sides, especially them, would suffer minimal losses, and for that it was necessary to convey a message to the demon queen. The guy said that he needed to tell his opponent that he was lazy, so if there was a war, he would not take part in it, because the demon queen's goal was to fight him, and she wanted to release the forces that had been accumulating all this time. Hermes added that there would be no war if he did not take part, and for his sake she should agree to this agreement. The king thought about it and realized that it was better than war. But he needed to verify this information, and he sent a messenger. The prince praised his comrade, to which he laughed. The main character understood that he would not be able to avoid the battle, and in this case, everything depended on how much he could reduce the number of burdensome things, and if we talk about formalities, then most of them could be shifted to His Majesty and the others, thus he could only lose the battle with dignity. The boy was happily thinking that they would not confiscate his possessions because of his loss, and that the defeat was peaceful and easy. Suddenly, a knight came into the throne room, trumpeting the alarm and saying that the demon queen had arrived. Behind the knight, Kaori's foot entered the hall with the announcement that she had arrived, causing those around to shudder at the visit of an uninvited guest. The demon queen cordially expressed her gratitude to the knight for escorting her all the way to the king and her grandson. The monarch was shocked to see address the demon queen, while the boy called out to his aunt with similar emotions, to which Kaori happily rushed to her nephew. The girl ran to the guy's arms, saying that she had found him and asked him to fight her quickly. The guy just nervously and silently backed away. Prince Shu stood between Hermes and Kaori, about to draw his sword. The demon queen asked who he was, and asked her not to interfere. Shu replied that he was the third prince of the Egan kingdom, and asked her not to come closer to the Viscount. The girl grabbed the guy by the chin, saying that he, even knowing that in front of him was the Queen of Demons, maintained such grandeur, adding that she liked it and she was pleased that the guy underestimated her. The king turned to the demon queen and with a menacing expression asked if he should consider this as a declaration of the beginning of hostilities, to which the girl fell silent, looking straight at the king. Kaori looked at her nephew, who was peeking out from behind the prince, and he was showing her with his whole appearance that she should stop, and she smiled happily, understanding him without words. The girl replied that she did not want anything like that and was following her nephew's trail, which is why she ended up here, adding that she did not touch anyone in the courtyard, and the knight confirmed her words that there were no victims inside. The king replied that it was excellent because then he no longer needed to send a messenger, and he told the demon queen how she felt about having a martial arts battle while looking at her relative. The girl excitedly asked about the martial arts battle, and the king replied that it was Viscount Kano's suggestion. The aunt looked at her nephew. Hermes told her that they could fight each other as generals, and whoever wins more would win, asking how she liked the idea. Kaori thought about her nephew's proposal. The girl replied that it was some kind of strange conversation, but the guy irritably asked her if he should remind her whose fault it was. Kaori replied that if this tournament was one-on-one with her nephew, then she agreed, because most of all she wanted to see his strength and fight, and she was not interested in other opponents. The king angrily replied that then she would enjoy the power of Viscount Kano to the fullest. But the girl only said that in the worst case, only one of them would die and smiled maliciously. The boy replied that he didn't care, but asked the girl not to die, which made her happy, and she replied that this was to be expected from her nephew. Hermes interrupted her, saying that he had one condition. The protagonist suggested fighting without observers to avoid casualties, thinking that he didn't need it at all, because he didn't want anyone to see his full strength. The prince asked what the guy was talking about, to which he also didn't understand what he was asking about. Prince Shaw blushed and began scratching his head, saying that he just wanted to watch the fight and emphasize the usefulness of the duel for himself. But now he was going to give up watching. The main character was tormented by his conscience for the prince. Kaori happily declared that he should come because she would put up a barrier to protect people so that he could see. The prince was delighted and asked if she was telling the truth. They tried to remind the guy that he was talking to Aegon's opponent, but the prince did not listen and sincerely thanked the demon queen. The king overheard the conversation and replied that they really needed at least one person as an observer. But before making a decision, he asked the Viscount what he thought about it, and the guy agreed. Hermes guaranteed His Highness's safety, but asked that no other people from the palace appear on the battlefield. The king agreed. The boy reminded his aunt not to bring anyone from Komatori either. The girl happily agreed. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and thought that no one would know about his power, and that Prince Shu was on his side, who knew about his real power, and now he would have a free hand. Kaori was fed up with staying in the palace, and she said that she was going back, which made the king and Hermes angry. The monarch ordered his son to escort her, to which he agreed. While the prince and the demon queen were being polite and thanking each other with smiles, Hermes and the people in the hall watched the couple leave. Hermes wondered if his aunt was so crazy because she was the queen of demons, or if it was just her personality. The king called out to the Viscount and descended from the throne, saying that he had successfully avoided a military confrontation and risked himself to protect 3 million agentations. The king continued to say that the success was amazing and asked what reward the boy wanted. But the boy tried to refuse. The monarch laughed, asking him not to be embarrassed. But the boy thought that it was really not about that, and he did not need anything. The king made a decision and ordered everyone to listen. The king of Aegina declared that from now on the title of Viscount of Kano would be raised to Count of Kano. Hermes was shocked by this statement and stood in a stupor, not understanding how he deserved such recognition. The king began to whisper in the boy's ear, asking for forgiveness because it was not enough. But he could only offer the title of Commander of the Campaign Against Demons. But the main character refused and asked to finally listen to him. The king crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he was expecting good news, addressing Hermes with his new title of Count Kano. The boy, confused, forced a smile and agreed to the king's request. The demon queen smiled happily and said that the brave man's companions were not afraid and came anyway. Hermes was dissatisfied with what was happening, while the prince, the representative of the Kano clan and Hermes' student Medea, smiled at Kaori. The girl said that the place of their final battle would be the demon king's castle. The guy thought about it and did not understand why they were deep in the forest on the territory of the Kano clan. The observers were Sho Ajin, a representative of the Aegean kingdom, Sora Kano, a representative of the Kano clan, and Malaya Muinai, a student. As in the previous event, after the demon queen declared war on Queen Ajin, the girl decided to bring a one-on-one battle with her nephew. Hermes did not understand and asked the girl why they were going to play fox, asking Sorelli if they would play hide-and-seek. Kaori answered that she was not interested, and they had already decided to fight. The guy clarified how they would fight among the trees, to which he received a warning from his aunt, that he should not hurry. Kaori replied that she was the demon queen and was capable of anything, after which 3 hands appeared behind the observers. A scream was heard behind the protagonist. The Demon Queen locked the observers in a skull-shaped cage with her magic and her hands like bars. The guy was surprised and tried to say something when the girl interrupted him, asking him not to worry. The Demon Queen explained that it was a protective cage and those inside would not be harmed by attacks from outside. The protagonist agreed with her and did not feel a bad aura, but asked what about the location of the battle. Looking at his student and again heard from his aunt that he should not rush, and the girl snapped her finger, adding that she was the Demon Queen. The girl moved all the people to the territory of her castle and stood opposite the main character with a contented smile on her face. The Demon Queen repeated herself and said to the brave man's companion, "Welcome to the battle site." The Demon King's castle, where the gloomy landscape of the castle reigned in her background. The girl laughed and asked if they liked the performance, since she had prepared the stage in secret for this day, adding that she was in a very good mood right now. While the guy did not understand how they got there, Kaori answered that you can call it a parallel world that will not affect the outside world. Despite the scale of the battle, the Demon Queen jumped on Hermes and grabbed his face, smiling at her nephew to not hold back and take the initiative, while the boy looked straight at her. Kaori asked the Prince Observer to strike the gong to start the fight, and a cane with a skull-shaped tip appeared in the boy's hands. The girl replied that she wanted to see her serious nephew as soon as possible. Hermes took his aunt in his arms, lifting her off the ground, and replied that if she wanted it, then let her try it herself, trying to embarrass the girl. The girl asked what was wrong and clarified whether her relative had gotten into the swing of things, to which she only received sarcasm from the guy in the form of a mention of God. The prince swung to strike and asked the fighters to get ready. The observers looked at the opponents and happily answered that the fight was beginning. Prince Shaw asked the opponents to disperse to their places, to which they both obediently did, and the boy swung his cane in front of the gong. The enemies were warming up, preparing to attack each other, when suddenly a gong sounded. With a quick movement, Kaori was the first to kick her nephew in the chest, which surprised him and sent him flying back, having first managed to throw the girl into the distance, causing a puff of smoke and dirt to appear. Kaori landed successfully, and a magic circle with hieroglyphs appeared in the sky. A guy fell out of the circle, preparing to kick in the sky, but the girl noticed Hermes above and was able to repel the attack and thus dodged by jumping back. The Demon Queen managed to grab the guy by the leg and threw him into the distance. Smiling at her enemy and directing a magic spell at his attackers, she snapped her fingers. The guy was flying into the distance and swords were flying at him along the way, and the guy's shadow showed that a sharp weapon had pierced the guy's body, through and through. And the girl tried to take a closer look, but the girl later saw how the guy was able to intercept all the swords and threw 4 weapons at his aunt, asking if she wanted to kill him. The girl raised her hands up and down so that the whole earth crumbled and the swords broke, and she answered Hermes that he was right. The girl lifted a piece of earth the size of the distance between her and the guy, creating a hole, to which he only looked ahead at the boulder with an imperturbable look. The main character kicked the cobblestone and, together with the fragments, towards the girl and rushed at his aunt, intending to kick the girl right on the head. Hermes' foot hit the ground, shattering everything into pieces. But Kaori only joyfully dodged, jumping into the air and doing a trick with somersaults on the ground, amazed at her nephew's skills. The observers watched from the cage above, and the prince remarked that he thought he could learn a lot from watching their fight. But the girls' faces were stunned by the destruction and death tornado from their fight. Hermes and Kaori got into the swing of things and didn't notice anything around them, continuing their fight to the death, but no one was wounded. The boy stood among the broken stone rubble while the prince looked at him and thought that it was impossible for a man. The protagonist smiled while Kaori praised him, saying that he was the second strongest of all the people she fought, to which the guy got angry at such a statement. The girl replied that her father was the first, and the guy's face darkened. Hermes answered her that she was the strongest of all he had met, preparing for a new attack, and the girl answered that everything was clear to her, getting up on all fours and getting ready to jump. But the guy again closed the distance between them by striking, but the ant was again able to reflect the main character's attack in the air. Medea watched the scene with a thoughtful expression on her face, and Sora asked what was wrong. Medea replied that her master looked happy. Sora remembered her childhood, where she called her brother, who was reading a book. The girl answered him that she thought that he went to have fun in the city as usual, and asked if he would go today. Little Hermes from the memories thought about it and answered that he would not go. and the girl decided that her brother was being bullied and asked who it was. The guy was embarrassed and tried to explain to his sister that everything was wrong. Hermes sadly replied that whatever he did, everything came easy to him, and that was why he was bored, which is why he decided not to go. The girl was surprised by her brother's statement. Hermes replied that he had found something more interesting than playing outside, and the girl decided to ask what he was reading, to which he replied that it was Orphea's collection, and showed the book. The guy was happy, giving himself completely to the fight, and his sister Sora noticed this, smiled, was happy for her brother, and blushed and fell silent. Prince Shaw asked the girls if it was wonderful, to which Sora replied that she was so flushed and asked for forgiveness for her behavior, because it was an official competition, and she was in the clouds. The guy replied that he was also glad to see how Hermes was sincerely happy about the fight, but the girl asked if his duel ever ended. The prince replied that such an opportunity was rare, and while they were having fun in battle, they should sit there quietly and watch them. Kaori stopped in front of the guy and answered, pointing 3 fingers at him, that now they had warmed up and they should get down to business. The main character clarified what she meant, and a dark evil spirit appeared in front of the guy, which greatly surprised the young man. The evil spirit with a skull in the form of a mask on its head exchanged glances with the guy, and from the sky came Kaori's voice saying that now it was time to start a real, endless massacre, from which the guy looked up. Hermes saw the Queen of Demons hovering in the sky and many portals from which evil spirits emerged, thus forming an army for their mistress. Hermes was horrified by what he saw. Kaori replied that she had generously used her power as the Demon Queen, and all the evil spirits were her faithful servants, adding that the guy should not be shy and ordered to stick the nephew's army. The evil spirit attacked the guy and took the sword, saying that it was all a complete hassle. The guy began to chop the evil spirits from the ground one by one with his raised sword. Hermes kicked and slashed at many of the Demon Queen's subjects. The guy looked up again and saw that the evil spirits continued to fall from the sky surrounded by their mistress and grinned, putting on a satisfied face. The main character climbed up the evil spirits in the sky, killing them along the way. The young man jumped on the evil spirits and did the splits, cutting through the bodies of the queen's subjects with his feet. While chopping them, the guy did not notice how one of the evil spirits grabbed the guy by the leg, and the main character with a sword in his teeth pushed the enemy away. The guy threw the evil spirits down and then reached the Demon Queen through other means. The girl was waiting for her nephew to arrive and said that he was able to jump to her by cutting a path from the subjects, which was exactly what she expected from her relative. The guy swung his sword, warning her. The guy's eyes were shining, and he was smiling, saying that he wasn't serious yet. Sora spoke while laughing about Lady Lena being as restless as Hermes, to which Prince Shu replied that it was the role of older siblings to indulge the younger ones. But it could be the other way around, while Medea happily stated that having an older sibling was so great. Sora asked the girl if she was the only child in the family, to which she agreed and added that she had many cousins. Sora and the prince reasoned that it was good to have brothers and sisters, even if they quarreled, because it was never boring, because the quarrels were always over trifles. Although both brothers and sisters were always the same, and Shaw agreed laughing. Meanwhile, below the cage on the ground, there was a massacre between the Demon Queen and Count Kano. The heroes were enjoying their fight, and the guy pushed Kaori away and she jumped back. Hermes rushed towards Azan and began to attack again and again without stopping until Kaori repelled them. The girl kicked the guy, and he hit her head with his head, sending her flying down to the ground, where there was a curtain of smoke and dirt from the destruction. Kaori and Hermes continued to fight, repelling each other's attacks. Later, the fight continued with swords, and the girl went on the attack and the guy repelled the smells with a sword. Hermes smiled at the girl, causing Kaori to give him the same, but suddenly the ground beneath her feet crumbled in an earthquake. The opponents began to fall down, and Kaori replied that this snake earth could not withstand their fight. The Demon Queen reminded the boy that he had not yet fought her at full strength, and that was exactly what she expected. And the boy, on the contrary, reproached his aunt, saying that she should hide her strength more carefully, because Hermes reminded how he immediately saw her at the tea shop and felt her aura. The girl noticed that there were very tasty dango there, that she could not restrain herself, and suddenly repeated the name of the dish. The girl screamed, lowering the cage with the spectators and stopping the duel, asking the prince what time it was. Shaw and the others were shocked by the question. The prince took out his watch and said it was almost the hour of the monkey. and the girl screamed while her nephew asked her if everything was okay. Kaori said she was having a tasting. The boy asked what she was talking about. The demon queen replied that she had a dango tasting at that shop she had completely forgotten about. The boy remembered and asked his aunt if that was where they had first met. Kaori replied that she couldn't be late for it and snapped her finger. The guys and the main character returned to the real world, and Kaori reminded them that if they didn't return right away, all the dango would be taken apart. Hermes asked her to wait and asked about the decisive battle and war. Kaori replied that they had a truce and that she was withdrawing the declaration of war, saying that the royal family of Yajin should be informed about this, and as she was flying away, she said goodbye to them. The guys looked at the sky where the demon queen had flown away, and only the main character looked down at the ground, sighing in disappointment, trying to come to terms with the end of the duel. Kaori arrived, but the shop was already closed. The king sat opposite the boy in his usual human savagery and thanked the boy for his work, calling him by his title, Count Kano. Hermes thanked his majesty, calling him simply Mr. King. The boy asked why he was created, and the king answered that he fought to protect the entire country. But in reality, the king dreamed of seeing Daphne, and the boy understood this. The king replied that Shah had given him a declaration that the war had been cancelled and a signed peace treaty. Thus the young man had done a good job, and now the monarch had ordered him to watch the demon queen. The boy accepted the order and thought that he had only allowed himself to let off some steam and that it was nothing more than a warm-up for her. The conversation was interrupted by a female voice, while one of the knights tried to interrupt it. The girl replied that she was an aunt and everything was fine. The guy had a bad feeling. The demon queen, along with her subordinate, announced to her nephew that she had arrived and smiled. Only the girl was happy about the meeting, while the others were shocked. The faces of King and Demon Queen Kaori were shocked upon meeting each other. The girl asked what he was doing here with her nephew, to which he asked what she was doing here. Kaori replied that he was her nephew and she did not need a reason to see him, to which the man stated that Lord Kano was his fencing instructor, and they did not need a reason to meet. The girl who came with the Demon Queen apologized, saying that she couldn't stop her, to which the guy replied that she would have rushed them anyway. The girl asked the boy what their relationship was like. The guy replied that she was his aunt and the man was his fencing student. The girl said that, looking at it as a person from the outside, she saw a love triangle in it and showed the shape of a heart with her fingers, which shocked the guy. The girl added that he had a strong connection, and because of the competition between the king and queen of demons, they created a serious fight. The girl with glowing eyes replied that as a spectator, there is nothing more interesting than this, and asked if he had fun. The king replied that she had barged in during an important conversation between him and the teacher and was now disturbing them, pointing to Hermes, thus creating a powerful argument. But the girl only laughed, saying that if he had known what was going on, he would have backed down, because she had an equally important reason for her visit. The girl stuck her tongue out at the king, spreading her hands over her head, saying that he was annoying her. The king was angry and thought how he wanted to hit her with his fist. Orthia asked what the guy was like in the middle of it all, to which he replied that she was the most annoying person in the room. The king angrily declared that if it weren't for his position, he would have turned the demon queen into a water flea, to which she merely replied that he should try, and that even though they had a truce now, she wouldn't mind resuming the war. Hermes only thought how much he hated these two rulers, and would be glad if two sweet girls fought for him instead of them. Daphne entered the room and reproached the people for the noise and asked them to be quieter. Orthia greeted Daphne and laughed, thinking that she had grown taller. The king took and grabbed the girl, kissing her on the cheek, saying how much he missed her, to which the girl asked stop rubbing her stubble, and smiled at the king. Kaori was surprised and found the king's weak spot, reproaching him for his love for children. But the king only replied that he did not want to listen to this, because she herself had not grown up in mind, as well as in body, reproaching the low height of the demon queen. The girl started complaining to her nephew to do something while he asked her to calm down. The girl decided to hug Daphne, comparing the girl to herself and asking her to love her the same way Daphne. The king took the girl and replied that he paid attention not only to appearance, but also to the inner world, asking to underestimate people's tastes, and laughed. The demon queen did not understand where the man got such a proud expression from. A guest entered the room with a bottle and was surprised at how many people there were. Kiros entered the room and greeted everyone, carrying bottles of alcohol. The new guest began to hug his brother, saying that he had been looking for him in the estate. But it turned out that he had been here all the time. Hermes only asked not to come so close, because the man smelled of fumes. The guy felt questioning glances from behind and realized that he needed to change the subject, and asked Kiros why he came. The man answered that he had gotten some good booze and wanted to drink it with everyone. Orthia was happy with the alcohol, and the guy realized that this was the very salvation that could make everyone friends. Hermes knew that alcohol could solve all his problems, and called his aunt and the king. King and Calorie exchanged glances. The girl said, happy with her nephew's invitation to drink together, and asked King not to die after he saw how much the demon queen drank. The king accepted the drinking contest and was satisfied. The main character began to watch them, wondering if everything would be okay. Orthia handed the glass to Hermes with the statement that everyone should start drinking. The guy agreed, and they all had fun together for the rest of the evening. Orthia asked Hermes for the request of her life. The boy was biting a fish-shaped cookie and asking what she had asked him for. The girl hesitated and repeated her words again, folding her hands together. The main character leaned on the pillow and asked what she had asked for. The girl knew that the guy usually grumbles and then listens to what the request is. The guy calmly asked if his girlfriend knew the meaning of the word grumble and began to listen to the request. Orthia blushed and puffed out her cheeks, saying that her request might be a little strange. But the guy was impatient to know what she was talking about, which is why he began to pull her cheeks. Orthia replied that a bride fair was starting in the brothel, where the workers entertained guests dressed as brides. The girl added that it turned out that many men liked girls in wedding dresses. The guy thought about it and could not help but understand those men. The main character asked his girlfriend if she was okay with it, because one day she would be bought out of the brothel and she would really get married. The girl thought about it, eating cookies. Hermes asked if she should have saved her wedding dress for a special occasion. Orthia was surprised by Hermes's words, and the boy fell silent. The guy looked at the girl while she was eating cookies and asked what happened. Orthia blushed and hugged Hermes while he did not understand the reason for the girl's sentimentality. Orthia happily replied that he was right, and it was really great to have someone who understood her at least a little. The guy wanted to say something when the girl created a new distance between them and interrupted the guy. Orthia replied that work was work and she had to dress up and entertain the guests. The guy smiled and picked her up and asked how the request was connected with the wedding dress. The girl asked if Hermes had heard about the sacred truth of Selene. The protagonist asked if she was talking about the one woven by the silkworm that lives in the Cayenne Mountains. The girl agreed and replied that it was a beautiful and valuable yarn that shimmered in the light, and added that she wanted to sew a dress from it and asked the guy to bring it. The young man understood her and replied that he would go after her right away. Orthia was delighted and cried out with joy. The young man hoped that she would go to the best atelier. The girl agreed, because Hermes himself had brought her and would handle the yarn properly. The protagonist replied that he was not talking about that. Hermes smiled and said that she should contact a tailor worthy of her. The girl did not understand what he was talking about and thought about it. The main character thought that such a tailor who suited her did not exist and said goodbye to Orthia. The girl asked to wait and stood up to see the guy off. The main character reached the forest and went out into the mountains. Hermes saw an opening into a cave in the Cayenne Mountains and walked inside, trying to get past the strands of hair hanging on the rocky walls. The young man was surprised by what he saw, looking forward as the threads of yarn fluttered around him. A silkworm monster with long whiskers and a long body appeared in front of the main character and asked who the guy was. The young man stood there in surprise and kept silent. The boy replied that his name was Hermes Kano and that he wanted to take the sacred yarn of Selene. The silkworm asked if the boy had come to steal it, to which the boy replied in the negative, adding that he had come to ask him personally, since he simply needed the yarn. The silkworm looked at Hermes, asked him why he needed his strand. The young man answered honestly, pointing his hand forward, that he needed the yarn to make a wedding dress for someone dear to him. The silkworm asked if she was needed for his bride. The guy answered no, but added that she was dear to him. The monster asked if he would force him, and the guy answered that he did not even intend to. The silkworm replied that everything was fine then and lay down in his place, giving the guy the freedom to take what he came for. The silkworm took the thread out of his mouth, and the boy sat down, realizing that this would take some time. The silkworm turned to the boy asking him to tell his story, to which the boy asked what he was talking about. The silkworm explained that he was not leaving this place and knew nothing about the world outside, and asked the boy to consider it payment for the yarn. Hermes replied that he would just talk to him and sat down next to him, starting a story about how, first of all, he was the fourth son of the Kano family. The boy recalled all the events he'd experienced with people dear to him and sincerely told the silkworm about his life. The silkworm spun the yarn and replied that it was ready. Hermes thought about how it was really thin, but strong as they said. It corresponded to high quality and understood why Orosha decided to sew a wedding dress from it, touching the threads of the yarn with her hands. The protagonist thanked the silkworm for his help, to which he responded in kind for the story. The sacred monster replied that he still hadn't figured out who the boy was going to give the yarn to, but he hoped that person would be happy. Hermes replied with a smile that the truth was so beautiful that she would definitely be happy. Sora stood and talked, her heart beating with impatience. The boy and the tailor stood nearby, and Hermes answered that she would not be the one to dress it. The protagonist's sister answered that it was made of such beautiful yarn that she did not care and wanted to see how beautiful it turned out. The boy answered that no dress could compare to the beauty of Orosha. At that moment, a girl came out to them and the guy froze in amazement, looking at Orthia. Orthia came out in a white dress and a veil on her head, with red cheeks and a smile on her face. The girl looked beautiful. Hermes' eyes widened, and the girl asked the guy what she looked like. The guy stood there with his mouth open. Smiling, Hermes sincerely replied that the girl looked great, and the girl's eyes sparkled. Orosha thanked the boy, and the tailor intervened in the conversation, saying that the sacred yarn of Selene was indeed of very high quality, and asked how the boy got it. Hermes replied that the silkworm was wary of everyone, and it was difficult to get yarn from him, and if you tried to steal it, the quality would drop. The girls giggled, saying that Hermes was definitely handling the sacred creatures, and was incredible. The guy noted in his head that this time he really didn't see anything, and didn't want to become famous because of strange rumors. Orthia laughed, saying that the guy was incredible, and Hermes sighed, thinking that it was her words that did not cause him any rejection. The young man approached the girl asking her to put something on, fearing that she would catch a cold, to which she refused, and the girls offered to change clothes and take a photo. At the Kano estate, the girls rolled out dough with Hermes while it rained and thundered. The girl with short hair asked what was raining harder this time, and the other girl said that people were saying that it was the strongest storm in years, and the guy agreed. The girl standing in the middle asked if it was possible to make the storm blow away with the wind, and the guy briefly refused. I, the girl, took the form, answering that she already knew about it, and the guy sighed, continuing to roll out the dough. Hermes thought about what he thought was impossible because he had never done it. But roughly speaking, the storm would calm down when all the rainwater had drained from the clouds, and then the guy would be able to catch all the water before it fell to the ground and carried away somewhere. But the guy decided not to resort to such a solution, since all the rainwater could cause damage to the place where he would transfer it, and it was impossible to control everything. And the young man looked through a baking pan in the shape of a star. Hermes told the girls that perhaps they knew it themselves, but when the thunderstorm with rain ends, they will all be busy, and suggested that they rest for now, having such a chance. The girls decided to continue baking. With difficulty and diligence, the girls baked many cookies of different shapes. At this time, other people dear to Hermes were busy with their own affairs, waiting out the rain and thunder inside their homes. Hermes looked out the rain-spattered window and thought. The guy was sitting in his office while he was being told to report about the destroyed houses in Gonosa, after which the guy asked his protege to stop and said that now there was no need to tell him every figure, because later he himself was going to read the report and study everything, asking to prepare all the documents. The man with gray hair and in a suit bowed, answering that he would obey the master's order, and the boy replied that it was more important now to find out if the emergency food supply was enough. The man took the papers and replied that they were now distributing it to warehouses in different areas, and according to their calculations, it was more than enough. The guy replied that first it was necessary to distribute clean water to all those in need, because after the disaster, the infection began to spread, and it was necessary to provide the cities with enough water and monitor the rules of hygiene. Hermes reminded that in addition to this, they need to start arranging temporary housing and not to look at the surplus, because it is necessary to take into account vital needs. The man with gray hair wrote down the master's order and replied that he would obey him, while the guy thought that he, as the head of the territory's administration, should not worry about the accuracy of the numbers, and now the calculations could be approximate, because the main thing was the result. The man added that requests for assistance had come from the area of Grace and Tidiakis. Hermes asked if they had enough resources. The man replied that the problem was not material, and the guy clarified what they were talking about. Sora came up with a roll of paper saying that an urgent letter had arrived from the royal palace, and the girl explained that they had sent people to help. Hermes did not believe it, but his sister replied that he had heard how Princess Lena and Prince Shah had already begun restoration work and promised to visit him when they had time. The young man replied that there was no need for this and asked her to convey his gratitude on his behalf. The girl was happy and understood her brother. Suddenly, Kaori ran into the room asking to stop, and Hermes was surprised by his aunt's sudden visit. The relative said that she had also brought people from Comoria to help. Kaori added angrily that she would not allow a Jean to be the only one with a good image, but then explained that this joke had some truth to it and stated that she was always ready to lend a helping hand if her nephew found himself in a difficult situation. Hermes sincerely replied that she had helped him a lot, and Kaori smiled, replying that she was glad to help. The young man answered Mimas that he should count all those sent to them from the palace and from Komatoria, and asked to send them an humanitarian aid to those two areas. The man obeyed him, and the boy answered that he would also go and try to return in 2 hours. The sister asked where he was going to go and try to return in 2 hours. The sister asked where he was going to go. Hermes replied that he would assess the situation on the spot, and if there were questions that required his final verdict, then they should be postponed. The boy invited the aunt to walk with him, and she happily agreed while the man and Sora watched them. Hermes threw on his cloak, creating a mysterious image. The main character's relative stood in front of him, and behind him stood her army of subjects, and the guy said goodbye to her as he walked forward. Meanwhile, Orthia helped those in need with food, but turned around at the rustling of tree leaves and felt the presence of Hermes. The girl stood at the stove and smiled at the wind outside while stirring the soup in a saucepan. The people from the citizens were sitting on the scent cardboard and blanket on the ground, enclosed by a fence. Suddenly, the man pulled a bag out of the grandmother's pocket, thereby stealthily stealing her savings, and smiled. The hand grabbed the guy by the hood, and turning around, the robber saw Kiros looking at the man with a sly smile, while Hermes walked past in a cloak. Walking between the people, the guy thought it was obvious that there was enough food, but several offenders and still took place, and there was another problem. The guy heard sobs and went to them. Between the chambers stood a child and cried, looking at Hermes, until he realized that the baby was lost and looked back at him. The main character sat down and asked the child what had happened and where his mom and dad were, to which he remained silent. The young man realized that the child was very wary, and there were no other options since the guy was wearing a black cloak. Hermes began to cast a spell thinking that it should work, and the kid was surprised. The baby blushed and was surprised by the branch of flowers that appeared in Hermes' hands, while he smiled, looking at the child. The baby looked at the branch, then carefully took it and smiled sincerely with tears in his eyes. Hermes asked what his name was for something, answered that his name was Anzin, and then a new question followed about his parents, from which the guy answered that his mother was lost. Hermes thought that there were not many people there and the buildings were the same, from which they could accidentally miss each other, and he had no choice. The guy used magic and began to look for the boy's mother among the crowd of different people in tents. Hermes noticed that among the crowd there was a lonely woman calling Ansa, and the guy realized that he had found her. Hermes extended his hand to the child, saying that it was time to go, and the child agreed, taking the hand of the boy in the cloak and hood. The main character and the baby walked through the crowd, and the separated mother and son found each other. The boy was delighted, ran to his mother and hugged her. Afterwards, the little boy turned away, wanting to look at his hero in a cloak and holding a branch with flowers in his hands. But neither the baby's mother nor the boy himself saw Hermes and looked in shock at the empty street. While Mimisu was sorting through the documents, Sora called out to the man asking if the other estates had sent help, to which she received consent, since it was the Lord's order. The girl clarified whether everything was in order, specifying what was with the financial management, and the man replied that there were no problems. The man added that thanks to the master improving the conditions for mining silver and discovering a new method for mining mithril, all the holdings had sufficient amounts of assets. Mimsu said that if one takes into account everything that the head of the clan had achieved over time, their position would be unshakable. The girl replied that everything was clear to her and laughed. Shiro smiled and assumed that the Kano family was not serious yet, remembering her brother Hermes. The people ran screaming that monsters were appearing from the meters, although they were far from the capital, and the people did not have people to fight them. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard. For those who could not fight, to run for cover. The man with dark hair up and a beard replied that they would take care of everything, the band of the Ghost Squad, behind which were his comrades on horseback. The king thoughtfully thought about the ghostly troop that had been busy saving the village outside of Lithim, and stated that he now wanted to thank them personally, asking if he could meet them. Hermes, confused, stated that he should never meet them, and the king asked why. The boy replied that although they were members of the Phantom Squad and noble thieves, this did not change the fact that they were still bandits, which could make people think badly of the king. The king reminded them that the squad had settled in the lands of Count Kano, and asked if it was definitely impossible, and the boy refused again, thinking that the king and the squad were never supposed to meet. The boy knew that the people's opinion was a problem, and the Ghost Squad hated the nobility, and contact with the king could turn into a huge problem. Hermes understood that it was necessary to hide the fact that he was the commander of the Nansu gang, eliminating all possible reasons for the meeting. Hermes also, in fact, that the king grumbles more than usual, and usually the monarch understood when to press and when to retreat and did not understand what could have happened. The guy assumed that new problems awaited him, and a guy entered the room, warning that tea was ready, and Hermes recognized this voice. Prince Shaw entered with a tray and tea. Hermes asked if the boy was making tea, and he agreed, citing free time during the break. Shaw asked if His Highness was burdening the boy with requests, and the protagonist did not understand where such an assumption came from. Shaw explained that the king was currently in a period of grumbling, and this happened after the periodic accumulation of some difficult cases for His Highness, and at such moments one could only get rude answers from him. Hermes noted how hard it was for them all this time. The prince was saying that because of the meteorite incident after the princess's festival and with Komotria, the king had no time to rest. Hermes began to remember the past events with his aunt and the king, who was cuddling with Daphne. Hermes thought about how the king was tense even while relaxing in the brothel and asked Shaw what they do in such situations, and the prince thought about it. Prince Shaw replied that the king usually walked around the estates around the palace and traveled to different regions. Hermes understood the guy and thought about it, and admitted that since the king was capricious and continued to insist on meeting with the Ghost Squad, it put the main character in an awkward position. Hermes asked with a smile why His Majesty did not secretly visit the Kano family's domain, and the translation was a meeting with Daphne. The king was shocked by such words of the count. The king understood the message, and, trying to hide it, awkwardly replied that he was going to inspect Kano's domain, and, leaving, asked the young people to wait for him because he needed to change his clothes. The guy was glad that he was able to make the king forget about the Ghost Squad. Eating a bun brought by Prince Shaw and turning his attention to the prince, he noticed that he looked happy. Shaw turned his attention to the interlocutor, not understanding what he was talking about. Shaw said he had noticed how His Majesty and Princess Lana had been smiling more and looking happier recently, adding that they had never been an ordinary family and had had many difficulties in the past. The prince added that this was why he was glad that Viscount Kano had appeared, smiling sincerely at his interlocutor. Hermes was embarrassed by his words and did not understand how the guy could say such things so calmly, and swallowed the food. Hermes added that he did not need fame or status, but if they were just coming to visit, he would not be against their visit, and the prince thanked the guy. The main character suggested that the prince visit his domain as soon as everything settled down, which surprised Shaw. Hermes said sarcastically that there were many things he could do to surprise Prince Shaw, handing him a star-shaped cookie. The prince responded with the same expression and said that he was sure that everything that concerned Hermes was sure to be entertaining. The king called out to Prince Shaw and Lord Kano, declaring that he had a great idea, to which the boys jumped up and turned to the king, asking what it was. The monarch laughed. King suggested that they secretly infiltrate the Ghost Squad and help people like them, and asked how they felt about his idea. Hermes and Prince Shaw were surprised by the king's statement. The boys asked about helping the people. and the king interrupted them, saying that in that case no one would judge, and it would become one of the king's entertainments. Hermes thought about the fact that he was hearing about this for the first time, and did not believe what was hearing about this for the first time, and did not believe what was happening. Shaw said that in Syracuse there really were two princesses who pretended to be commoners and worked in a shop, but their story was different from His Highness's plan, and the king was upset. Hermes worriedly stated that it was very dangerous, and in the original squad, there is with Nanisu dexterous swordsman. The king clarified, repeating the phrase about the dexterous swordsman, and the boy covered his mouth with his hands, while Prince Shu looked at the boy in shock, hiding his anxiety. The protagonist completely forgot that the king forgot about Daphne when he came to check his sword skills, and naturally he would be interested in a skilled swordsman. The guide tried to stop the king again, explaining that in the worst case they would reveal his identity and spread rumors, so they could not be trusted. The prince added that one day the king was exposed and a rumor was spread about his majesty, and he did not think that joining a band of robbers would be positively perceived, even if it was for noble reasons. The king, upset, tried to object to Count Kano, but the boys reproached him, turning to his majesty. The monarch sighed in frustration and understood the young people promising to abandon the idea of a ghost squad, and Hermes whispered to the prince that they ate as they managed. To which Shaw replied that this was really unacceptable for the king, when suddenly from behind the king exclaimed that he understood everything. The king happily declared that he himself would form a gang of charitable thieves directly under his command, and the boys asked him in unison if he had listened to what they had said. The king replied that he had listened, and added that if they were noble robbers who could be trusted, there should be no problems, and Hermes realized that he had understood everything in his own way. The king declared that he would call his squad of noble robbers the Royal Guard, and asked if the boys liked his idea. Shaw blushed and thought how cool that sounded, and Hermes realized that he was starting to lose a comrade who was going over to the king's side. Hermes asked that even if the king created a squad, who would be in it? To which he replied that there would be no problem. The king said that there were capable and loyal people who had an unsightly appearance, with no opportunity to advance in service, and this was a great opportunity to appoint them to a position. The guy got angry from hopelessness and clenched his teeth, thinking that in the end, the idea took on a concrete form, and tried to say something. Hermes thought that if he thought about it with a cool head, then there could be no problems and the king was just having fun. Because as long as it was not connected with the ghost squad, then everything was fine. The boy thought that he should not suffer any harm, and began to tell his majesty that if he thought it true, but the king interrupted him, asking if it was true. The monarch stood up and assigned command of the squad to Hermes as his teacher, because if he was the commander, there was nothing to worry about. The guy was confused by such a statement, and hesitated. The king smiled and looked at the boy, suggesting an idea, while the prince behind his father looked at the main character with his mouth open, not understanding what was happening. The guy looked at his interlocutor and screamed, opening his mouth in surprise. Shaw tried to stop the king, saying that Lord Kano was appointed as the fencing teacher for the monarch and for Lena, while also exercising control over the lands, and asked if His Highness was burdening him too much, while Hermes was thinking of the prince as a savior. The king replied that until all the affairs settled down, the lessons could be cancelled, and ordered the boy to take care of the squad's affairs. The boy asked why he had to be the commander-in-chief when there were more suitable candidates for the role. The king spoke frankly that he wanted to be sure when he had to leave the squad, and therefore wanted to appoint a person he trusted and who had enough experience for this role. The boys thought about it and realized that the king was right in choosing Kano for the role of count, and the king spoke about the ghost swordsman Nanasu, that sooner or later they would meet them in the city and he would lose to him, but the teacher would be able to stand before him and resist him. The prince thought that it was true, while Hermes understood that such a situation could not happen because he was the commander of the ghost squad. The king swore that he would not reveal the name of the teacher, because it was impossible to allow mockery, from which the boy agreed in thought. Hermes accepted the order, and the prince grabbed the boy's hands, rejoicing and offering his help in this matter. The main character understood that Shaw did this out of personal interest of the squad and smiled. The boy accepted this as the king's whim and decided that as it will be, so it will be, because the king was only having fun, and after satisfying his interest, everything will be forgotten. The king grabbed the boy by the hand, while he hoped that the king's impulse would disappear sooner. The monarch raised the boy's hand, declaring that the noble robber squad of the Royal Guard was against the Ghost Squad, adding that he made Hermes one of the two greatest noble bandits, while the boy looked up with a surprised face. Hermes almost cried, hoping to hear from his interlocutor that this was true and not that, and he became upset. The boy answered His Majesty that he shouldn't go that far, but the king was indignant and asked what he was talking about because if he had taken it on, he should have done it right, adhering to the style of Iegan. The guy closed his eyes, squinting them, and remembered that he was the father of the princess, who always brought everything to the end, and remembered Lena, thinking that there would definitely be a problem with the royal squad of robbers. And this meant one thing. The main character understood that he would soon become the head of two groups at the same time, and in his soul he grabbed his head from hopelessness.